Welcome in, ladies and gents, to our third and final open qualifier here in Europe for the 2026 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Last chance opportunity for some of these teams to grab some cash points and bragging rights right before the big points major that will be held later this month. We started the weekend off with 43 teams, and we are currently down to 6. By the end of it, we will have crowned another champion here in EU. I'm Verdict. Joining me today for our final championship Sunday. It's the one, it's the only Nfinity. Brody, how we feeling?
I couldn't not be here for the final day of Europe, mate. I'm feeling pretty darn good because it feels like our 6 weeks of action, 3 in Europe, have really coalesced down to this final day. Obviously, we've still got the points major to come next weekend, but it really does feel like all of the storylines we've been setting up, right? Exclusive, on top of the world, Animus getting better and better every single time we've seen them, and the rest of Europe maybe starting to catch up. All of those are coalescing here in our final day, and I feel like we're going to be touching on all of those points as we go through the day.
Yeah, 6 weeks kind of flown by, man. It's been a blast. It's been a breeze. It's like blink your eye and it's done. One thing that's been consistent here in EU is exclusive. They have reign terror here amongst everybody. As a matter of fact, I was taking a look at their stat lines. 56-5. If you count the forfeits as 3-0s, they have only dropped 5 maps through the 6 weeks. It's been a crazy run for them. We'll see if they can continue on in their journey and their endeavor today, as they have been handling business all throughout EU. We'll take a look at the format and see what they had to do to get here and what parameters were fit on there. Obviously, we started out with 43 teams here in the first day by that single elimination bracket, best of 5 matches, left us with the top 16 teams for the double elimination bracket that we saw yesterday. And today it's Championship Sunday. We will have a finals match-off today for the last time here in EU before the big points major. Best of 7 grand finals with that map advantage. Top 16 teams in the standings will move on to that points major. And that's huge, Brody. Why? Because you're competing for more points, you're competing for more cash, but you're ultimately competing to be the top 2 here in EU so that you can represent your region in the 2026 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
Yeah, and that is big, by the way. Not only, again, just because you go to the points major, you're competing for $35,000, which is more money, generally speaking, than Europe generally gets to see. But also, as you said, I mean, down the line, you get to represent Europe at the World Championships, and for Europe, it is a big World Championships this year. You've been given your spot back. Last year, you got a second spot kind of by proxy, because unfortunately, one of the teams wasn't able to attend. I believe it was from India that kind of Europe got an extra spot just because they could attend, so Animus got a shot when they probably shouldn't have done. But this year, yeah, you are going to have 2 teams competing again, and it is a fight to put Europe back on the map. That is the idea here. Europe, they need to prove what they are made of, and Exclusive kind of did it last year at Champs, but this year they'll have another shot.
Yeah, they're going to have to open the opportunities. Obviously, they've earned their spots back here in this Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. They're also earning the big bread to go along with it through these 6 weeks. We've had 3 open qualifiers. And, well, if you just wrote a check for $2,500 each and every qualifier and you put Exclusive's name on it, you can guarantee that they were going to rack up $2,500 of it. So, $5,000 to be allotted so far. They have taken first place 2 in a row. Can they get the three-peat? That's the question. Animus not really stepping up to the occasion as of late. They have been signing those checks there for the second place prize pool, but they are certainly still in the hunt here for a championship Sunday. $750 for third place, as well as $500 for fourth place. You got to earn your keep around here.
Now, it's worth saying, if you've got to this stage of the bracket, you are either one step away from getting into the prize pool, or you're already in it. You can see our final 6 teams here in the bracket as we start the day at winners finals with Exclusive versus Animus. We'll talk about that here in just a moment. We do have that lower bracket going on as well with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Free-owing Cantic retired, and Saints 3-2 versus Troglodyte Tribe. They go to face Empire in losers quarterfinals, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they get wanted for a spot inside the top 4 and a spot inside the prize pool. But mate, that is going to be a difficult $500 matchup.
Yeah, that is. That's huge. That is just unfortunate luck of the draw. Last week, you pick it either way. It's Animus or wanted. You're in a bad position regardless. So, you know, they put themselves down in that position. It's on them to dig themselves out. Obviously, they are fighting for a $500 prize pool. You lose, you're out. Big thing is they are going to be, you know, a top 16 team regardless. I've taken a look at the points. There's no way that either of those 2 teams drop out even outside of the top 8. And I do believe there's no way exclusive fall out of being number one. So seeding should be proper moving forward, regardless of outcome. Obviously, exclusive have already guaranteed themselves a top 3 finish, and they haven't shown us any other reason why they shouldn't be a top 1 in that regard. So we'll see if Animus can do the impossible and, kind of take this matchup with as much heat and intensity as possible, because Animus just haven't really rose up to the occasion against this exclusive roster. As a matter of fact, Wanted has really been the only team that really pushed this exclusive teams to the limit.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think back in week number 2, they got an exclusive to a game 5 in the upper bracket final. Of course, exclusive did end up winning that, and it was in overtime as well. Like, exclusive barely won that matchup. So you're right. Wanted are the only team that have pushed their buttons, and it is kind of curious, isn't it? Therefore, that Wanted did lose so convincingly yesterday to Animus. That was a 3-0 in winners round 2, and especially when it came down to the search and destroy and the control, even more so. Here's a look at our best of 5 maps that then Verdict kicking things off. I'm just kind of taking a look back towards week number 2, looking for any repeat maps from the series. What are the bans looking like here for Animus, right? Because you probably don't want to be playing the same maps that you've lost to exclusive in the past, and that is kind of bearing out here, because you go back to the 4-0 that we saw in the grand final in week 2. Combine Hardpoint, that was a victory for exclusive. Standoff Control, that was a victory for exclusive. Both of those maps are gone here in the vetoes.
And that's warranted. I mean, they got completely outclassed in both of those maps. If I do believe the Combine was a bloody one to start off this series, the Slums didn't get any better. It was a quick 3-0, technically a 4-0 with the 1 map advantage. Getting those maps off the table, completely necessary. And this is, as you progress throughout the open qualifiers, you progress into the points major, you start to get a feel for these teams and where you don't want to push the limits at. Combine absolutely needed to be out of the mix. Ostian is going to make its way in here for map number 1. Firing Range Search and Destroy for map number 2. Crossroads Strike. I've seen Animus play this map fairly well. As a matter of fact, I believe Wanted has actually beat exclusive on this map. And then Animus turned around and absolutely handled Wanted, if I'm not mistaken. So I believe that was last event. And if my memory's coming correctly, it was a solid start there for Wanted. Mm-hmm. And then we get into the Animus series, and it's like, dang, what happened? I mean, everything just left the window, and Animus, completely pounded them. So this is actually a good setting for a map number 3 swing mode here for Animus. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table there.
Yeah, 100%. That Crossroads Strike control is going to be interesting, because Animus was so good on Crossroads Strike control yesterday, right? I mean, like, we saw them 3-0 Wanted yesterday. Crossroads Strike control was the 3rd map in that series, and they absolutely brutalized them. Like, it was an incredible Animus to watch, and I think that leads Animus, to being pretty confident in towards the map number 3 today for sure. Just one more quick hit as well. Looking back towards those vetoes, I already mentioned the fact that Animus have kind of smartly taken out Combine and Standoff as the 2 maps that they lost to exclusive. You mentioned that exclusive lost 5 maps over the course of the entire season so far. 2 of those maps have been maps lost to Animus, and 2 of those maps are in this veto. A Coastal Search and Destroy, which they lost all the way back in week 1 to Animus. That was an overtime matchup. And then an Arsenal Hardpoint, which also back in week 1, they lost at the beginning of the grand finals. So exclusive are also being very incredibly smart with the vetoes, and this leads me to a conversation point that I've been bringing up with Europe a lot. Like, over the course of time, you look towards teams in CDM, and one thing they generally tend not to do, especially the teams at the top end, is they don't veto for themselves. They veto against their opposition, right? It's not like, oh, we're not good at this map, so we're not going to play it. It's like, oh, this team is really good at this map. They've beaten us on these maps. We're not going to play it. This kind of back and forth and the vetoes from exclusive and Animus is what you need to see, not just here in Europe, but you also need to see it when these teams at the end of the year go to play the best of the best in the world. This is good vetoing from both of these rosters.
I'm taking a look at it. I was kind of looking at the spread from the last best of 7 as well, and it's kind of strange that Animus banned Coastal last go around, and that's the one map, well, one of the few maps that they've taken, not even few, couple. Mm-hmm. So to actually see that ban last grand finals, and now it's making it's getting banned by exclusive this time around, really strange. Obviously, it could have been a mistype on our behalf, as I was literally looking through the Discord just to see, and compare where map bans that came through for both of these teams and how consistent they are. It's been sporadic. It has been changed here and there. Arsenal, I think, is one of the ones that have been consistently banned from exclusive, as well as Tunisia. I think that's a standard push. Standoff out of the, or I'm sorry, Arsenal and Coastal being banned. It's a staple piece, but it's kind of weird how they progress throughout this event. And obviously, some things make it through this time around, as well as bans being kind of wonky from last go around. Things changed up very quickly here in Call of Duty Mobile. Obviously, we saw the introduction of the Battle 27, which has changed, kind of the meta and the way you approach the game here in Hardpoints. Yeah. And then also the ban of the R9, which was just downright disgusting. So throughout the weeks we progressed, we've seen some crazy things, and then we've also seen some, much needed adjustments in the meta. So still Switchblade reigning superior, and whoever has the best Switchblade seems to be running things here in Europe.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because I think, it was only a season ago, I would say, that the meta was dominated by sniper rifle players and shotgun players. And I still think the sniper rifle players has a relatively loud voice in that conversation, right? I think the Locust is not it's not the end of the world. It's not a terrible sniper by any stretch of the imagination. It's not quite as dominant as the Tundra was back in the day, which is something, honestly, I never thought we'd see the end of. It feels weird to be at the end of that very long tunnel now when you're not seeing the Tundra be the dominant sniper rifle. But, you're absolutely right. The meta has completely shifted. And actually, I think the meta has therefore shifted slightly in favor of Animus in a way, because we go back to what we saw yesterday, and you mentioned the Switchblade being kind of the key weapon that we want to be using. Dude, Shark might actually be one of the best SMG players in Europe right now.
Fair.
This guy
Valid.
is insane. I mean, Shark has always been pretty damn good at the game. He's been a pretty damn good SMG consistently. But, he yesterday was doing stuff in Search and Destroy in particular that I haven't seen him do in a really long time. In respawns, he was showing up consistently as well. Everybody was, but Shark in particular seems to be that player right now that, if he shows up, Animus are going to have a good time here, and he needs to be the player to show up. Versus exclusive, especially as we get into this Hacienda hardpoint, he needs to be in amongst it constantly.
Absolutely. You mentioned SMG talent too. Saturns and Shark, the men to watch on the Animus roster. On the flip side of things, it's the dynamic freshman-sophomore duo in Lighty and Sawo. They have literally lit the feed up consistently throughout this 6-week spread. I do not expect them to slow down anytime soon. Let's go ahead and hop into it, Brody. You said it's Hacienda. About to get mixy here in this P1 fountain side. Let's see who's going to get the most of it. Smoke's out in the middle of the map. It's time for them to rack up these points.
Alrighty, you know how it is, folks. We see the smokes down on P1. You know there's going to be utter carnage inside the hard point. And last time these two teams faced on this map, by the way, it was a while ago. It was back in week number 1. It was the very first match these guys faced. I think it was round 2 or something like that. Weird seeding going on considering things haven't really settled. But exclusive absolutely mollywopped Animus here on Hacienda Hardpoint. It was something to the effect of 250 to 74, the final scoreline. And obviously exclusive have been the best hardpoint team in Europe. One of the best hardpoint teams in the world for a long time now, since 2025 champs. So it wasn't necessarily a surprise. Don't be surprised if exclusive come out and storm through Animus. So far, though, that's not happening.
Nope, not so far. It's a mixy P1, as we always see here. Both teams getting their share. We'll see the setups there for New as we roll on through. It's about as even as it's going to get. Up top, Saturn's trying to make it rain. He's found 4 already to his name. As we battle for that rotation for New. Rock sides here held down. Exclusive. Neil, first man up. Veer shut down too. A nasty 2-piece. I mentioned this SMG duo and Shark and Saturns, and Saturns is doing his thing. Brother, through the smoke as well. Looking for that leeway into the objective.
Animus trying to push through the front, and of course this early on, you're unlikely to have got yourself into the war machine just yet, which is generally speaking the operator you use to get in towards this hard point. So Animus gonna have to just try and do it by the smokes and the SMGs and the ARs, and Keiru does exactly that for the initial 2. Seizo comes through, beams for 3 with his death machine, and Animus, they put a foot on towards the point. It's swiftly removed.
Yeah, Seiz is going ham right now. This is not a traditional setup. SKS is usually used for the first set of hills, and if you're clicking, it is damn right undeniable. Both players opting to rotate towards that bow, and you can see Gothilla, he's already anchoring down. Break coming through there for Animus. Lighty knocking back on the door. It's going to get shut down. Shark able to get the trades. Numbers there for Explosive. Gothilla trying to re-break on through for Scrap. It's a scrappy one indeed. 45 plus to 32. A little bit of a lead rotating over to the 3.
15-point lead, as you said. It's not much for sure for exclusive, and Animus will be happy that they're hanging here for a second, but this is the mixy hard point. As we always say, we go towards fences, and Animus will be looking to fight for a ton of time here. We're seeing the investment starting to come out. It's 4 operators on side, but Sawo shows you only need 1. A couple of kills with the Tempest. That's Gafilla down. Shark, though, still up with those equals.
Oh my God, brother, he's going ham, but Shark gonna quickly trade, break right back on through. It's about as contested as it's gonna get. Vince's locked down yet again. 3 in the feet there for exclusive at a distance. K-Root trying to make it range shots. He's gonna be able to provide a little bit of damage, but is it enough for the break? Still 2 players on the objective here for exclusive. Animus still knocking for this Fin side rotation, and well, this is about as good as it's gonna get for both. This is a highly contested hill. It is wide open, literally a fence separating the 2 sides of it, and both teams getting their fair share of it. 60 plus now rotating over towards that P4 site. Still fighting for scraps, looking for those exits. It's Veer finding his 8th.
We talked about it. We expected that hill to be very 50-50. It more or less was. That 15-point lead only slightly reduced down to just 12 here as we go in towards the next hard point. Narc's now going to utilize his claw, and it is going to be Animus with the players in position here. 1 player's gotten behind enemy lines. That's going to be Neil. And as soon as he's dealt with, now all of the pressure is going to come from the front. Animus, they should notice, the only threat they're going to have from any other angle is potentially players jumping up from the side.
Hop up from that water side could be a little bit of a contest. A break comes through. 30 seconds to scrap for K-Root trying to get the ingress onto this objective. They're getting shut down. Neil just not having a go at it. This has been a slow game for him. And you can really tell that they are desperately trying to get something rolling. Did pop the equals, get shut down. Mixie P4 indeed started off with about a 15-point advantage. They have covered that gap. Animus clicking on all cylinders right now. They are stirring for a little bit of trouble. But Answer met back in blue. Back and forth we go, Brody. This first set of hills has been downright right down the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's also kind of bearing out in the results here in terms of the numbers, right, for these players. Only really Says is peaking up above everybody else at 22 kills. Pretty much everybody else across the board is more or less within that 10 to 17 kill range. And that might seem like a large margin, but like, again, these players are really closely matched at this moment in time. It really feels like the only bit of difference between the two has been how their operators has been used, and Animus ever so slightly better here for the moment. As we go towards P1, that Death Machine already starting to come out, and Animus, I think they're kind of angling for some time on P1 here.
I like it. I mean, strike while the kettle's hot. Obviously, you had a solid start off the first set of hills. Nothing to write home about, but you get this lead here and you rotate in the new and you've got the early advantage. Could be everything. A 3-piece in the middle of the map for Shark, and he is clicking on all cylinders. Brother has not slowed down. That's a 5 combo just with the gun. He tosses the Hunter Killer, gets it, but is traded out by the Sawwell nade. So the util's been on point here for the side of exclusive, and they've gotten damn near 25 seconds so far off this point, Brody. They are looking solid. Animus also have the rotation to new. Exclusive are in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. Exclusive here. This is the biggest lead that we've seen any team have against exclusive for a really long time. So shout out to Animus. And of course, they've importantly got the rotation towards P2. I talked about this at the start of P2 last time around. There's 1 operator you need to break through. It's going to be the War Machine. They are dumping in towards this hard point. Exclusive know how important it is to be the first team to touch on this next hard point, so they ensure they are the first team.
Absolutely needed. Very warranted. Good call on the War Machine. And you can see it, second wave of players coming through here off the spawn for Animus. Gonna get completely griefed again. Say's drawing a line in the middle of the map here on the backside of the driveway. And ye shall not pass. Through white they go. Through white they break. It's a big kill feed coming through, but it's checkered and back in control of the objective. Explosive ticking away at that lead and that deficit. Starting to progress very nicely here in this P2 break.
This is a big hard point for exclusive. Again, you just know they felt how important this hard point was as well. You are down by 30 points or so. You really need to break in. Animus within control of P2, so you dump your ops into the hill to make sure that you do get that time. Animus now behind here in this game by 1 point as we go in towards the next hard point. This time around, we're expecting the same kind of 50-50 play call. Animus don't have as many ops to play with this time. They've only got 2 on side, but they are going to be the first team here, and exclusive all getting from one side of the point.
They get topside control initially, and then they get control of these spawns. They pushed out. Well, split as well. Saturn's going to pop the Sparrow. He's one shot. He's going to have to force it back down. Shark absolutely running at you with the equalizers to go along with it. So a lot of investment here for Animus. So far, so good on the payoff. They've gathered up 25 seconds and counting. And what was a 1-point lead in favor of exclusive at the start of this has been an absolute nightmare to blender. The contest finally going to come through, but Gethilla mowed him down with the death machine to go along with it.
Oh.
That's a 4-piece. An absolute masterclass out of the ops. A lot of value off of it, as well as he continues to shred through them.
The only reason he's not going to find more kills with the death machine is because he runs out of time with it, but that is an EMP earned. A big moment here in this game for a hard point that is meant to be, generally speaking, a mixy one. Animus are the ones in dominant control. They don't give a single second away to Exclusive, but Exclusive might well be the first to be touching towards New. Gafilla has streaks ready to go, and you bet your butts he's going to damn well use them.
Oh, you dang right, brother. 40 points off P3, it's unheard of. Actually, 49. P4 open up for business, Rockside. And the SMG's continuing to shred through. Break's going to come through almost immediately. And well, Animus just continuing to click. That is a tough pop there from Narcs. Claw is disposed. I don't know if he got a shot off. And well, the EMP is going to finally come through on the flip side of things. They still can't get any ingress on this objective, and Kru is threading the needle with his shots. Break finally going to come through and blue it. Exclusive on the backs of Sawo and Veer. Going to be able to open up the floodgates, and they're back in control.
This is a big moment once again for Exclusive. They need even this back 15 seconds, considering they are down at the moment here in this game. Animus know it as well, trying to break through the coverage of the smoke. Narc's in for one, but not even going to find that. So that time will be ascertained by Exclusive. Sawo, I believe, is now on a spree as well. I don't think he's died on said spree, so he might be close to an EMP. Well, now if he was, he's going to go down anyway. Either way, Sawo gets that Hunter Killer drone. He gets that Predator missile and uses them almost immediately here, Verdict. That is how desperate this game is right now for Exclusive.
Oh, they're trying to fight tooth and nail. It's devastating when you give up that many points on P3, and then you get there early for P4, you're not able to capitalize. Early rotations are meant to be capitalized on, and obviously that was not the case. It's a scrappy one indeed. Animus throwing heavy weight here early on. Gothella leading the pack with 41. Brother is turning and burning, catching you off the respawn to go along with it. A triple kill in the feed, making a full 5 wiped, and off the respawn. Exclusive trying to dig deep and reel it back in. Neil continuing to get griefed, pops the equals, immediately death.
Yeah, it has to be said how ineffective Neil has been in this game so far, not just in terms of the raw kills, but also in terms of his, he is the equals player for Exclusive, and that is a really important role to be taking on. He is getting beamed every single time he gets those equals out. I think he's got a best, 2 or 3 kills of it, and that's really about it through this game so far. On the other side, you've got players like Gafilla, who with the death machine every single time has been effective. Animus really showing up against Exclusive right now, and look at Exclusive, they're doing the same thing once again. They're dumping their ops in, but this time,
my God,
Animus, they've got a response.
Okay, Ru, it's beautifully timed. Saturn plays his life. Lighty there to inflict some pain, but is shut down. The claw not good enough to hold the hill, and now off the respawn, Neil shut down. Yeah, again, stays alive with the 2-piece through. Shark now next man up. He's going to be dealt with, and through the smoke, Exclusive able to get the break. 30 seconds to capitalize. Plenty of time to collect here for Exclusive. And a big break going in their favor, but it's a retake right back in yellow. Animus right back onto the objective as they are dealt with. Veer finding his 30th.
Exclusive now in. Huge time for them. War Machine goes nowhere. But the fact, again, it has to be said, the fact that Exclusive are this close to Animus, despite the fact that it has kind of felt more or less like Animus are consistently in control of this game, is testament to just how much of a good hardpoint team Exclusive are. You're down by 30. They really should be down by a lot more given the slaying disparity right now, especially with the likes of Neil as far behind as he is, and really Veer is only starting to pick things up now. So Exclusive, if those players can really start to show up in this game, they will be right back in the lead against Animus.
Absolutely. You can take a look at the leaders of the lobby, too. It's the ARs leading the way. Akero and both Says opted to pop the bow, and it has been proven to be a game changer. Right now, we are P3. Last time around, Animus got their lion's share of it. Right now, it's all on Exclusive. They've got the time, they've got the hill, they've got a contest to deal with in Shark, and he has been downright undeniable. But off this rip, it has been an exclusive feed, an exclusive hill time to be collected. Veer trying to go hammer is going to get shut down inside. Shark's one shot, going to be dealt with. Time being collected in blue, Exclusive. Striking gold here in P3.
Yeah, this is big time for Exclusive. They're doing what Animus was able to do to them last rotation. Neil putting extra shots in the body just to make sure that that player is dead. And Exclusive will now have the lead here in this game. We go towards the next hardpoint, and this has been the most successful hardpoint for Exclusive the entire damn game so far. They've been very good at holding on towards this time, but do they recognize this flanking play coming through from Godzilla?
Oh, Godzilla shut down. That's massive. But it is going to be still one player alive. Saturn's on the wrap through the middle of the map. He's going to be able to cut one. Neil, one shot, shut down, break back through. Sparrow almost instantly popped, but it's Veer who reciprocates. A big-time operator in a big-time moment in the game. K-Roog on the hop-up's going to be able to shut him down. It is very chaotic here in P4. Rocks has been highly contested and highly fought for on the outskirts. Shark does have equals at the ready. Is going to be able to find one, and here goes the pop.
Yeah, already he was beaming players with his weapon. Oh, he only finds one with the equals. That is a huge shutdown from Lighty. That's going to give an opportunity now for Exclusive to get back into the time. Animus can't finish here regardless of what happens, but Exclusive will still try to steal this time away for Animus. A lot of the ROPs at the moment are not working out. They're going to have to just do this by their gunny.
Oh, man, they're not having very much success. Sawo, next man up, going to be able to find one, make it a three-piece. Rips right through them in a shred of light here at the end of the tunnel. 224 to 238. We got a photo finish on our hands, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely. Exclusive, the first team to touch in towards new hardpoints, but they're going to have to fight a war on multiple fronts here. Animus approaching from all sides, but it's mostly blue in the feed. Players up top, and Animus is really only hopes that they can catch some Exclusive players off guard, because this time is starting to peter towards 250.
K-Row up top, shut down Godzilla. Next man up, shots not hitting. 60 bomb inbound. And they might lose. Claw, last-ditch effort here for Narcs. When does he pop? He's got to make an opportunity to strike. It's going to get shut down. 5 seconds win condition. Sawo on the point. Sawo with a two-piece. Neil pops. Neil goes big for one. Saints there for the cutoff. It's done. Exclusive make the comeback here in game 1. And already a banger on our hands. Animus had everything they needed to shut that one out, but they just didn't account for Exclusive's fight there in the P1 out in the open wide objective. Dang, Brody, what happened?
Man, that is insane. Again, I mean, Animus were in control for so much of that game. Godzilla is going to be damn frustrated. 61 and 44. He had so many moments with the Death Machine where he went absolutely massive. And even outside of that, Animus, the rest of the team, were showing up pretty much every hard point. But Exclusive, I mean, they just have a couple of big hard points towards the end, right? I think particularly, in terms of their control of offensive hard point, that's something that kind of eluded them in the previous 2 offensive hard points. They're able to get that time. We go towards P1, as you said. They're not only just the first team there, but they're able to, I think, accurately predict where the players are going to be spawning and actually go after those players for the gunfight. So fair play to Exclusive. They managed to take game at number 1. But I tell you what, that is a significantly amount closer than it was back in week 1.
Yeah, and it took all hands on deck. You saw Neil struggled a lot throughout that matchup. Found some big kills towards the end that really solidified the rotation. And it's an art form. You're able to get in that flow state. You're able to predict where players are coming from. It is very difficult to hold that P1 site. I say that and I act like Animus didn't get like 25, 30 seconds off of it in the second rotation and pretty much grief Exclusive out of it. And man, that P3 needs to be studied for Animus in that second set of hills to go along with it, because they got 40 plus points off of it. It was absolutely crazy. Exclusive answer back. They fight their way tooth and nail. And brother, it was a hard fought victory indeed. 250 to 238. ARs leading the way. Obviously, Godzilla, 61 bombs going to go completely unnoticed. We'll sit here and sing his praises, but when it mattered the most, they couldn't get anything going there on that P1 break, and that leads us to a firing range search and destroy, Brody. Explosive strike and steal a map off of Animus. That could have very easily gone their way.
Yeah, 100%. Animus will be kicking themselves that they did lose that map number 1. Speaking a little bit about Fire and Range Search and Destroy coming up, though, this is one map where I feel like Animus kind of have to win it, right? You break down a best-of-5 series against Exclusive, and it almost feels like, look, Animus now prove that they can win hard points, but I still think you and I would both agree that Exclusive more often than not are going to win those hard points. It's very almost true. A guarantee that they do. And the control as well. Exclusive are a great control team, although that might feel like more of a 50-50 now, with Animus playing very well on Crossroad Strike control yesterday. But it does feel like the Search and Destroyers are where Animus definitely need to win. Like, if you're going to lose the hard points in this series, which granted Animus could still win a takeoff, that could still happen, but if you are going to lose the hard points, you're going to need to win by 2-3-5, and those Search search and destroys. We got to see the Animus that we saw yesterday versus Wanted come out on play. The only kind of gripe I have with that potential is that Animus won that search and destroy yesterday on Meltdown. And Meltdown is a map that affords the kind of plays that we saw from Shark over and over again, right? The thing that Animus were doing so well yesterday, right, was just like they were hitting a site, they were holding on to it, and their post plants were immaculate, which is something that Europe on the whole has generally struggled with. And on the defensive side, like they just let Shark kind of run riot through the middle of the map, be nuisance, get behind enemy lines. Fire range provides less opportunities to do that. Like, the only real way you can get a player like Shark through the middle of the map is through wood or through tin, and I just don't know if Exclusive are going to leave that lane open.
We'll see if Shark goes completely unchecked again here in the firing range. Obviously, not the same dynamics as Meltdown as Brody had just mentioned. We'll see if he can find the impact off the rip. It is a standard setup through the middle of the map. Nothing standard about it, actually. It's a 3-man push through the middle. And Exclusive have already, like, taking up a lot of space through the front side, and a PKM providing a lot of damage, but it's not converting to kills. 2 go through almost instantly, and Neil might have lost focus there and takes his eyes off the prize. Lighty there for a good 2-piece, though.
This is that aggression we were talking about right off the rip here. Animus are getting right in the face of Exclusive. And it's down to Veer for the 1v3. Now, Veer took a while to activate in the hard point. However, on Search and Destroy, he is going to be a very effective sniper rifle player. And he's got the Koshka out, brother. He is feeling himself. He's bringing in the Koshka from the Sniper World Cup. Via is ready to show us what's up.
We'll see if we can make the most of it. The ADS time, immaculate. We've seen some hit markers come through for this gun, too, along with it. So, bombs down, 30 seconds, 1v2. K-Rule on the back line. And Gathilla, your bomb carrier planter inside of American. Bomb is going to be planted for them. First shot, first hit. Veer waiting for the bait to come through. Gathilla not taking it. And well, now Veer's going to have to be forced to push on out. Going to rotate through, wins the gunfight. The 1v2 clutch to set this stage here in game 2 with plenty of time. Brother, that's tough.
Yeah, not only a 1v2, by the way, that's a 1v3. Veer got the kill over towards the B-bomb site.
That's right. Good call.
That rock goes down on A. So, Exclusive coming out here for a Veer 1v3 to kick things off. How about that? Doing it with a Koshka as well. Showing us what's up. Meta being rocked at the moment. Veer definitely he learned something from the Sniper World Cup, for sure. Opening envoy of nades going over the top. Samo will win his first, and then Lighty following up the second as well. This is what you want to see for somebody like Lighty, who is the prodigy on this Exclusive roster. Getting in the face of Animus. Question is, do they read it?
We'll find out. He's all the way on the back line. Say's able to find the first blood there. Oh, Saturn's getting put on skates almost. Lighty able to take down Norks in the midst of that action. All on a Saturn's. He's going to get blasted through the wall. Call-outs on point there for this Exclusive roster. Animus lost that first round, what could have been not, and an absolute outclass there in this one. They cannot handle the aggression that is Exclusive right now.
Good start for Exclusive here. They're being aggressive again. This has to be red. Like, more often than not, this has to be red. Lighty's doing it again. He is not actually going to get the kill just yet. Nox is playing his life, although for how long is the question, because he's already weak. And yeah, Exclusive are running through Animus right now. Like, would you believe if I didn't tell you he was on defense and offense and you didn't know what side of the map was what? They're Exclusive of the defensive team right now, because they are running at Animus.
Yeah, it's like a hot knife through butter, brother. They are cutting them up. And it's basically a similar situation that Shark put wanted in yesterday. You have these SMGs go completely unchecked. It is just downright impossible to get anything rolling. Sawo there with the wall bangs. PKM meta coming through here in firing range. These walls are paper thin. Shark for a trade. Shark going to get shut down. Striker out for Saturn. He's got a 1v4 up for grabs. And they're going to push him one by one.
No
way.
Oh, brother. Saturn was trying to hit the quick. He pulled that crossbow. It was like, yeah, I can definitely hit the shots. Again, it's the same thing, bro. Animus are just getting ran through at the moment. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, there's no response. Obviously, they had a hot start there in that Hacienda hardpoint. It's been long since we've seen that one. And we've moved on. Shark now trying to shake things up. Is going to be able to put the aggression in his hands. Finds first blood. Lighty shut down. Sandbags here. Waiting for the opportunity to strike on the reload. Will he go through? Neil's going to be shut down in the midst of that action too. Sawo, leery of the scenario, calls out on Saturn. And Saturn going to be tagged up, but is going to be able to retreat. Shark now on the pounce. Oh, says wow. Dumpsters him.
Wow, this is a problem now. You've started to lose players. Veer taking shots, maybe perhaps draw some of these players out. They know they have to check in. Sawo well aware of the fact that somebody could be up there. Big gunfight for Sawo to potentially take. If you don't remove Saturns from top 10, you're not winning this round because he's going to be a problem on the retake sooner rather than later, and I think they're running out of time to do anything.
Yep, Cthulhu going to be able to find a first blood. Sawo is able to find a trade, but you can't live off trades with the player disadvantage. No time. No bodies left standing. Animus, get a point on board here in the search. We're about halfway through. Great time for them to strike back, and you really think Shark for busting that play through the middle of the map, and Saturn, the two SMG duo coming through when they need it the most. Obviously, Saturn's rocking the shotgun at the moment. He's proved the meta to be kind of crazy with the striker. He's done crazy things with it. Let's see if he can continue to do it through the smoke. Sawa going to be able to tag a few. No damage, no harm, no foul. Lighty opens up with the first. Cthulhu there for the trade.
It feels like Animus so far are finding success when they are the ones actually deciding the pace of the round. Take a 4v4. How on earth have Neil and Sawo not been found out on the side just yet? Like, they are chilling right now. I have no idea how Animus haven't activated upon them. Yeah, Sawo getting shot from the side, and he isn't long for this world. If I'm Neil, I need to find some value now. I can't just get that rock down.
Lighty on the pounce. They're looking for the exit. They're just going to flood on through, and look at this. It's an all-out hit towards A. Neil, you said he needed to go big. Finds one, plays his life. Perfectly played. Oh, my God. They're just walking into his shots at this point. Last man standing, Narcs. 1v3, Lighty collects.
Wow.
And that one imploded almost instantly as they pushed out through the backside of firing range, and nothing to be found.
Wow, what a play from Neil for a player who didn't really have that great of a hard point. We needed to see that kind of play out of Neil. And I was wondering, I mean, did Animus know that Sawo and Neil were on site? I have no idea if they got the cross in the call or whatever. It didn't feel like they did, because if I'm Animus, I activate onto that site a lot quicker. Like, that's what you need. Like, why aren't you doing anything? Just took way too long to try and get rid of Neil, and he plays that to perfection. Brilliant three-piece from the man. And it leaves Animus yet again with just around here for the moment. And now they're kind of scared of a potential Spectre haunting them, right? Exclusive have pushed up the map over and over again. Lighty has been the guy to do so. And he hasn't pushed bottom wood just yet. This time, he's playing it ever so slightly more passively. It is enough to throw the timeline off.
Yeah, Veer absolutely going crazy there with the Koshka and the backlines. Neil getting involved with the bow. It's all down the one. Saturn's a shotgun in a dream. Lighty activates. Rounds over. Brother, what are we doing? You said it. It feels like the success of Animus has been primarily dictated on with them setting the pace and the tone. Obviously, they didn't deal with the pressure that Neil literally just sat on that B site forever. Found a three-piece to shut that round off. You deal with Neil, that maybe things changed. That last round, absolutely bodied. This round, they're meeting a brick wall too, and Says who's able to find two. And well, this round, just as quick as the last. K-Roo, hold on. Able to find a two-piece. Narc's able to get one involved as well, and they've read this play? No. Neil able to cut the back lines, and just like that, it's down to a 1v1.
And I believe if anyone can do it on exclusive, it would be Neil. He's making a ton of noise at the moment here. He's confident he's not close enough to Narcs to give anything away. Narcs with that bomb will now be getting it down. Nade over the top. Is that going to connect? That might connect. It might connect. Oh, lands a little bit short. Just ever so slightly gets the top side. But now with the bomb down, Neil knows he's already covered the backside. There's only two possible places this player could go. He's just got to pick the right one.
Oh, there it is. He gets a spot. Shot's not there. Waiting for the exit on out. Narcs! Peeks out the front door. Blasts him. You'd expect the sniper player to go long. You spot him in trailer. You get the read. You get absolutely canned. And a great response there from Animus before we flip. Still very much so Exclusive's game. But 6-2 is awfully better than 7-1.
Yeah, Animus will be happy they got another round there towards the end. And they'll be thanking Narcs that they were able to win that 1 versus 1. Now we'll see what Exclusive are able to do on the offense. They can't just play up in Animus to face it. They've got to play a little bit more tactically than that. That first blood did everything. That check in the corner is everything as well. Exclusive are playing this offense to perfection. They've completely brutalized all of the defensive presence around B.
Ooh, Narcs trying to reel it back in. They've gotten this rock down as well. First blood here in the 2v5. Going to be awarded to Narcs. Forced to reach in. Hops down and he is dead. Saturn's dropped. Narcs, last man up. He's going to go down guns blazing, but go down nonetheless. Fear with a two-piece to shut this round out. We are 2 rounds away from Exclusive striking gold here in map number 2. And you said it quite, you know, literally perfection there on their first initial push towards that B site. There wasn't any questions about the post-plant setup either.
Really well played from Exclusive. Continue to dominate here in this game, and look at this totally different look as well. Exclusive in the last round, they hit B super aggressive. This round, 4-stack around wood. Narcs is going to poke and prod at said 4-stack. He'll remove Veer from the round. That is actually a big head to take, even though Veer is technically one of the lower scoring players so far through this S&D. A sniper presence like that on offense is big to have, and that has now taken off the board from Exclusive. Lighty will pick up where his teammate left off. We'll pick up the Koshka from Veer's body, but is he as effective?
Find out. Neil taking up space in the middle of the map. PKM's rat-a-tatting any which way it wants to. Looking for the wall bangs to come through. And, well, Lighty, he's picked up the Koshka, as you mentioned. Not shots landing as of yet. Neil cutting the map in the middle. Might get the impeccable timing here as he's made his way back over to the opposite side of 10. He's got one player in Narcs who's hopped up and hopped down, but this hit's coming towards this B side. It's all on Cathilla to shut it down. Stuns out. Looking for the shots to land. Not going to be able to find anything as of yet. Saturn's going to be able to clear one. Says absolutely puts Cathilla down. But the trades are in favor of Animus, and they've got side control. They've got Shark too as well. And brother, he is hitting 7-3. Animus striking back.
It does feel a little early to make kind of judgments on Exclusive offense at the moment. We've only seen 2 rounds from them thus far, but the first round was the one where they decided to pace totally. They completely kind of threw themselves at Animus, and Animus didn't really have a response. That time they play more passively, and they lose the round more or less because of it. And you're seeing them realize that here. They are playing aggressive straight in towards A. Oh, goodness gracious. They've drawn first blood. It's a complete fake, but if they're going to pull this off, they've got to be fast with it because Animus have already started to read the play. Narcs and Gafilla are somewhat wise to it.
Saturn's might be able to get something if he just peeks his head right through wood. He's playing it patiently, and that might be the play. Here comes the duo, and him and Narcs to peek. Site control has been awarded here on this B site. Sawo has cleaned you up from the rear, and look at that. He is going to get the first, make it 2. Wait a minute. I might have counted my chickens way too early. K-Roo able to shut him down.
So you're still 2 players down. You've also got 1 player on an off-center here as well. Neil might have been heard. The way that Gafilla's playing is that he has some kind of awareness that there's a player off angle here. Shots through. Gafilla on the longest reload in the world. Will actually get the kill against Neil, but not the second. Does not have the coverage to take Veer out of the play. So Exclusive yet another round. What a start for Exclusive there, by the way. All their util over the top towards A. Animus have no choice but to basically full brace for an A attack. Exclusive back the hell out of it and go straight towards B. They do somewhat of delay on the call, but still, it's enough to throw Animus off, and they have no side control.
No, they don't. Look at this. They do exactly the same thing as last, but they are going to go ahead and full push it. Smokes on the backside. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown out to clear out that American site, but it's K-Roo on the back lines, able to find one. The flood not going to be contained. Rocks down. 3v2 here for the hold. Or 2v3 here for the hold, rather. And Sawo can't hit the shots to go. Lighty's going to get pushed. Lighty's going to get shut down. It's a massive retake. And you can thank K-Roo for blowing that up. If he wasn't there to find that 2-piece, that round could have gone easily in favor of Exclusive.
Yeah, sometimes all it takes is just 1 player to stop Exclusive. In that round, it was K-Roo. Of course, a player that had for the longest time warmed the bench of Animus. And I think everyone who knows how good of a player K-Roo is agrees that shouldn't have been the case. Back in the starting 5 for this year. This round, Shark being aggressive. This is what we wanted to see out of Shark. Straight down the middle of the map. Shark is just going to get 2 kills, get the hell out of Dodge. Verdict, this round, by way of Shark, is probably already over.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that's what we want to see. We want to see him go completely unchecked and accounted for. And brother, did he show up? This map not over with yet. Exclusive, struggling to get these rounds closed out. Obviously struggling to get kills in that last. And Animus finally starting to rise up to the occasion, but it is too late. Is it too late, though? They have to be flawless from here on out, obviously. And now we buckle up for a B-side hit. Stuns, nades, everything thrown over the top. Lighty taking up tremendous space through. Is going to go ahead and shut down that map as well. His first blood comes through. It's Neo. Shots landing. Oh, my God, dude. Gets the mantle and almost gets blasted with Lighty. What the hell?
Brother, Lighty is...
Brother's clicking.
It's going crazy right now. He will go down, but Lighty's job is done. Again, it's that exact same thing. Exclusive. They've done what they needed to. They've gotten towards the B site, and crucially, they haven't fully dumped into it just yet. Yes, they've got 3 men on the site. They've got the rock down, but keep an eye on Saze. Even if Animus get the kills on the site here, Saze will come to the rescue.
It's only a matter of time. Here comes the approach. That's a freebie. Gathilla's down. Narcs, last man standing. The last hope. Shots landing. Shots hidden. It says he's there. 9-5. Anticlimactic finish there. Exclusive. Again, just 1 round away from putting it away. They don't stumble. They go up 2-0 here in the winners finals. And yet again, 1 more map away from booking their tickets to the grand finals, Brody. Breakdown there. Obviously, when you start off 6-2 in your first 8 rounds, you're struggling, right? There's only a matter of time before 3 rounds are going to be found by your opposition on the flip.
Yeah, things were competitive after the first 5 rounds. It's those first 5 rounds that were so damn damaging to Animus. I think it was a 5-0 start, I want to say 4-0 at best for Animus. And those 4 to 5 rounds are just everything for Exclusive. They are consistently running at Animus. Animus, I'm kind of surprised they took so long to react to what Exclusive were doing to them. I know that Animus were on the offense, so technically speaking, if they weren't pushing forward, they were putting themselves at a disadvantage. But like, Exclusive are running at them for 4 or 5 rounds straight. And really, it took them until the 6th round to realize, hey, we should play this a little bit differently. Let's try and figure out a way around this play. And by that point, it was too late, right? You can trade rounds after that, which is more or less what happened. But Exclusive, man, just consistently setting the pace. Even when they were playing on offense themselves, they were the ones choosing how they wanted to play that round. Like, I think there was the 3rd offensive round, right? Where it's just like, we're going to run straight towards A, we're going to throw our util, and then immediately back out towards B. It throws the defense off. Like, that's something that you don't often see in Europe. Fair play to Exclusive. They're kind of throwing those kind of strats out. Got
to give a shout out to Sace too, brother. Was consistent on those first bloods. If he wasn't like tagging you at a distance, he was wall banging you too, brother. 15-8 was that stat line for him. On a map like that, you don't normally see an SKS player with a hard carry. It's traditionally a PKM player or a sniper player in that instance. So huge shout out to Sace for stepping up. What it mattered the most was absolutely over all of those kills. Now we get geared up for map number 3. I know we talked about this series being, one for Animus and what the win conditions look like. It's set sail. This is your last chance opportunity. You really hadn't put yourself in a great position to capitalize on this series. That search and destroy might have been their last hope. Obviously, you still got this control, which could buy you, a map into a game 4. But traditionally speaking, Exclusive have just ran the tables in Hardpoint, right? They've only dropped 1 map this entire split.
Yeah, Exclusive have looked so damn good in Hardpoint. And really, honestly, I will say this much. That map number 1 is probably the worst we've seen Exclusive play, like this split. Like,
yeah,
obviously, fair. I think you've said they've dropped 1 Hardpoint the entire time. That was, I believe, to Animus. That was an Arsenal Hardpoint, I think, off the dome. And so, like, they can lose them, but it is extraordinarily rare. And yeah, that is probably the worst we've seen them play. And it really came down to the fact that not everybody was playing all that well. Neil wasn't there for pretty much the entire game. He had like a 0.5 KD or something to that effect. And even Via took way too long to activate. And when you're basically in a 3v5 for the first like 60% of the game, like, you're not going to win, even if Exclusive did manage to kind of make things up towards the end. That's the reason that game was so damn close. Cross-try strike control, however, there is some kind of light in this series, I think, for Animus. Even, without talking about the takeoff hardpoint, you can still win the Slum Search and Destroy. You just have to play it extraordinarily differently to how you played that Fire and Rage Search and Destroy. And I do feel positive about Animus' chances here on Crossroads Strike Control. They looked very good at it yesterday. I think especially with the operator utilization and just the team play from Animus yesterday was on point. We have to see that here, otherwise this is going to be a 3-0.
All right, we'll see if they can get something rolling. Last chance to strike, or you're sent down to the lower bracket. That has been the case here 100% of the time so far in EU. Exclusive have not dropped the series yet. And so far, they've set them up proper for the sweep. Let's see if they can get the job done. Cadello on the objective is going to be able to find some time. Life lead going to be in favor of Animus for the time being, and they're able to strike here on this objective. Lighty at a distance is going to be able to find one. Trying to find the second. Kru is going to be able to can him. So, minute and 10 on the clock stopped, and brother, they are putting a lot of pressure on this A side, Brody.
Brilliant start coming through from Animus. This is exactly what you want to see. The team players on point. The SMGs are on point. Saturn and Sharks come out for a 3-piece. I think that's actually a 4-piece between them. Here in a 10-life advantage. A is about to fall by the wayside. Animus are running through Exclusive at the moment. And Exclusive here, I mean, they've got to find a way to stop the bleeding. You're at 11v17. This wave of gunfights will start to do it, but you got to do a lot more than that.
Yeah, you got to shut them out, too. There's so much time on the clock. So you're battling... Keep them off the objectives while also not losing gunfights, and you're not doing either of them. A quickly ramsack. Your body count now down to 6. They're getting completely griefed. Saturn's now trying to stop the clock yet again. They don't need to put the full court pressure on, but they will. Down the 2 they go. This has been a blowout of a round here for Animus, and they are just bussing it right through the middle of the seams. Last player up in Neil. And yeah, they're just going to continue to let him live and continue the cycle for operators. See if he can find some streaks out of, you know, some of this time that he's finding.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, this is the one positive, I guess, for Neil, is if he can try and hunt down for some of these kills, maybe even get equals or, yeah, the Hunter-Killer, that would be everything. He's going to get on towards the point. He's getting tagged up here ever so slightly. It's always fun when you get to commentate a 1v12 when Animus are trying to get their ops. Neil might have spotted out somebody to kill, and he will get the Hunter-Killer drone. And again, every single time that Animus are keeping Neil alive here, every second that ticks by, they're actually giving Neil a chance to get his equals as well. So, like, they might be getting their ops, but Neil will at the very least be happy here to get the equals at the end of this round.
He'd be happy to get this spread, too. He's going to earn it. We'll see how much longer Animus continue to hold out on this kill. 45 seconds to go on a round. They are trying to cycle through everything. Obviously, 5 is better than 1, but that 1 with streaks could make you pay. Neil going to continue to find some value. Finally going to be shut down. Doesn't quite get to that EMP, but Hunter-Killer and a Pred as well as equals getting geared up for round number 2. Not necessarily the worst setup.
Yeah, this is... you're okay with that, I think, if you're Neil. Obviously, like, there's only so much you can do. Like, you know that Animus are going to be playing kind of keep away there for the majority of that situation, so you might as well try and get what you can out of it. I guess the stress here for Exclusive is now you're going to be facing down those operators, and Animus showed versus Wanted how good they are with operators on this map. They are going to use 1. Saturn does not really last that long with the Sparrow, neither does Kru with the Tempest, so all in so far, Exclusive are doing a good job at weathering the storm.
Absolutely. First 2 up, first 2 down. No harm, no foul. Kru out of the equation there for his op, as well as Saturn's. Now it's Cathilla's turn. Death Machine out as well. Neil trying to shut it down. Trying to get some progress there on that A side as well. Not quite doing the job that Animus did in that first round. First waves of players coming through. Second waves as well. Animus looking to put the 4-court press on you. And with the amount of operators that you've burned through so far, you don't really have much to show for it, but at the very least, it's down to 45 seconds.
Yeah, Exclusive doing a really good run. I can't actually quite believe that they've done this good of a job at weathering what Animus have brought to them. They now got into their ops as well, and what, by all accounts, probably should have been an Animus round is really not, by any stretch of the imagination. They're down by 8 lives, and we've got 3 ops on the hand. You're kind of considering, well, should we invest something into this round? Like, is it worth doing so? You can probably try and get this done by the kills.
You could. First, second progress locked in. 27 seconds on the clock. They clear off the objective. Still 1 player in the fold. Here to put some time at ease. Tempest out. Tempest down. Only 1 kill to show. So you asked if they were going to invest. They did, and it hadn't paid off. Exclusive. Happily able to take some time off of this objective. Happily able to grief you as well as catch some time. Narc's last man standing. And this one, what should have been, has not. And now Narcs with an opportunity to 1v9. He has his op. He has not popped, so it does look like they're going to do the exact same or the same exact thing on the flip side, but 1v9 with objectives still being collected? I don't know, Brody.
Enemy taking B.
Yeah, Narx is actually starting to get in towards an EMP as well, so this is a situation very similar to what we saw from Neil in the last round. Narx is not winning this 1v6. Let's be clear about it. Like, they're stacked on the point. Like, if they choose to, they will just kill him at any point. I wouldn't want to give him this EMP, though, and they're about to do so. Narx has still got the 1v4. That's A gone. B will be gone in a second. And again, I feel the same way about Narx that I did back in round number 1 for Neil, in that you've just given him streaks and he's got the Ani. So it's like, yeah, you have an operator advantage now, but like, there's an EMP on the other side.
That's a good call. We'll see if it pans out. Bold strategy there. They were able to get the A-cap. They were able to extend the round out. And obviously, they were looking to rack up some operators for themselves, and they're going big. Sawo opens up with his first as well. Veer holding down the lanes and the spawn trap to go along with it. Shark able to shut him down. So damage kept to a minimum, the same. Not as much valued as you like for exclusive. And Animus are happy to hop this hill almost instantly. Great job of being hyper fixated on that objective off the rip. It's truly paid out for them here. These offensive approaches are going to be shut down, but they have stopped the clock momentarily.
Yeah, you can really tell the way that Animus are playing around this objective right now. It's a really good play on the whole. Of course, they do stop Exclusive from getting too much with those two early operators. Now Animus will be cycling in towards theirs. Neil going to bring the Predator missile down. Doesn't get anything by way of trophy system. Exclusive are down by 4 lives at the moment. However, they do have players push forward, such as Lighty, who did make his position known. Should be able to deal with Gefilla Redsub easily.
Oh my
was
God.
Weak. How on earth has he killed Lighty?
He's got an AR, brother. He absolutely guns you. The pre-fire's on point. Lighty gets caught with his pants down chasing, and it's very tough. 16v10, what was once a very close lead in the lives, now dwindled away. They're down to 7. Second tick of progress is going to be locked in. Lighty shut down to their last respawns to go along with it. They're not going to be able to stop the pressure here on A, and I don't think they should throw bodies at it. Shark says, I'm just going to swarm you through the backside. Either way, it doesn't matter. And just like that, we're down to another 1v scenario. Neil, last man up yet again.
Yep, all down to Neil. Again, Neil, I don't know if Animus are going to give him everything here like they did previously. They should be able to get 5 off of the play, ring around the rosy. Neil will now get the Hunter-Killer drone and now has the Eagles to work with as well. So Neil is now just going to be looking to try and get even more in this 1 versus 6. What can you get out of the play? It kind of feels like, you know, you're looking through dino poo or for objects. I don't know what's going on. Neil, what can you get?
Yeah, 1v5. He's got equals. I'd be questioning if he pops them here, but hey, you never know. He's not going to win this 1v10 check. Well, you know, close your eyes here. It's only a matter of moments. A has been captured, and at this rate, you really don't want to be capping these objectives as much as you think. You want to be setting yourself up if it does go to overtime for an offensive round. One, because nobody's won defensively at all, and they have not been even relatively close. I think that was the closest one. It was a 1v5, and that's only because, you know, Animus were just trying to rack up some operators.
Yeah, I wonder if Animus will be more successful with their operators this time around, because Exclusive kind of dealt with them relatively easily back in round number 2. Exclusive are doing the same thing, because they had some ops of their own, so they're going to dump some of their operators here. Neil's going to bring those equals in pretty much straight away. I don't dislike this play call, especially if he can procure more than just a couple of kills he's already gotten. But Lighty's going to follow up with a Sparrow. Exclusive are bringing everything in to counter what Animus have on board. They are trying to garner an early life advantage here in this round.
And they're doing a great job of getting on the objective to go along with it. So time's going to be stopped. 58 seconds, EMP's pop. That's the one that was earned from a few rounds back. As it finally comes through in fold. Stays stunned, gunned. Narx able to shut down the pressure on site. Sawo looking to put you in the blender. It doesn't check his corners, and through the smoke, it's going to be Narx able to shut him down off his off. So 16v12, still a life lead here on the offensive side. And a feed of blue not going to help either. Exclusive continuing to push the agenda here on this A site, continuing to press and pressure. And so far it's been so good. They are not capping completely, and they only have 8 lives to deal with. Can they close this one out?
Yep. Exclusive. Now, 2-6 through on towards A. They've got themselves a slight life advantage. There's 3 ops in the bank for Animus. I wouldn't be surprised if they dump them in towards this round. They're at the very least going to invest 1. Narx is bringing that Anai out. Down to the final lives. You have to make a decision. Is that what you're going to bring out? The answer is no.
Wait, this is it. They might be able to reel it back in. You have no ops in return. It's Saturn pushed up. Tremendous map space. Narx peeking through. Can't hit the shot. Narx with a chance to go big here. Put this map away. Don't even need to worry about overtime. He's whiffing. Finally, the follow-through comes in. Neil's out of the equation. It's a 3v5. They weathered the storm there for Narx, but Shark now inserting himself in the equation. Kru puts it down. Sawo shut down, ladies and gentlemen. We finally got an answer back from Animus. The control was indeed the map they should take.
Very well played from Animus. Again, we talked about it. The operators are where Animus reign supreme. Their team play in control is immaculate. And they outslay Exclusive on a number of occasions there. Both rounds that they managed to win where they cycle operators towards the end, they had a significant life advantage in Exclusive on their round win. They were the ones that I think only barely won it, more or less. I think Narx had a 1v6, I want to say, to play with, compared to like Neil, who had like a 1v9 or a 1v10. Something to that effect. Exclusive is in an interesting position here in control, because it does feel like Animus, you know, we kind of questioned it yesterday with them, their matchup versus Wanted. It's like, you know, Animus versus Wanted. They looked like a team that had really worked on their control. That was borne out here versus Exclusive. Like, absolutely, Animus are an incredible control team. We just saw that there, the way that they're playing as a team.
Yeah, their offensive pushes have to be studied at this point. Control Crossroads Strikes has been, I mean, their safe haven in any map set that we've seen. If there has been any kind of panic or struggle, you know, if you don't find success in those first 2 maps like we just saw, very close to doing so in the Hacienda, not so close in the Search and Destroy, you can always count on them putting up, if not a great map, a dominant one. And that was about as dominant as it's going to get. The offensive side strikes have been consistent. That defensive round, perfectly coordinated operators to go along with it. You had Narcs and you had Saturns with Sparrow. And then you time it perfectly where Shark is popping his as well. So getting those operators rolling early paid dividends. We've got ourselves a map 4. It is only an uphill battle here for Manibus. Can they complete the reverse and do the impossible? Something that, I mean, hasn't been done to Exclusive yet.
Yeah, this is going to be the big question. Look, I think there is a real chance that we get sent to a Game 5 here. Again, Exclusive barely won that Hacienda hardpoint, and there was a strong argument that they shouldn't have won it, right? I mean, they were getting outslayed quite heftily in that game, which again speaks to just how strong of a hardpoint team Exclusive actually are. But, you know, I think the fact that Animus were ahead in that game, it proves that Animus can well win a hardpoint. They can take a hardpoint off Exclusive. They've been, I want to say, the only team to do so. I don't think Wanted took a hardpoint.
Oh, they didn't. They took a
Exclusive.
Search and a Control Crossroads. So this team has lost multiple times on Crossroads strikes. It seems to be their, you know, I wouldn't say weak point, but they don't play it very strongly. I'm interested in why they have banned Raid. And chose not to play that instead.
Yeah, it is an interesting one. I think especially considering that Crossroads Strike was something that looked good yesterday for Animus. So I definitely think it's one of those interesting ones. Maybe they're just not comfortable on Raid. Maybe that is one of those bans where, again, we talked about it, and it's just like, well, if you're a better Crossroads Strike team than you are maybe on Raid, you could maybe feel confident that you could even win that game. Let's jump straight in towards Takeoff Hardpoint, though. Fundamentally speaking, Animus looked pretty strong on Hardpoint to kick off the day. They knew what to do on rotation, and this is one of those Hardpoints where you have to know what to do on rotation. So there is absolutely a chance here for Animus to tie up the series.
Okay, we'll see if they can strike. Control, swing map goes their way. Can they make the most of this map 4? Like time to tell. Smoke's out in the middle of the map. Of course, if you're playing hardpoint, you have a wide open objective. You dump everything in the kitchen sink as far as smokes go, and you'll collect. Exclusive. Able to get their lion's share off the rip. They've got plenty of kills. They've got plenty of time. 20 seconds and more. Nobody here to contest off for Animus, and they're getting pieced off spawn. Nobody in power positions to take out these players either, and it's just like next man up for Exclusive, and they just continue to gouge you here in P1.
This is looking pretty good for Exclusive here. Got all players in towards the time, more or less. They do get dumped out, though. Animus win those trades, and this is going to be Animus' first look at the next hard point as well. Looking towards those exclusive players. We talked about how back in map number 1, Vera and Neil, they had a slow start to the game. So far, more or less the same kind of thing. They are the lowest scoring players on exclusive. We can't see them happen again, because exclusive might find themselves down once again.
Yeah, and then yet again, Say's just doing everything he can. He's already got 10. On the flip side of things, Cmoore doing the same thing. The ball in their hands looks great. Not as hot of a start there for Godzilla either, so I say that, and he does find a 2-piece. Say's has already popped the Death Machine, and he has put him in the blender. Doesn't account for Shark. Ever so elusive. And that's going to end his reign of terror. Sawo, Tempest up, Tempest down. Does find one, but is instantly gone. Godzilla. As soon as I set his name, Brody, he pops.
Yep, Jafilla has been elite with this Death Machine. He was producing so many 3 pieces and 4 pieces of the Death Machine. Back on Hassie on a hard point. We wanted to see those same kind of performances here on Takeoff. That's exactly more or less what we've gotten there. It gives Animus a chance towards this hard point. Saturn now going to bring out the Sparrow. I'm not entirely convinced by bringing out a Sparrow for 10 seconds at a time.
Yeah.
Especially when you don't have control of the next hard point. This is a big one as well. This is one of the hard points where you can absolutely get a full 60 if you manipulate the spawns correctly.
Okay, Animus striking quickly here. Get the early rotation, but it's shut down. Sawo able to redeem himself. He's opened up the floodgates there onto the secret site. They've got the operator or the operators to pop to go along with it. Veer, Neil dial it up, and Lighty as well. Lighty's one shot. Neil on a tear. Slow start in that Hacienda. Nothing slow here. And they're going to be able to rack up the first 30 seconds almost instantly. As lead swapped in their hands. Godzilla up top. Next man up. Shut down. Back to the spawn they go. They have flipped this map on its head for the time being. And with them having close spawns, exclusive are going to be able to capitalize on plenty of time.
Now 20 seconds here left to go on this time. They slipped in the hard point momentarily, and they will slip once again. But for the most part, they've done what they needed to do. They are going to be the team to get the majority of time. I love the play call here from Animus there. They're already dumping out towards the next hard point. They're making sure they hit the rotation. Look at a player like Saturn, who is in towards that time. His positioning alone is going to stop exclusive from getting that P3 to P4 rotation that is deadly. But those kills coming through, it might give Animus a moment to pause as we look towards this rotation.
And absolutely, you got exclusive with an EMP to go along with it. Neil did everything he could to play his life up top and earn those streaks, and it paid off. Narks finds a 3-piece there with a claw. Sawo instantly mowed down. K-Room on the back wrap. Animus here for the retake early. 30-point disadvantage. We'll see if they can continue to collect some time. They step out. They throw a shoulder. They're absolutely blasted. And exclusive right back in the driver's seat here in this hard point. First set of hills almost done. They have got damn near a 50-point advantage.
Yeah, this is pretty well played from exclusive. That was a big hard point, especially considering Animus. They did the right thing, rotating early on, making sure that exclusive didn't get that wrap through, but the slaying power at the moment is way too strong. We talked about having Neil step things up by a large margin. He is doing it. He's one of the lead slayers in the lobby at the moment. At 21 kills, he's already got an EMP. The SMGs for exclusive are popping off here on Takeoff. This is something Animus were able, for the most part, to stop back in map number 1. Here in map number 4, though, exclusive on top tier form.
Yeah, this is quite literally the biggest difference. You see Shark and Saturn's the two duo that we talk about in SMGs, not really having a major factor or anything to say along with it. Narks trying to fill that role and fill that gap. On the flip side, you got Neil, who's absolutely giving you everything, as well as Lighty. The SMG is shining bright in this takeoff. 60-point advantage this week. Gear up for the back 30 of this P1 site. They got about 30 off of it in the first set of hills. So far, they've gotten a pretty decent share along with it. Animus need to strike back. They need to get something going. And what better way to do it than to hop on this hill and throw some smokes down?
We'll see. Big 3 pieces. Oh, goodness gracious. I mean, if you're talking about the SMGs for exclusive going ham here, you need something on the other side. It will definitely be Shark. Exclusive gonna have to shut that guy down before he can start to really step things up, because he's been relatively muted, as has Saturn, so far through this game. We go towards P2, and exclusive will be the first team to touch. They've got one operator on board ready to go. Neil gonna use it, but Neil gets shut down, and considering the amount of util have, Animus have got an opportunity here to come back in this game.
Oh, Claw's just gonna grief you. Pops the Sparrow, gets shut down. He will get the recharge back on that Godzilla. Looking to dial it back in. He's mowed down several here on this objective before with the death machine. He's going to continue to do it. Paving the road to success here in this P2 stair site. You've got to pay the Reaper, and Godzilla continuing to grief you. Forces spawns out. Now it's Shark's time to shine. Veer at a distance, going to be able to find one, but he's shut down. Shark in the water, and he is going to get paid. Finds another one, and we talked about him not really having that much of an impact here in this hard point. Really starting to step it up here in the second set of hills.
Yep, they are really starting to get there. Is it too little too late though? Exclusive, they're up by 40 points. They are going to get their scrap time here in towards this time. And unlike last time around, Exclusive will definitely be the first team to touch on towards the next hill. Veer is already over there. Animus last time, they had somebody towards that backside ready to go. They do get one rogue spawn through because nobody's inside red. The big question, do they read Narcs? Because he could definitely blow this up.
He could. He's got to play his life, though. Everyone's coming off the respawn. Narcs getting active early. Narcs finding the first blood. Here comes the Sparrow. Saturn pieces them through. Saturn's out of the equation. Narcs is as well. And now they're battling for spawns through the middle of the map. Veer griefing them there on the rotation. Says now with an opportunity to put them back into the blender. Death Machine expires. He finds two. Has done pivotal work here. The Claw trying to find the bank damage. Is going to be able to push out players. And Godzilla and Cmoore are going to be able to lead on through for the break.
Big break on the boot from Animus for the back 25 seconds now. Exclusive will continue to try and push them further and further back in towards this time. One rogue spawn out does come through from Says. That actually might be good here. Yeah, Says is going to find two. There's no reason to read Says in that situation. And one rogue spawn coming through means that Exclusive will be able to steal a little bit of scrap time away. So we go towards the next hard point. This is where Exclusive got a ton of time last time around. This is where Neil and Lighty had an absolute day. Lighty has gone off in the time since, and I don't think he's going to stop.
No, I don't think so either. They had operators in a foothold in the door earlier. They got plethora of kills. Animus just not being able to hold it. Narcs, what a three-piece there with a Claw to open up that first P4 objective. Right now, they have been long since on the objective, and they are getting absolutely blasted. Back into spawn they go. It has been a dominant performance here in the P4 site. You get here early, you get here late, it don't matter. Exclusive and just ran away with it. Neil, next man up, shut down. Able to find a two-piece, hold the phones. K-Roo's up top. Eats a paper plane to the face. Godzilla gonna get shut down too. It's Sawo. They perfectly time these operators in the kills. Gonna continue to light up the feed.
Yep. Exclusive, as you said. I mean, you know, if it's not just the raw slaying, it's you know, dumping 2 or 3 operators at the same time. Exclusive is so damn good at the moment. Fundamentally in hardpoint, it's what makes them one of the better hardpoint teams in the world. And Animus fighting from the back foot here, trying to stay alive in this series. Got to have Philip producing more kills like that. Really, again, it can't just be Shark that stepped up. Saturn has been huge for Animus in the past. He needs to go big because at the moment, 21 kills. That ain't going to cut the mustard when Exclusive have Slayers like Veer and Lighty hitting 41 and 40. Saves at 42 as well. Exclusive, they are simply outslaying elsewhere.
Yeah, they are. Last-ditch effort, Shark. He's running rampant there with the equalizers, providing plenty of space, but it's the nade and the gunnies. Clears off the objective. Exclusive, only needing 32 points to close this map 4 out. Takeoff has been everything for them so far. Animus, slow starts as well as no starts. Saturn's not really being a factor here. Has really dictated the pacing, and you can just tell Exclusive leaps and bounds ahead of them as far as these money objectives go, as well as some of these open ones too. But they're fighting tooth and nail. They're finding a lot of time off of this P1, and they are still staying alive here, only allowing 2 points to go in Exclusive's way.
Yep. Exclusive just 27 seconds away from victory here, looking a place in their 3rd consecutive grand finals. Animus fighting to stay alive and force a gain number 5, which could give them an opportunity to get there. And Exclusive already starting to light up the feed. They've got players forward, and this is what Exclusive do so damn well. They don't just rest on the laurels, stacking the hard point. They push players like Veer in towards the spawn to try and be a nuisance.
Narc's doing everything he can to provide a little bit of spacing there on the objective. K-Roo at a distance, gonna get pushed, singled out. 3 in the feed there for Exclusive. They strike gold. They've got the break. Exclusive able to put this one away here. Only need 20 seconds to close it out.
Yeah, they're reading the spawns perfectly as well. I mean, just look at the way in which they immediately recognize, hey, Animus has spawned out from the spawn trap. Let's go deal with them. Now they turn their heads back in towards that situation, and now they're getting the claw out as well. Exclusive, looking pretty good here to close this game, and Lighty is doing it in style, as is Sawo. Exclusive will book their place in the 3rd consecutive Grand Finals.
Animus take a map, but that is just about it. The crossroads strikes look great. We get into that takeoff. Nothing like what we saw in that Hacienda. And you can primarily think that to the fact that the SMGs were kept to a minimum. Shark started to pick it up towards the end. Saturn's really a questionable performance out of him. I know he had 20 going in the 3rd set of hills, 20-ish kills. Ended up with 26, brother. That is not going to cut it. We talked about how dynamic him and Saturn's can be at times, but this is, you know, the other side of that dynamics SMG duo that just didn't really show up. And on the flip side of things, you had Lighty lighting you up, brother. 53 kills inbound. A great map from Veer as well, too. The AR is really clicking. Says 49 as well. You see it. It's a master class on the left-hand side, and just a completely outplayed Animus roster that was a slow start. And, I mean, some didn't even really get it going.
Yeah, I mean, SMGs just feel like the conversation point here, right? I mean, we go back towards that map number 1, and really only one of the SMGs from Exclusive was activating. Neil took a while to get into the series. We go towards game number 4, and it's a complete flip the script where, you know, again, only one of the SMGs for Animus is really activating them the way that they should. And on a map like Takeoff, you've got to have SMG presence, especially, and again, leading back to the start of the day, we talked about the Switchblade meta. You've got to have those SMGs on point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's going to conclude our winners finals. Again, it's Exclusive booking their ticket to the show. They have not been denied here in EU, and nor will they be denied here in this winner bracket finals. Grand finals bound they are. We're getting geared up for our 2nd series on the day. We're going to have some lower bracket action. So some teams going to be eliminated here. As a matter of fact, we're going to have back-to-back elimination games as well as a grand finals to show, ladies and gentlemen. Still plenty to show here in EU. Grab your popcorn, grab your drinks. Get comfortable. Go put some sweatpants on. Do what you got to do. Get ready for some Call of Duty Mobile, because we're going to have plenty of it on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back in, ladies and gents. We're here for the third installment of the Open Qualifiers here in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026. I am Verdict again. Joining me now on the desk is Cmoore. Colin, brother, we just watched a banger of a winner bracket final. Now we've got a lower brackets matchup. It's already underway. We actually missed the hard point. So got a little bit of catching up to do. Shorter break than normal, but how we feeling?
Look sharp in the controls, a couple hard points, rotate a little bit better, and that series looks a lot different than what we got as an outcome. And I think that that's really exciting to see for Animus from what we were building up yesterday for this team, trying to really step up and be an exclusive heading into the major. Like they look like they've been putting in improvements, and I'm happy to see that. But for the lower bracket here, we got Wanted, Saints, like you said, and Wanted's been on a little bit of a bounce back since, I'd say, week 2. They looked like they were hitting the top of EU, and now it's just questions that was it like a one-time thing? So going into the series, I'm really looking at Wanted to just continue to show that they can.
You're absolutely right. How much do they want it? I don't want to be too, harsh on play on words, but that's the question of the day. Obviously, they get silenced by Animus in that series yesterday. Something else to bring up about the Saints roster, though, is I know that Saints took map number 1, so they're up 1-0, but this is also a Saints team who were able to push Animus to the limits yesterday as well. They take the first 2 maps, get reverse swept, but the fact that you're able to go toe-to-toe with a team like Animus certainly tells you a story about their progression. Obviously, they've been able to show up and show out. Can they execute here against a Wanted roster who, I mean, as you mentioned, are on the bounce back? This is a perfect opportunity for them to strike.
It is. And I think for Saints, it's like the story of Wanted last week is that, you took Animus to that map 5. You weren't able to take them down like Wanted did. It's just like, was this one-time things? Like, what are we looking at here for these teams? For Europe, it's just cultivating this talent and seeing how high they can go. How high can you go right now? Saints and Wanted both need to answer that question. And Tunisia up next for the Search and Destroy. I think for Wanted, we had such high regards for this team in terms of their Search and Destroy history. Yesterday, they just got mollywalked in the S&D. I mean, they had no agency against Animus in their map 2, and they got walked all over for, I think, Wanted. That is not a good look. In Combine, you start off in this best of 5. It goes all the way to a 30-point game, and I mean, Combine's just one of those maps that, you lose a couple of those money hills, and it's really hard to break back in. So I don't think I'd take that Combine really into heart. I think that I can still see this one going the distance depending on how Wanted approach this map too.
Absolutely. Great way to get the maps or the gunnies rolling. Obviously, a great classic bang out map Combine is always going to prove to go the distance, especially when you got 2 teams who want it as much as they do. 30-point difference is not a lot if you look at it from that perspective. Maybe a few money hills going or swinging the opposite way. We get geared up for Tunisia, a chance for Wanted to strike back. And obviously, we mentioned that Saints were able to take the first 2 maps against Animus yesterday. Did they have the sauce, the energy to come through and complete the series in total? Take a look at the standoff as well to go along with it. Obviously, if you're Wanted to do something, I think it's got to be here in the Tunisia. I believe this is the map pick for Saints, though. So this is going to be an uphill battle for them.
Yeah. It is an uphill battle. I think that, you go into the lower bracket, you know how much you want to make that lower bracket run, and it's going to be a gauntlet. That doesn't matter how you spin it up. So, I mean, you have to expect these games to go the distance. You have to have that gas in your tank to make sure that you can go the distance and really dig deep in these Search and Destroys to see what strats you can really unfold to bring out. So we jump on in. Looks like we got Saints on the attacking side. Wanted starting on defense for Tunisia.
This is the exact same map that Saints were able to snag off of Animus yesterday to go along with it, too. So don't want to be the person who's comparing, apples to oranges, but just something to note and bring up as we get geared up for it. First 8 rounds, again, as Colin has mentioned, it is going to be Saints on the attack. And right now they're playing it slow and steady. They've got players fan all across. 2 in mid, 1 here in A, up top in the winery site, and you got 2 with a little bit of a breach out onto the B site. They do have one player on an island on the back end, and that is going to be Mute, who has been hitting like a Mack truck here with a sniper. We'll see if he can provide a little bit of backline pressure and maybe stop this hit from coming towards this B site.
Well, nobody wants to make a move. Haviz. High-low from Champy and Lucky, and that's going to be first blood for the round. Wanted immediately going to just backpedal, play that life, and play this advantage. See what we can get for an answer back. And even with the shotgun at range, you just cannot beat the double shell out of Wanted. Another kill goes their way, and this has to be A, but there is no way in.
3v5, Saints. Santa gonna be able to find one, making it 2 there from Gone. Kel hops down, steals another kill. But it's 19 seconds in a dream. He doesn't have bomb, but he has both players in his sight. They're gonna push him. Kel not gonna be able to outclass Mute. Finds the kill with a machine pistol and what could have been a nice opener for Saints. And a clutch there for Kel. Mute providing that last kill, shutting it down.
Have the bomb.
Unbelievably comebackable there for Saints. First blood from you immediately going to be traded, but you look back at that round and you just question whether or not a life advantage really even is an advantage at this point. You're throwing away lives the way that you did. You go 1 for 1 through mid and
Bomb has been planted.
recognize that B site is wide open. Free plant. It's going to be a 4-on-4 for the retake, and you do have Axis taking the long route on the flank, but I'm not sure he's going to get here in time.
Yeah, it's all about the timing there. Player number 1 and Gone setting the back lines up. It looks like he's going to cut the middle of the map Axis, trying to do something through the bottom of that staircase. Grizz up top. Have yet to clear this angle. He's going to provide max value. 2-piece in his hands. Kel there for the cleanup with Sanic.
Not over yet.
And a great bounce back round for Saints. Go 1 for 1 through the middle of the map. Take up a lot of space on that B site. They almost instantly get the rock down. The post plant setup also
Destroy the objective.
magnificent. I like the way this Saints roster is playing. I know it's very early in the search and destroy, but they are quick and decisive on making these rotations there on that second chance here on the offense.
Back through mid. High-low doesn't work this time. You find nothing. And it's going to be 3 quickly for Saints. Now tumbling on in over towards A. Got some pressure here from Axis underneath the scaffolding, but with Mute going down and Axis all alone, that is going to be a quick one for the Saints. Back-to-back rounds, and it really looks like this team has done their homework from these last 2 rounds, especially with that B hit that we saw. I mean, they knew that it was going to be wide open for a plant, but the second time around, you don't lose that fight through mid again. And if you want to double stack it, it's okay. They're going to send 3 there.
I mean, how do you respond back? You just don't contest. Grizz says, hey, if you're not going to throw a shoulder at me, I'm just going to take up a lot of space and get you some much-needed opportunity to breach onto this B site. And look at that. Even if you redirect, he reads it perfectly. Mute's going to be able to call him out as he finds that 2-piece. But it's Kel there to clean house on the backside, able to find a 2 of his own.
Mute doing a lot of heavy lifting right now for the squad. It's all down to a 1v1 though. SKS for Saucy. Looking to keep this game in a 2-on-2. Is he going to read the close left? Trying to throw a shoulder. He knows he's there. Picks up the switchblade, and with it in the back pocket, that's going to be the tool that brings you back. Lots of time for the defuse. A big round for Saucy. 1v2 to clutch it up and keep things even.
Typical. Hey, good read. He knows he's right around the corner. What better way to chow an SMG than with an SMG of your own? It's quite literally the best in the game, up close and at a distance. Absolutely broken. Still a great round there for Saints, regardless of not winning the gunfights on the back lines. You do a lot of clearance to the middle of the map, and you take up space that was absolutely warranted. Just a great retake there from Wanted. And a great response back. Now it's over to the A side we go. Going. Looking to clear the pass there up top. Don't want to overextend here too much, but you do want to provide some opening kills to go your way. Saucy down low. And is really on an island here. He's going to get chowed by 3, and that is just not a good spot to be in out in the wide open. No cover.
No
pays a
commitment.
price.
I mean, look at how much space Grizz has on B. And you get that first blood. You draw everybody from Wanted back over towards A, and B site now is a free plant, and you got Grizz all the way up through mid. Able to catch anybody in transition, but unfortunately for Grizz, everybody's actually going around him.
Mute. Able to strike first. Grizz, non-factor right now. He is literally gone unchecked here on this B site. Gone. Able to find first there for the hold. Lucky. Through the top side. Was on this Saints roster for a while. Made the switch over to this Wanted roster, and Grizz activates on the back line for a two-piece. Quick side control there on B. Obviously, you get the first blood on A. The reinvestment back over, as you mentioned, Grizz just completely unchecked. Getting up a ton of space. Wanted have to find a way to shut him down.
You don't usually see teams play for an A crunch just for a pick, but I mean, how fast Wanted react, you can see why it's so useful. Grizz is an unstoppable killing machine right now on 8 kills for the search and destroy. Champy finally going to put him to rest. And it looks like the rest of Wanted actually going to step up in this round. 2v2. Saucy in trouble, and with the SKS, not really the gun you want to have here. Machine pistol for Mute. Sniper looking for a kill, and you might just find it. 1 versus 1.
Nade over the top. 1v1. 1v2 up for grabs. Oh, buddy peeks the sight. Kel gets absolutely canned. And Mute going big here to reel it back in. We're tied back up. 3-3. Really could have gone either way, but hey, if you want to ego chow Mute, he says he will kindly take that free money. And that's on the back of Grizz yet again finding max value through the middle of the map with first blood. So player advantage or not, Wanted are here to contest and compete. Payoff round. Hit over towards the B site. Finally an answer as Axis is going to go unchecked this time around. Can't hit the shot. The second follow-up, though, is clean. Champy there to slide through and find another. Sanic, last man standing him.
Get ready for the next round.
Quite possibly the quickest round we've seen yet.
Over before you know. I mean, Wanted, capable as ever in the search and destroy. As soon as they start shutting down these quick plays from Saints, it's not really going to be anything that the Saints can do to break their spirits. So, really come down to these first bloods. And once you take down Saints, it seems like a lot of that pressure is gone. Axis with the weight of the world on his shoulders, but he gets nothing done. And look at Grizz just running up. He's back into position.
It's huge. Oh, Nate's over the top. Lucky finds one as well. And all of a sudden, this round is still doable here for the defense. Good adjustments there from Saints, though. They clear out Axis, stun him up, tag him, bag him.
You know where Grizz is right now, so this might be the right call. Just hit through the underpass. Only thing is, through the smoke, there's not really anywhere else you can go. And as you funnel through the choke, it is just non-stop damage from the Saints again. Playing off these quick rotations from the Wanted, and I don't know if Wanted really need to kind of slow down plays like that. Just need to kind of stop getting so aggressive on these quick rotations, but their defense is over, and it's time to swap sides.
Yep, we're tied all up. At the split, at the flip. Let's see what Wanted can do in their first round. You go back to the first round for Saints, and it wasn't as successful. But the bounce back was proven to be true. Grizz in a spot here to take up a little bit of space, and this is a very questionable position. Lucky with a 1v1 could be everything here in this round, the opener. 3 players still here to open up just in case Grizz goes down. Will Lucky be able to anticipate this? Will he throw a shoulder at it? It looks like he's itching at it, but not really wanting to commit.
Here comes Grizz. Making the first play, and Lucky happy to take it. Mute's going to double down. And here we go out the gates. Mute, what a shot on the second one. Kel just gets blindsided by the sniper, and it's all Sanic on point, waiting for the rotation from Aves to get here. And for a second, I mean, you do, but it's the pump fake from Wanted that actually forces Saints on the rotation back over towards B, and they just give up the site completely.
Nades over the top don't land either. Bomb's going to go down. Aves here on the approach. There are 4 players to deal with, and while Aves gets there, has nothing to show for it. Champy there for the trade, finds the 2 last kills, and Wanted strike here quickly on their first offensive round.
Not bad.
Defend
Not
the
bad.
objective. They have
Lucky
the bomb.
Mute opening up that round with 3 kills. And Grizz just getting a little too antsy. Off that first blood. Now with the switchblade back up. Tries to work up mid. Doesn't work, so you just get back to your team. You don't want to give up your life.
So you can get the Battle of the First Bloods going. Mute clearly finding the 2-piece there. Grizz goes down early. That's been massive. He has been game changer here in these rounds on the offensive approach. On the defense, not finding as much luck. That aggressiveness not paying off. And while it's a standard 2-1-2 approach here for the defense, Saucy and crew not finding any kind of weaknesses as of yet. Still literally fanned out across their spawn, playing for as much info as they can. They still got a minute on the clock, so plenty of time to make it shake.
Lots and lots of time. They're going to use every second of it. Where is this end game? It looks like it's going to be a B crunch. And Axis is just being so patient to clear mid. But they don't want to fully commit through mid, so it's just going to back up, and everybody's going to funnel through one point of contact. Ave, will he get anything done down here? He does. He finds 1. If he finds 2, that's everything. He finds 3.
Lost the bomb.
That is unacceptable.
How did he get 4 there? I mean, that's a crazy spot to be in with an AR too. That's wow. Saucy trying to return the favor, can't get the job done. Payoff round, the defense strikes quickly back again. So long drawn out round, nothing to show for it here. Wanted wants to get aggressive here in this payoff. Well, Gone trying to hold the line. Mute able to seal the shot. Kel here for the pickup. Kel, Sanic combined for 3. Well, just make it Sanic. Saucy there to get the trade for 2. And we're down to a 2v2, make it a 1v2.
So quickly on the flank, and Mute had no idea. Now he's just chasing a ghost. Snipe it misses. Prize Fighters puts it away, and Saints with back-to-back rounds off of Ave having an unbelievable quad kill on B. They follow it up with just pure aggression.
Destroy the objective.
And that's going to give Saints back the lead there. I mean, what a life from Aves over towards B, and Gage just breathes it right back into the lungs of his entire team.
I was about to question where the trade's at. We're getting absolutely wide open chows in the middle of the map, and we're not able to convert. Finally, it is Mute who comes through. And while they got the player advantage, they only have 2 to deal with. They pick the bomb up and head towards this B site. Right call here. Let's see what the duo and Gone and Sanic can do. You got Gone on the back end. You got Sanic wrapping the rear. He might get the good timing here. Let's see if he can collect on any of these kills. Rock's going to go down 45 seconds.
Saints got get some good kills here with the SKS, but he's only good for the 1. Locust for the clutch. 1v3. It's going to be a tough attempt. As soon as you spot Axis, it's a hit marker to the chest, and Gone's not able to get it done. 6-6. We are tied yet again. Wanted not bringing anything back, and Saints, I am just so surprised at the stuff through mid. Like, that is the...
Yeah.
It's just a call that I don't really like on a map like this. I know if you can dominate mid, you can get some easy rotations to either site for a quick retake, but if it doesn't work out, you just see how impossible it is to retake these bomb sites.
Oh, they're giving it away for free right there. Grizz retreats, knew what was at the hands, and they were met with another big force. Good thing Gone's on the back lines to shut down the push. He's going to get shut down by Mute. And now it's all on Grizz. 3 players stacking the side. Grizz shut down. And just like that, it might be another round in favor of Wanted.
Again, the pump fake to make you think that you have space that isn't truly yours. You got 4, a couple rounds previously. Can you get it done now? No, Mute. Absolutely lighting up the feed with that sniper rifle, as you would expect from this Wanted roster. Mute constantly the root of all success in their search and destroys, and 15 kills here on Tanisha. He is absolutely taking over.
Yeah, these ego chows here from Saints just not paying off. I love a team that has good confidence, but back-to-back rounds where you push aggressively, one through mid, one through that B site, not panning out. Even double back on that second round. Obviously, it didn't pan out either. So aggression being met full force here from Wanted. And they were able to strike gold twice in a row. Mute, again, 15 kills. As Collins mentioned, he has been an absolute nightmare to deal with. He is probably one of the best snipers in all of EU. And here comes the aggression again. Kel just shut down. Grizz does find one, but clear advantage still in the hands of this Wanted roster.
And this rotation from Ave is just trying to anticipate a quick rut to B, but that is so late. Gone alone. Locust needing to find some kills, but he doesn't. Nades over the top. Can it stop the plants? No plant just yet. By the time it goes down, it is too late. Sniper going to be recovered. 1v3 for the retake again. And as nice as it would be, it just seems like Wanted have cracked the code of this attack.
I mean, it helps when they're giving you free kills to go along with it. You can play off trades, and, well, Wanted have done greatly in that department. They have not let any opportunities go on the waste. Axis spots them out, calls them out as well. If they, in a 1v3, they're going to triple chow you. They're going to triple swing you. They're going to put you in the dumpster. 8-6, map point, Wanted. I mean, I don't want to say they've been gifted around because they've been capitalizing on, you know, some not so warranted aggression. What are we doing, Saints? You looked great in this search and destroy, and for the past 3 rounds, you've kind of just been giving it away for free.
And it's all silent on the map. Wanted just completely changing tempo now. And it still looks like it is leaning over towards A. But unlike Wanted, Saints haven't made these quick rotations, so it doesn't seem like they're going to get anything for free this round.
Would have been handy a few rounds back to back. It might be a bit too late. Let's see if they can reel it back in, Colin. It's got to be a flawless affair from Saints moving forward. And well, right now they haven't given Wanted anything for free. They're content with playing this back line. You got Gon, who hadn't really provided as much sniper support as you'd like throughout this matchup. Hadn't really matched well against Mute. Hits now coming towards this A site. Only one player to deal with. But they got mid-map pressure control. See if they can just open this door. Is it a trap?
Senek's going to be everything here. He misses his shots. But Gon's not going to miss his. Look at the quick flank coming out from Grizz. All you got to do is play your life right now. But Mute is hunting for heads. And he's not missing.
My God.
It's all up to you now. Finish the mission.
And now it's on that rat man. 40 seconds left to go for the map. Grizz to extend this search and destroy. He's got to clear 2. Champy right in front of him. Down below, it's Lucky. His former teammate Saints gets the read there on Champy. Gets the shots to land. Plenty of bullets to shut this down. Smoke through. He's tagged Lucky. Here comes the push. Oh, he can't win it. 22 seconds left. And Grizz smell blood in the water and gets absolutely met with full-on pressure. Lucky getting the better of that gunfight. And Grizz hardly lost very many throughout the entirety of that game. We get to the flip, actually, and that's where he started to unravel a very, unfortunate series of events there for Saints, which was looking to be a great search and destroy, if I don't say.
It was really kind of ramping up there, but it seemed like the defense of Saints was really banking on those first blood engagements, and eventually, as soon as Wanted stopped meeting them with that pressure and started just reacting by absorbing the pressure, Grizz wasn't finding the value, Avez wasn't finding value, Kel went down a couple times too early, and you weren't getting those snipes from Gon like you were from Mute. I mean, like, 2 very different performances from the snipers of your team. And when you see Mute opening up rounds with not just 1 but 2 kills on that snipe, it makes you wonder what's going on with Gone and these S&Ds. It's just you need to have that Locust locking down sights, long lines of sight, locking down some of those kills. You can see how impactful it is with Mute on your team.
Yeah, I think it's so much that he just gets caught in bad positionings at times. Mute's always there to find and knows exactly where he wants to be hitting at on A side or on B side. He has been really undeniable on the offensive approach. You saw it there. He found 2 to open up the floodgates. Gone. Making the transition from site to site is, for a sniper, just downright impossible. Playing them through the middle of the map is a great idea, but nobody giving you anything in those later rounds to work with. So 5 and 10 is where his stat line is. On the flip side, Mute, put him in a blender. Definitely wins that head-to-head. We get geared up for map number 3, Standoff Control. And a map that was taken yesterday off of Animus. You mentioned Wanted being a better search and destroy team. They showed up when it mattered the most. 9-6 victory there in the Tunisia. We missed the Saints victory in the Combine Hardpoint. Would love to have seen that one. I'm sure it was a classic. I'm sure it was a banger, but we're not going to miss any of the action moving forward.
Yeah, it just kind of makes you wonder who was the performer on that Combine Hardpoint, because you go into the standoff and you need a couple of these players to really step up. I think Grizz, Kel, 2 players that you would expect to be good on this standoff and have some good performances, just like you would expect them to be good on the Combine too. But and then you wonder what you get from Sanic with this SKS in his hand. Is he going to be able to, lock down Tractor, lock down those long lines of sight for his team to not have to worry about getting pinched out for these zones? And the big thing for Saints is going to be the defensive side. I don't know who's going to start on the defensive side, but if you start on defense, you want to make sure that you're starting off on the right foot. Make sure that you're not giving up one of these zones for free and that you're fighting for top Granny's control off of these early breakoffs that you most likely would win.
Absolutely. I'm taking a look at the notes here. Standoff, it is going to be Wanted on the first approach on the defensive side of things. This could work out for Saints. You saw how aggressive they were in a search and destroy. Obviously, they wanted to push the agenda. This could pan out in their favor. They get a chance to set the tone and set the pace and kind of dictate how this standoff flows. Obviously, if you don't smash objective off the bat with 1:30 on the clock, it is just downright impossible to get anything going. So you got to find the kills. You got to find a good balance between that as well as getting on towards the objective as we get geared up for game number 3. Standoff Control. Offensive strike here for the side of Saints. Let's see if that aggression can pay off, Colin.
See if it can pay off. I mean, you win this one, you're going into that Summit Hardpoint with a whole lot of momentum. If you're Wanted, for Saints, you want to break that momentum off the search and destroy. And I'm looking at Grizz to get that done. He's got the shotgun back out, and he was the peak of Saints' attack back in that Tunisia. So see what he can get done on the attacking side of standoff. And Grizz is actually going to be the first one to go down. Axis already watching the flank with the Battle 27. He's not able to win that fight, so immediately that actually draws players from Wanted away from this A zone.
That's good, but you can't capitalize on it there. You had one life in, but you can't find the kills. I said you got to have a good balance of it. And, brother, Wanted are putting you in the blender off the rip. 7v2. Make it 10. Jesus, brother, they are gouging them. Full court press here as the spawn trap is ensuing. You've cleared the back alley, and just like that, next man up, Champy looking to get his fill. You can't get out of spawn. You can't stop that clock. You can't get anything going as far as the kills go. This is about as bad as it can get.
It's funny because, for Wanted, nobody has to use the HS. You don't need a shotgun player when you got Mute on the sniper the way that he plays. I mean, he pretty much is a shotgun in his own right.
What?
As long as he's hitting these shots. The nade over the top, that's going to land right onto the doorstep of Kel. Sanic and Gone going to try to keep this pressure going on A. You're down 8 lives. How do you whittle this away?
You just got to throw your body at it right now. If you're the side of Wanted, you have the ability to play off trades. Stuns are going to help you too along with it. Now, Floodgate over towards that B site. Saucy there to reciprocate. He's got 7. Will he be denied? Foul hitting. Damaging. Oh, Sanic continuing the rat-a-tat through. Saucy going to be forced to back down. This is a great opportunity. It's a 4v10. I don't think this is a
This is not
undoable situation.
guaranteed.
This is a nice setup here for Sanic.
Oh, but Sanic goes down, and suddenly the narrative's going to change a little bit. 3 versus 6. Here's the investment of the War Machine, and they want to end this one. What a call from the Saints, and they got the stack going. Pred Missile. You see the players in the warehouse. You find the player on the outside. It's a 3 versus 3. Nade onto Cal. 3v2. Saints still stacking. Somebody's got to contest. But out the gates, it's Grizz going to be here with the shotgun. Grizz finds 1. He gets 2. The Tempest from Mute, though. Saving the day. Ridiculous stuff from Mute. Sniper, Tempest, it doesn't matter. He is precision incarnate.
I mean, for a round that looked dead in the water, though, you gotta praise Saints on that effort. What was that, like a 4v whatever? And they reeled that back in. They did a great job of extending it out. They cap A.
It's like a 5v10.
And they instantly hit B. A 5v10. I mean, just damn near goes their way. Unfortunately for them, they didn't account for Mute and his Tempest. Operators came through perfectly on the back end. And we've got ourselves a smash and grab round here for the side of Wanted. They are going to go ahead and try to hit this site on towards the B things, and Champy is going to go ahead and breach out. This could be problems and troublesome efforts here for Saints. Let's see if they can get it back under control. Absolutely not.
Boy.
Champy with another 2-piece.
It is going to feel like a little bit of a punch in the gut after how close that last round was. You give up that B zone, and you know how hard it is to lock down A through for 2 minutes of time. And after things come down to a 1 versus 1, you wanted to go to your defense and just put an end to Wanted's reign of terror. But here's the Pred Missile looking to open things up. You got a couple player of Saints in your spawn to deal with, and vice versa. Some players on Wanted that are trying to take the pressure away from that spawn. And it's Axis. He's got the operator as well in the pocket if he does dare to use it.
Grizz still lurking in your spawn. Going to be a problem. You got tremendous pressure coming through. Back alley's going to be dealt with, so your spawns are going to be safe for the time being. So you're going to clear out blue. And Grizz and Gone and Senic are just going to continue to thread the shots. Champy can't hit at a distance. They've done a great job of keeping the waves of players off this A site, but with Saucy on the back lines, could be a problem, could be troublesome. Gone in your face here on towards this corner side. He's going to be dealt with, so pressure in the middle of the map. Now Nfinity, Mute, piecing you to go along with it. And again, another 5v10. Make it 4 this round. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be reeled back in quite like last.
Champy, 3 in the spawn. You just can never take Wanted away. And for Saints on the other end, trying to just get a little bit of payback, a little punishment on the spawns of Wanted, it just was not reciprocated the same as Axis and Champy, who just did not want to leave. EMP for Axis as well. Top of 3 operators to the 2 when it comes to that ult economy. So right away, Saucy's gonna invest this War Machine. See what he can get done with this. Mute, Tempest, not gonna find anything. But you still have Saucy with that War Machine, and looks like he's done enough to keep this attack on the back end.
Say that, and then Senic's going to be able to slip the net. He is the only player on this side of the map. He's got to play his life. He's got a Tempest. Smoke through. Mute. Here's that and wants to wait for the transition. Does get the EMP to hit, and that's going to clear out any kind of trophies. They swing them 2. And just like that, back to square one. 15v21. We saw what they could do with a player disadvantage first go around of it. It's on them now. It's everything to keep this map alive. Grizz going to be able to clear out Axis, who has been on a tear. And so now Gone's chance up here to strike.
Grizz. Not able to read the Tempest of Mute. What a shot from Mute. He gets done there. Gone. Kel. Still looking to stabilize. Just down by 4 kills. And you do have a player push all the way up. That's going to be Sanic inside of 10. Trying to work some of these kills off spawn. Whittle down those lives even more.
Oh God, we're on the objective. 9v12. They've rolled it back in. Last chance opportunity to strike. Sanic on the point here over at B. They're collecting double time. This is spreading the defense wide, but it does not pay out. 2 go down instantly. Champy tries to get the topside control. Is shut down, and now for the first time in this control, we finally see the advantage for the side of Saints. They're going to be able to keep the dream alive, bar a 3v7 Miracle Champy. Last-ditch effort. He's going to have to force the push out. He's done. Mute. Last player on this side of the map to make anything happen. He's going to be able to find one.
1v2.
Mute.
Hunter Killer Drone's going to be used. Mute has to go inside. Is he going to be able to read the pressure from the front? The Hunter Killer Drone's going to miss. Here with the slide, and Aviz, fires his way across. He flies back into B. And that's going to keep Saints alive in map number 3, 2-1. A big attacking round going to the Saints. Off the back of some pretty heroic plays out of Gone, Grizz, and Kel. Aviz towards the end there, obviously having a big play to win that round, but you gotta praise the pressure onto the spawns of Wanted right now, and Saints doing a good job at stepping up in that firepower.
Yeah, they've been completely unchecked here, getting on towards this B side. They're going to get it for free yet again. Predator missile to try and reel it back in. No trophies there to save. Mute didn't have one to go last round as a smoke player, and it allowed that paper plane up in the air to cause damage. Champy adding value there too as they solidify the first take of progress. Sanic now clearing off the objective, looking for that full court press, going up there to tag team with them. This could be troublesome here for the boys in blue. Wanted getting grief out of spawn.
And you're just seeing that confidence start to spring now for Saints. Life advantage by 5. Raising the gas station, hunting for a little bit more. With the shotgun in his hand, he's going to get it done. Axis quick to trade this. And Saucy goes down on the spawn, so here we go for Wanted. They got a chance over towards A to stop this clock at 43 seconds. No double time this go around, but this is your chance to get the setup, and as quick as that setup is activated, it's immediately dispersed.
Yeah, it's going to be met with equal force. Saucy shut down as well. You still got one player on the back line in Axis. He's done a great job of taking up a lot of space as well as finding tremendous value in the kill department. Is going to get shut down, though, so what pressure you did have is going to be mitigated. However, that pressure did allow you to get some time here on this A site. And it's going to be dealt with, too. So back to the spawn they go, 8v11, 20 seconds on the clock. You've got to play this TDM out, and you've got to play the objective to go along with it. They've done a job of getting to open up the floodgates, but now it's down to the last stand.
Yes, it is. Mute. Nice shots again with a sniper. 5v7. Life advantage for the Saints on the defense. And suddenly it's just down to 1. 3 players lucky. Would have loved to get this one. Saucy's going to invest the War Machine. He wants to put this away, but they just do not have the lives to step up to the oppression. And even though War Machine's going to take down Aviz, it's a 1 versus 1. Axis not able to get on in time.
But it's not over yet. Ready up.
Man, you invested a lot, and we still got overtime. Obviously, you're trying to extend the game. You breach out, and you try to clear off that front side of court, and it does not work out. Operator goes to waste. You do find the kill, but nobody to stop the clock, and a misplay from Wanted. Could it cost them? As they're going to have to do it on the offense. Yeah, again, back-to-back. Hit over towards the B side. As I mentioned, gone completely unchecked through the first 2 times they've done it. Third time, no different. We'll see how it's handled. 2 players there. Mute trying to clear out the spawn trap. Gone going to be able to collect. Champy, big-time player making a big-time play on this OBJ. Breathing second life here in this B objective, and he's just going to continue to equalize damage. Gone, next man up. Could be another casualty, and he plays it smart by backing down.
Doesn't want to be just another number of the stat line of this equalizer. So B-Zone's going to get captured quickly. Wanted. Looking a lot better on this attack, and kind of walking on eggshells here if you're the Saints. You saw how this went all the way back in round number 2. You know this is exactly where Wanted want to be prepped, and Axis is going to go ahead and hop onto B.
Axis now looking for that spawn trap presence. He is no stranger to being here. Oh, gets the flick on Aviz, but can't win the gunning at a distance. Champy's going to be able to get the trade. So 20v13. You've extended this one so far, Saints. What can you do to reel it back in? You don't have the life advantage. You don't have the pressure of time to force their hands, and you're not winning the trades. Saucy's putting you back in the blender. Axis right there, too. They're stacking this objective. Time's going fast.
This one is over. There's no way Wanted are going to lose it with 2 minutes and a 16-4 life lead. It's more so a matter of when, not if. And the A zone's going to get captured, and Wanted are going to go into the lead for the best of 5, 2-1. They progress. They get pushed the distance on the standoff by Saints all the way to around 5 after being up 2-0. But that is not going to matter for the Saints at all. And quite like we saw back in the Search and Destroy, it's almost going to be a little bit of a kicker after how close the end was for you to go into that round 5 for Saints and just lose it the way that you do. There was no agency in that round. There was no fight in that round, and you just got manhandled.
Yeah, you look back at it, that first round was everything. Mute doesn't win that 1v1. This game could have very easily gone over to Saints. It doesn't even get to overtime at that point. Obviously, things change throughout the rounds as we progress, and the pacing of the game changes as well, but a lot of confidence would have been awarded. A 5v10 would have been everything. Saints not able to get the job done here in the control. They went up quickly 1-0 in this series and have dropped back-to-back maps. Big round there for Axis. The spawn pressure was felt almost instantly. And, of course, Mute's gone big, too. So the two top frags of that Wanted roster putting on and providing tremendous amount of kills there in the control. So, and, of course, that Mute 1v1, huge.
That's going to bring us into the Summit hardpoint now. So heading over towards Summit after seeing the way that first map went really makes you question what went on in that Combine. Is it the fact that Combine is kind of just a slay fest? I mean, as long as your subs are cooking, you're feeling good. But when you get into these longer maps, these bigger maps, and you see the impact of the Sniper of Mute, you see the impact of the SKS, and you know that Wanted are just able to lock down a lot of these big times, a lot of these big long lines. And as much as you want Grizz to be that playmaker with the shotgun in his hand, when you go to a map like Summit, that is a big ask.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can get back into swing of things. Slow start there in the standoff. Didn't pay out at the end, but a bang out map nonetheless on our hands. A little more, I'd say, not as many money hills on Summit as it is in Combine. A very mixy P4 and P1 and P2. P3 is literally the only one that you can almost guarantee spawns could 90% of the time force your way into the objective, regardless of getting the majority of those kills to start off. I've seen a lot of smashing through the front here lately, though, so too. Summit could be a very questionable map in here and play. We'll see if Saints can make the most of it. Bias that game 5. It is now or never. Winner, Wanted, they move on in the lower bracket. If Saints lose, they are out here in the third open qualifier here in EU, Colin. Now is a better chance than ever. Let's see if Saints can strike back and keep this series alive.
That's what they're going to be looking to do. Push it to a map 5 search and destroy. Summit.
Hardpoint identified.
How icy can you be? This P1's going to pop in 3 seconds. See what the opening salvo is going to bring to you. Nades over the top. Sanic for the first blood, but it is immediately going to be met by Force. Mute inside. Still with pressure. Dancing around, and he's got assistance. 3 down for the Saints. Wanted going to kick off with a little bit of this hard point time, but you got to be worried about his Mute. He's on a streak.
Yeah, he is. Shut down. Okay, shotgun's out. It's Grizz. Veteran to this game here in EU. Axis at a distance, playing absolute power positions to a T. Contest still going to come through. It's finally going to be cleared out. The next wave up. Shut down yet again. Shotgun out for Grizz. Shut down as well. Axis is just ripping through you. And nobody able to fire back off. Finally, they push them by 2. They get the break to go along with it. Who would have known? You clear out those control sites. You clear out those power positions here, you might be able to get some hardpoint time.
I was wondering who's going to start looking at Axis there, and it just felt like he was so free on that point. But for Saints to kind of be losing in the slaying the way that they did off this first point, it's actually a great comeback off this first hill. So see if they can work their way back into the woes of Combine, and so far not so shabby. A couple players on the inside for Saints. Wanted trying to pressure from the outside. And even with it, you're just not able to find these kills. Saucy finally able to do some damage, but it's too late. You got numbers now for Saints to push forward, and Grizz is in a great spot with the shotgun.
Oh, this is his map for sure. Smokes through in the bottom side. Finally going to be dealt with. P2 out in the open. Saints making the most of it. Sanic going to be able to pop there for the Tempest, able to find first blood, able to find a 2-piece to go along with it, but it's in retaliation on the flip side of things. Tempest out, Champy Gonna get a 2-piece, but it's Sanic who finds the 3 in the upper hand. Saints here in the numbers. Not so fast, my friend. Kel, last man up. He's going to get shut down. They got the pressure on towards that back line. That's exactly what you want here for this P3 side. As I mentioned, if you're looking for money hills, look no further.
Yeah, look no further than P3 Summit. Here comes Mute. Tucked away. 13 kills. Can he make it 14? Won't be so. Kind of crossed up there. Starting to come into the ops now. And it looks like Aviz is going to invest the War Machine right away. Kel with the claw. And together, they're going to cut down 4 of them. Still spawns out in front, so these ops can do a whole lot of damage through these close quarter battles, especially with the equalizers in the hand of Grizz. He's just going to pop out for 2, 3 dead in the feet again. And Saints, after losing so much off of P1, his P3, P2 chain has been so fruitful.
And they're just playing into a team, man. It's clinical performance so far. They blast the ops too. Access able to slip the net. Dealt with. They have been flawless here in P3. Great anchoring, great extension out in the front. You saw Grizz plowing them, and now they've dumped the spawns to go along with it. So the back 15 up for grabs. Champion crew gonna have to settle for some scraps, but some much needed time after getting absolutely griefed there on the P3 rotation from P2. Now we set eyes on the P4. Saints there. Kel playing the cutoff. Doing a great job. You've got spawns anchored too as well. They've done a great job of turning these hills into money so far. Now they just got to find a way to deal with Mute.
Yeah, and for Wanted, just kind of felt like scraps for a little bit. Gone on the Pred missile. Taking down another one. Sanic's going to invest his Pred missile, so a lot of Strays going to be invested just to keep this one in the control of Saints, but Wanted do break through. Aviz, it's his turn. Battle 27 just not hitting the shots, and Saucy with the back spawns will be able to get the setup in for the Wanted.
Yeah, they get those back spawns. They get the hill. This is a great way. Great break. Much needed time here for Wanted. Look, back 30 up for grabs. Someone's got to hop the hill. Hop the hill. Access there. Going. Pop. Dead. Death Machine. All right. All's well. Ends well. Just hop the hill when you get the opportunity. The hipfire spread finally going to come through for Axis, who finds a 5-piece himself. He said if he can't anchor and play the objective, he's going to do both. Brother was going absolutely crazy.
But even still, I mean, you're giving away 14 seconds at the end there, and Saints are going to be happy to hold on to what is a 30-point lead heading into the second set of rotations. Yes, Wanted have built up a couple of streaks for Axis, but I mean, Saints have just been on spree after spree. You gotta hope that these rotations can be a little bit better for Wanted, because missing out on both P3 and P4 rotations is just not going to cut it if you want to take this in 4.
Yeah, and you got to clear out Axis, brother. He is just, there's nothing flashy about his gameplay. It's point, name, and brother, he's hitting. You give him a bow, he'll do damage. Kel, now next man up onto the objective. Contest looking like it's going to get cleared. Aviz pops the War Machine and spinning 360s looking for the kills. Finally going to be able to find one on the backside. Well, this could be some pivotal time here to continue this lead. Saints running away with it here in P1. Let's see how much more time they can grab.
Yeah, see what they can get done. See if Wanted can break back in for the scrap time, but they're not even able to get that done, so still spawning on the less preferred side. Still Saints with numbers in the hill. Rotation over to P2. Now trying to get forced out by Wanted. You can see that they are vying for top mid control. And finally able to clear out back at P1-2. Equalizers for Champion. Does he use them here, or is he just going to hold on to him for a little bit?
There goes who popped the question, and it's a perfect setup. They're looking for the P2 time. They're looking to get back into this. They don't want it to get too far out of hand. And the operators there from Saucy as well. Now I'm starting to question, do we need all this investment for the time to go along with it? Champion finally going to get shut down. And what do you have to show for it? You do have the spawn pressure towards New. Here comes a Predator from Champion to shut down the pressure on P2.
It's only good for the one, though. Still Saints are soaking up hill time. And this is just not good enough for Wanted when you're investing so much. You're right. I mean, do you get anything from it? So far, the answer's been no. Prize fighter for Sanic. And the trophy back in. He slides out just to assist the rest of his teammates in damage and doing a great job at that. Still 20 seconds to pick up. Looking to buffer your lead out to 165 if you can get the rest of this time. But it doesn't look like Saucy's going to try to fight back through this one, but Wanted are just getting shut out of this map.
Yeah, they've got spawns locked down for New 2 Saints here to play. You said these bang out maps were going to be favorable to Saints, and they have proved us right so far. Backline's now looking to get tested. Champy might have slipped the net. Let's see how long he's going to be going before he's sniffed out. As soon as I say that, Sanic and crew pull out the big guns, and they're looking to extend this one out. Perfect timing for the operators. You burned a lot trying to get that time off the initial there for the side of Wanted. They have nothing to show off that P2, and they are getting absolutely connected here in this P3 site. It is all Saints all the way.
All Saints, start to finish. Double the points of Wanted. And counting. No flank, but this is where Saints did a good job of just locking down this time by funneling everything through the middle of the map, and they win their fights yet again, still collecting this time, and they flip spawns too. This is what I was talking about. I mean, you just cannot win Summit if you continue to fight from the less preferred side for these hills and miss out on every rotation.
And now you're getting dumped too, and you're not even getting scrapped, brother. Last 5 seconds up for grabs, and you're getting crumbs on the table. You have been absolutely dogged throughout this one. And it's a chance for Saints to put this one away. 199 to 103. Backline still held. Champy's there. Grizz popped. Here comes the equals. He's cleaning house on the back lines. He's going to have to clean out one more, and he has done it. This is the break here early on. Axis with a quick response, but is it too late?
Doesn't seem like it. Just one good hill. That seems like it's all you need. The Saints are going to continue to throw their bodies. Champy with the equalizers finds absolutely nothing, and it's 3 down again for the break, and this is where Saints are looking to put things in distance of a map 5. Sanic now with the Tempest, flooding these lanes. The chain's got to be careful. Axis can't even push this one, so it's another couple of seconds for free before you even get a chance, and the kills don't even go your way. Another 4 go down.
No. It's Saints on Saints, buddy. Wanted, fighting tooth and nail yet again. Scrap's going to be awarded for them, and they're going to have to earn that one too. Last 5 seconds up for grabs. Wanted. At this point, man, it is all but over. 231 to 118. Chance to put this away here in the P1 reset 3rd time around. You need to be flawless if you're Wanted moving forward. Saints, you just need one good break.
That's what you're looking at here, Kel. Claw at the ready. No need to use it just yet. Kill still flooding. 14 seconds left. One more chance, and it's going to be a pinch from both sides, but the kills just aren't there. Aves with the War Machine. Grizz still finding shots with the rifle. And another clearance means this one is done. Nobody's going to touch. And the Saints are taking us to 5.
Oof. What an answer back. A damn close control standoff. And a dominant Summit hardpoint. They've won both of them so far. And now we go to a map number 5. The plot thickens. This Saints roster have made numerous roster changes throughout the entirety of this 6-week spread. They picked up Lucky. They picked up Grizz. They lose Lucky. And now Lucky's on the other side of the board. Grizz have teamed up with Lucky from the beginning. And right now, they have a chance to get revenge. It is an opportunity for them to strike back. And Wanted, I mean, they had no foot in the door in that hard point. I mean, they did not look cohesive. They didn't look coherent. They got outslayed. They got outplayed. They got out-rotated. P3 and P4, they didn't find any time.
I think that the big thing for Wanted here, and this may have been what happened in the Combine too, is that you just missed out on every single rotation. You were losing those spawns, you were losing the setups, and you just never really had a chance at fully stacking a hill and pushing those lanes and using your operators effectively. And you can see a little bit of issues there for Wanted in their hardpoints that needs to be fixed if they do win this best of 5 and move on to play Animus yet again in this bracket. So Coastal's up next. You go back to the Search and Destroy, and let's reflect a little bit on Tunisia and kind of what happened, because when it came down to the defense, these two teams looked, or the defense of Wanted, these two teams looked kind of neck and neck. I mean, it was 4-4 at the half. You switch sides, and then Wanted just came alive in that map number 2. The big thing was, and the big story coming out of that map 2, was the sniper battle between Gone and Mute. And for Coastal, that is very much going to be the same deal.
Yeah, and the one big thing about that too is the spawns here and the ability to transition from each site is going to be not as limited as what you saw in Tunisia. It takes an awful long time to rotate from A to B if you're holding either of these sites. And as a sniper, that really can change the flow of the game. Obviously, you're going to be looking for those first bloods to the middle of the map, looking for any kind of transitional approaches from that defense or offensive side. But being able to connect from one dot to the other as quickly as you can here in Coastal, I don't think we're going to see that sniper have as limited effect that Gone had in here. I think he's going to be able to get his fair share. I think he's going to be able to provide a lot of support. And I think it's going to favor the players who are able to be aggressive early on. I think Grizz is going to pop off here in this map. He's going to need to in order for this team to stack. Because when it was neck and neck in that search and destroy, he was doing everything he could. I think he found tremendous value in the first bloods. He went completely unchecked in the middle of the map. He's not going to be able to get away with that here. But I believe his aggressiveness can pay dividends as well, as long as he's hitting his shots.
100%. I think that this is just where both teams need to have a little bit of a talk going into this map 5 and to kind of find your identity for the search and destroy. I think for Saints on the attack, do you try to commit to sites a little bit quicker? You know, give Wanted no chance to rotate. And for Wanted, when it comes down to their defense eventually, starting off on the attacking side, I need to see them fix up and not be over-rotating too early where Saints are putting that pressure down. We've seen one too many times things not go their way just from missed calls alone. So see if your IGL can lock in and keep you in this.
First 8 rounds on through. You're going to have the Wanted offensive strats coming through. Standard 2-1-2 split. That is in the middle of the map there for Saints. See if you can provide a little bit of coverage here on this side. Saucy, SKS in hand, he has been an absolute nightmare to deal with. Right now, everybody playing slow and steady, winning the race. Gray's going to be able to push out an aggressive set. I said it would pay off. You've got to hit your shots. Axis right here to hold the fort down. So, bomb's going to be collected. And it looks like they want to push the agenda here on towards this A lane of things. They did get the first blood here on B. They could bully this player, but Gone able to provide a pivotal shot and win that 1v1 against Mute.
Yeah. That's going to slow things down, certainly, but you're down to the last 60 seconds. The bomb is leaning on the A side. It does look like you're trying to get a play through mid if you're Axis. But he's just going to peel back, and everybody's going to be hitting this 2-2 hit onto the site. Gone misses another shot. He's in trouble. You need to take one down, but you just can't get it done. And here comes Wanted, checking off names.
They got them both forced down, too, as well. Kel trying to get a little bit of control back in. Wallbang's not landing there through. Bomb's going to go down. Axis striking gold yet again. 3 kills to his name. He found the first blood. And Grizz to open it up. And a chance for Aves to do the 1v3. It's Axis there with a shotgun to shut him down. A massive first round for him as he finds 4. We'll see if Grizz continues to get aggressive through that B side. Obviously, it didn't pan out for him, but as long as he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing, maybe we'll see him get better results. But Wanted perfectly executed on the takeover towards that A site. They get the bomb down instantly. They find the kills to go along with it.
Still opting in for the patience out the gates. No pressure onto the sites early on. Got Mute, the sniper, trying to find an angle into B. And he's got it. Aves, will you try to answer? You will. Catch him on the exit, and that keeps you even. A big kill onto Mute. Should keep things at a standstill for the next few seconds.
It has gone completely silent here in Coastal. You said it's slow to push down, and it was true. Nade doesn't quite land there on the Grizz and take him out, so he's able to recoup, regenerate. Saucy, Nuaves was here last. As the callouts came through, he was able to capitalize on Mute, who did take some shots in the middle of the map, trying to retreat back. Poor timing. Great for Aves. Saucy looking to get that retaliation. I said he was a terror earlier in this series. Has not found anything just yet. Well, he's just going to back on down. Hits back over towards that A side as the bomb's collected. 40 seconds here for the push.
This is the right call, too. Sanic is alone. Needs a kill. More importantly, needs to stay alive. You got a quick flank coming out from Aves, and Sanic is doing everything right now to give him that timing on the flank. It's going to work out. Aves finds Saucy. Down low is Axis. A 1 versus 1. It's the Executioner for Axis trying to put it away. Shot's just not hitting. He's got to get the bomb. 17 seconds.
Oh, Aves just got to hold the line. Axis, he's going to force your hand. The hit marker. 10 seconds. He's going to collect. Oh, my God. This guy's gotten 4 kills each round. There is no way he does that. The call out at the bottom of the staircase should have been it. And I don't know what took Sanic so long to force that push down. As soon as he does look down, it's Axis there with a shotty, and he collects. Wins the 1v1 at the end to go along with it, and things getting ugly here for Saints early on. That should have been a round in their pockets.
And round 3 seems like Saints are a little bit rattled off that. Back-to-back rounds where it goes down to the wire. Aves pressured out by nades. 2v5 on the retake. You only got 40 seconds to figure out how to get it done. Saucy's going to reconnect with the rest of the squad. Full setup now. No way in. No way through. 3 rounds in a row.
But it's not over yet.
3 rounds through, and you've got Kel and you've got Grizz both on donuts. I said for this team to be strong here in this search and destroy, you got to play to your strengths, and the strengths have been Grizz finding those first bloods. Now, what I will say is they're on the defensive side of things. It's really hard to dictate the pace when you're having to wait for your opponents to make the move. Grizz being called out several times already here in this one, and Kel not really providing any value either. They're not just going to funnel in for these shotgun shots to hit on towards that B site. They're going to be looking to seal the deal with some at range and force the agenda over towards this A site. And, well, the pressure just hasn't been very well met. Saints down 3-0 here in this search and destroy. Trying to dig this boy out.
A little bit different of a setup here to A, with 2 players stacked inside the halls. Sanic's still going to be watching the outer push, but nobody's watching mid, so Saucy's feeling a little cheeky. He can get active, but with the aggression, it's going to pay off for first blood, and as soon as you get it, you get out.
And look at Grizz. There's the call, too. He's going to try and push the agenda on the backside. And he's going to be met with so much pressure here. He has got to be flawless here. He's got to find at least one. That'll be value. Saucy, as we mentioned, provides value through the middle of the map. The trades are in. 1 for 2 we go. As Champy's able to find another. Grizz out of the equation. I said he needed to find one. There's the floodgates. The hit over towards the B side comes through. They're going to have to play for this retake. And it's already so hard to get back in control of this site. They do have the 3-headed approach here, but Saucy able to find the first. This one might be dead in the waters. 2v4.
Wanted are just a step ahead right now. I don't know what to say. It just looks like Saints are out of it. And a lot of these cheeky clutch plays that we would see in previous maps where they won, especially the hard points, it's just not the same in the search and destroy. In Grizz, you don't just get to sit in a corner and wait for the perfect timing. Same thing with Kel. It's just like, what are we looking for here? We need to start getting aggressive. We need to start playing for that space and playing for timings. And what do you know? As soon as you do that, everything flips.
Axis shut down. Bomb's going to be compromised to go along with it. And, well, we tried to do something different for Wanted, and it didn't pan out. The aggressiveness, just not to play. They flood the middle of the map. They get absolutely griefed. Grizz and Kel both find their first blood. And what a way to break the seal. I think it was a very similar start and the first search and destroy that we saw. I know it ended 4-4 at the half. This is a chance for Saints to come through in a much needed last 3 rounds here on the defense. They've got to find at least 2 more.
Nades forward. Saints just going to run it down. Outer A, 3 players just looking to funnel into the spawn of Wanted. Grizz finds one, but Mutant Lucky quickly going to answer this one with aggression of their own. Saucy shuts down the playthrough mid, and it's all down to Gone now. 1v3. As the checkout play does not work, and Gone has just been not a factor with the sniper today.
Whoa, what are we doing? Your shots haven't been landing. You're forcing up. You got to play a little more defensively here in this regard. I like the way that you mirrored your opposition. You knew they were collecting a bomb. You knew they were buckling up for a B hit, but you were still late getting there. Floodgates are already down. You're down in a 1v3. There's no way that we're pushing up that far. Doesn't pay out. 1v5, 1-5 rather, in the scoreline, and Wanted yet again striking back. And I mean, that was a discombobulated round off the jump. You're getting griefed in the middle of the map. You're caught just completely lacking. A little bit of a Bobby stun there from Mute. Kel tucked away nicely in this corner, though.
I like this from
Yes.
Kel. Like, this is what I wanted to see in, like, previous rounds. You don't need to flood into the spawn of Wanted. You just need to block off these rotations and these routes. It allows for just a better setup through mid, a better setup over towards B, but I mean, for Saints in this one, they don't trust Kel. You got Sanic right here just in case he needs to trade, but because of that, it's forcing players away from B from your own side and allowing for a chance for Wanted to get this rotation for free.
You see Gone, he's on the back lines there. He is going to be forced to push through mid. And Grizz now left to fill his role. I don't know if I quite like this approach. Saucy in the middle of the map yet again. He's tagged him.
Oh, and look at Kel. Look at Kel.
And look at Kel, yeah.
Like, he's getting all the information, so here's the rotation. Everybody's going to have to set up. The difference is Axis has snuck in. And I didn't think anybody knew, but now they do. He's going to ring the doorbell loud and clear. Saints now looking to jump onto the opportunity to take another round. 1 versus 3 for Lucky. Switchblades out, swings back to Sanic, and the SKS is going to give Saints a second one.
Even though Kel doesn't get any kills on that backside, he redirects the pressure and opens the floodgates in for Grizz to cause a lot of chaos on that objective. So you called it. Great positioning from Kel. He gets all the intel, doesn't get the kills, but provides a lot of space in the middle of the map and takes up a lot of focus. Grizz going to be met with a lot of force here. Is going to be forced to back down on this site. Gets first shots to land. No, it's Axis. They've cleared house. They've got the site. Aves through the smoke. Aves, triggered patient, is paying off. He gets a 2, make it 3. Can't get the 4th, but he's done damage.
So is Saucy, and so is Axis. It is never over in these searches. Wanted want you to know that they are in for the long haul, switching sides onto the defending side now. We get to see what Wanted has on this half, because their first half was impenetrable, it felt, and it really seems like Saints are stumped on what to do.
Nades traded through the middle of this B site. Grizz hit, forced to back down. Grizz hits, forces the player to back into the corner. They know they want to hit for this B side. It's aggressive. That can pay off, and they've played aggressively, and it's paid off. Not on the defense. Need to find a way to close this gap quickly, because this map has gotten out of hand. Axis tucked away in the... Yeah, I love this corner. Here come Kel. They don't get anything. Champy doesn't even need Axis here. This is crazy.
Oh, geez. You need something at A now, and Gone is looking to dig you back into this game. See what Lucky can do here, and he's got backup, some solid backup. They don't even know Lucky's on the bombs, and he's going to find his 6 of the map. It's Gone now. Again, the sniper last alive. With a kill in the round, but only 3 on the map. Bal 27 is going to be recovered down low. And Saucy's going to be the first one to drop, but they know exactly where he is, and you can start to see the collapse come through. Will he reach Champy? Shot doesn't hit. And the damage is too much. Wanted on 7, 2 rounds from the map. 2 rounds from the series.
2 rounds away from Animus. And a chance to get their revenge for the 3rd and final open qualifiers here in the 2026 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Wanted. Just wanted more. Can they close this out? Or will they allow an opportunity for Saints to strike back? Axis with a J358 out in the open. The Executioner finds first bloods, quickly traded 2 for 2. Make it 3 for 2. Hold the phone.
Hold up.
Mute's traded. Now it's all on a Grizz and Sanic. It's things slow down.
And look at Grizz's positioning here. I mean, bomb is down in A. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was down low. So you get the recovery and you get over towards B, but it seems like Wanted are going to be fast in this rotation. The only thing is their rotation takes a hell of a lot more time.
The bomb has been planted.
Pressure's on. Grizz needs to be the tip of the spear. Grizz! Caught out in the open. Sanic, last man standing, nades, doinks him in the head. He's forced to back down. He does have a nade at his hands. 30 seconds. Here comes the hit. Mute. Lucky shot down. Mute, the next man up. He picks up the shotty and he seals the deal. Body shots to go along with it. I love it. Bad blood in the water. And look at that. Some TLE World Championship tags that go along. Mute with some big 1Vs throughout this entire series. That one might be the hammer that strikes the nail.
Might be. Oh, you Saints, it just really seems like they are stumped on these searches. And I say that even though this was Tunisia that was tied 4-4 at the first half, but after that, it was a different type of pressure that Wanted was bringing to these S&Ds. And a lot of hope that somebody from Saints is just going to pop off for a multi-kill, which is not a recipe to success. So in the last rounds here, can Saints put on a show? Kel Grizz opens the door to B. Bomb is here. They'll get a plant, and Aves is in great spot.
Aves goes huge there. Hops around the corners, one shot. Gonna take up a lot of space, and here comes Kel to save the day. He finds the two-piece, and you said hope was needed. It came through. Grizz and Kel absolutely pop off in that round, and Saints stay alive.
Another one for the team. And you're lucky that Kel got there. I wouldn't want to give Wanted a chance at that retake. Instead, they're going to take a chance towards the spawn. And with the SKS ripping heads off your shoulders. 2 versus 2. Mute still on the end of long. And you're getting a lot of info from Axis. He's got a flank, but he is missing the timings.
Oh, look at that. You can't even make this up, brother. EMP over. Nobody home. Mute in the middle of the map. Wall bangs.
They
Nobody
still
there.
think it's an A.
They, I mean, hey, what has given them other thing? They cleared the backline so fast. There's no time to react, and Axis doesn't get the time. So 40 seconds here for the retake. It's a 2v2 and a dream here for the boys in blue. Saints lose this round. They go home.
Here we go. Double chow in. Ava's going to be the first point of contact. Need gone there for the trade. SKS in for the flash, and you get nothing. Gone. Evaporated. Aves done for and Wanted. They've done it. All the way to a map 5. It's a Neslo to take them to Animus in losers round 6.
Was questioning if are they going to peek Aves right there. Don't need to. You get the intel off the stun. 9-3 victory. Wanted. Shut down Saints here in a game 5. They were able to snag the hard points rather convincingly, at least the summit from what we saw. Close one in that combine, but man, they were completely outclassed in the search and destroys. A really long time for Grizz and Kel to get going. Caused a lot of damage up front. Those first 8 rounds just so damning. 6-2 lead. It's just tough to bounce back on a map that's, so momentum based.
Just even like 9-3, and it's just the performances that I'm just going to continue to save for this Saints team, because might I add, this Saints team has pushed a lot of good squads the distance in this qualifier, and I don't want to take that away. Taking Animus to 5, taking Wanted to 5, it's just the search and destroys, man. Like, you go into it, and when you have, Kel and Gone at the bottom of the board, when, those are players that you need to be making some plays, especially Gone on the sniper, with seeing how impactful Mute can be for Wanted. It's just points that need to be talked about for improvements in the future. And I'm not going to say that, Gone can't be that guy. Gone totally can be that guy. We've seen it countless times for the Saints, but today, it just wasn't that day. And for Wanted on the other end, I mean, you had countless players really stepping up, really answering the call. I'm really impressed with the way that they've been handling themselves throughout this bracket, especially after losing to Animus yesterday, the way that they did. They get a chance of revenge now in the lower finals versus this Animus team. And will it be a different case? I don't know. I'm still worried about their hard points, but when it comes to the searches, I expect it to be better than what we saw yesterday.
Well, you're still looking at a team that is dealing with a lot of adversity, okay? You've got the opportunity to make some changes. You pick up 2 big players in Grizz as well as Lucky in week 2 of your open qualifiers. We go into week 3, you lose Lucky, you still got Grizz, and they're accommodating on the fly. The fact that they were able to take it the distance against Animus needs to be studied as well as Wanted. You just have to clean up the search and destroys. You look damn good in the hard points. The control was a 50-50. You win that first round, maybe you get the tides going for you and you're able to find some momentum and steamroll. But hey, you know, it happens. This is still a very young team, and it's still very much so a team that's still trying to accommodate to everything that's gone through. Wanted or solidified.
Yeah.
They lose out on Spy, which is obviously a big thing, but Lucky is able to come through and fill that gap. Not as well, but he's still trying to adjust at his new role here in this roster. He's used to being a sniper too, but Mute is just so damn undeniable.
Yeah, you can't take that away from Mute. Yeah, nobody can take that away from Mute whatsoever. And I think that Lucky, I mean, with this roster change, it's been impressive for Wanted. And there's still time for improvement for this team. So undisputedly, I'd say that this squad has put themselves into the number 3 book for Europe. Can they beat Animus is the question. Just going to have to wait and see verdict.
And we are. We're going to find out on the other side of this break. It'll be Nfinity and Colin moving forward in the lower bracket finals. We got a matchup made from a last event series. Obviously, Animus cleared them 3-0 in the lower brackets, but Wanted showed signs of a lot of pressure. Event number 2, they got a chance to strike back here for the last finale. Will they be able to get the job done on the other side of it? We'll find out. Short break here in our lower bracket finals on the other side of this break.
And I'm muted. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2026. This is the European qualifiers and the final day of the split before the all-important points major, and we are down to our final 3 teams. Of course, exclusive in the upper bracket, or the grand final, excuse me. That is of no surprise to anybody. Down here in the lower bracket, though, you've got Wanted and Animus throwing down once more. I'm Nfinity, joined by Cmoore for this matchup. And Colin, this is going to be a banger because we've seen this match multiple times before, and more or less every time it's been a different outcome.
Muted myself, by the way. I actually thought to myself, unmuting, like, oh, I can't do what Brody usually does. And I thought it was really funny that you actually muted yourself. That was just, in my brain, hilarious. But yeah, I know. I hope this is going to be a banger between these two teams. Unfortunately, though, the last time these two teams met up, the last 2 times, it's been a little bit one-sided. Animus has really answered the call after losing to Wanted in week number 2. And both times 3-0'd Wanted in turn. So for Wanted now, coming off the back of a long, grueler Game 5, losing both the hard points against, Saints, I think coming into this one, I'd be a little bit worried still for Wanted. I don't know if I'm 100% on board with Wanted being that team to be able to take down Animus still, especially with these roster changes, still trying to gel together with Lucky coming in for Spy. Yeah. But, I mean, you look at this Animus team, they have a lot of experience against them, quite like Animus 2 exclusive. So hopefully Wanted can kind of put something together between last time they met and this time to push them the distance.
Yeah, 100%. I did wonder kind of what Wanted would try to do differently into this best of 5. As you said, there's a couple of roster changes to talk about today. But, the vetoes is one way I think Wanted needed to change this comparatively to what they played in the last round. They played each other earlier on today. And they have made changes already comparatively to the upper bracket semi-final matchup. So you remember that, obviously, we talked a lot about how great of a team Animus were in the Search and Destroy and the Control. And they look particularly good on Meltdown, Search and Destroy, and Crossroad Strike, which is also, by the way, a map that Animus took earlier on today versus exclusive. Interestingly enough, Wanted get rid of both of those maps in the veto. And I think that's the right play call, right, Cmoore? If you look at the kind of history between these two teams, obviously last week, even before the 3-0 in the lower bracket final between Animus and Wanted, Wanted still beat them in Game 5. And I think, seeing the lack of success that they had on earlier today on Meltdown, or yesterday I should say, on Meltdown and Crossroads Strike Control, I think just getting rid of those, that's the right decision.
Of course. I think that it's just going to come down to players performing on the day for this matchup. And we even saw it, just earlier in our match previous with Wanted. And when you go to the hard points, I think that there's a slang discrepancy that you need to start worrying about. And not only the slang discrepancy, it's like the setups to your hills are very scrappy. You never truly see Wanted in a point of power in the rotations that they do have. And for Animus, they certainly won't let you do that. So you go into this Hacienda hard points and you look at players to really step up here for Wanted to start to be the voice of reason, to like look at a rotation and say, hey, I'm going to pick up top office. You guys look towards the hill, somebody blocks spawns, just make sure that you're communicating, make sure that you're looking at these rotations as if everyone is important, because Wanted gave up way too much versus Saints in their match previous.
Yeah, 100%. For me as well, and the other thing we're going to consider here for once we get into the P1, which we know is always going to be a mixed fest, I got to see Mute step up in a large way, right? I know it's a lot to put on one player, but it does feel like a lot of success for Wanted is driven by one player in the form of Mute. And if you go back towards that last series, Cmoore, and Mute just was not there at all. Like, he was there, but really, unironically, muted. Not that great a performance from him, especially compared to what we just saw in the last series. So if we see Mute come up here the same way he was in the last series, Wanted will have a way better time.
I agree. And Wanted so far, not too bad off this P1. Mute already on 3 kills, looking for his 4th one. Another 3 down in the feed, and now you're looking towards the rotation towards P2 with the last 20 seconds. Might be a little too early to call, and Animus are still fighting for this all time. But last 10 seconds, Animus looking to get something off of it, but most importantly, they're going to be the first ones over to this new hill.
I'm not surprised. Wanted almost kind of rotated there a tad early and then decided to just give up on the rotation. That is a risk considering there is Animus presence over here on said rotation. Shark is going to be the guy to do so, and waiting pretty patiently for the rest of his team to make their way over. Well played by Shark. Good individual play, and that's the Shark that we know and love. This guy has really stepped it up a notch for Animus over the course of the last couple of weekends of play. And those individual performances, they're the ones that wanted you to shut down.
So here's Animus in the fight back. Fighting from the front, flooding on in. Back spawns for Wanted. Can Animus hold this? There's no ops going to be on the field at the moment. Shark trying to fight out through the driveway. Here comes Wanted for the recontest. And Saturn just lines everybody up. He's almost at his Sparrow. Now he's going to have it with 20 seconds. Yeah, why not use it right now? Saturn on an absolute spree. He's going to use the Hunter-Killer drone too. It's just mincemeat right now on his way to an EMP.
I don't know. Obviously, the combo on the feed doesn't actually show how many kills he gets. That I'm fairly certain that was like a 9 spree, including the kills he gets with the Sparrow. So, fair play to Saturn. Might well be one of the better Sparrow players we have here in Europe. And that is going to give Animus a significant advantage here going in towards the next hard point. Where, again, we always talk about it, and it kind of feels like a cliche saying it at this point. This is not a kill you, generally speaking, expect to see any team get a plethora of time on. But Saturn, the way that he is playing at the moment, as another little 4 spree from him there, as he gives Animus the first look. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me.
Saturn's just going to use the Pred Missile right away. Why not? Saucy War Machine fights back in. Here's his Pred Missile. And it's not going to find too much on the outside of fences, but on the inner, it does take down 2. Still, Kru staying alive is going to be enough to put some pressure into the hill. The contest back in for Animus, holding on to this lead. Good wall bangs as well. Thela going to be forced out into the War Machine. 25 seconds, lots of time to grab here, and looks like good Thela going to be able to lock down the rest of it with his team. So good clearance, and last 14 seconds, I'd like to see Wanted just chalk it up and go to 4.
Yeah, 100%. There's no real reason to just hit too much towards this old scrap time. So also just going to try it, and it's not the end of the world if you do get in towards the next hard point. Obviously, there is that 8 seconds between times. Lucky does find that kill against Shark, and they will stop Animus from stealing it, but you really do have to be sure that you're going to be the team on this hard point, because historically speaking, this has been a pretty good hard point for Animus in the past. They know how to use their ops here. Saying that, Shark pulls out as he pulls and almost immediately dies, so let's hope for Animus' sake that they do get a charge back on that.
Red Missile from Lucky. And that's going to keep Animus on the inside right now. Tie game. Momentary tie in total, as Animus are going to fight their way back through mid. Sparrow was invested from Saturn. Kru still holding on to his. And no operators for Wanted to break back in, so it's got to be down to the guns, the nades, and everything hits perfectly. Animus break down. And that is a huge break for Wanted.
Yep, absolutely beautiful coming through from Wanted. You take down the operators, you find your way through towards the time, and now you're starting to get kills yourself as well. It's been an incredibly back and forth game. Wanted will look to get in for the last 10 seconds. Kafilla and Narks will find themselves a couple of 2 pieces respectively, and Lucky also there for a 2-piece of his own. The back and forth nature of this hard point will continue, whereas there is literally nothing splitting the difference between these 2 teams so far. This is very reminiscent of what we saw earlier on yesterday.
Very, very reminiscent right now. As Animus going to go back into their lead on the rotation to New. Butte slots his way in for a second, and look at the slaying coming through. Now for Wanted, they want to get aggressive and push these spawns, so delaying Animus's way back in. Wanted with a momentary lead change into the new set of hills, and they have the better side of the map too, so if they can hold on to this setup for just maybe another 20 seconds or so, that's going to put a lot of pressure onto Animus to make some moves.
Yeah, 100%. And this is, again, one of those hard points where you really can steal a lot of time. So I think Wanted know that. They've proven that in the past. Animus, though, more than anything, generally speaking, very good at securing time off P1. So far, doesn't look like that's happening. Kru is being a nuisance up top, and he's doing a really good job at keeping these guys away at the moment. Surely not number 4 for Kru. He's burning through them. Look at Kru.
Oh my
not
goodness.
Stopping. Surely not another one as well. Doesn't really matter whether he gets that. Kru is storming the lobby at the moment at 30 kills.
He's going to go down before getting that EMP, but that is a huge moment for Animus, because you look over to the new hill, and they're going to have players in position to do a lot of damage for this rotation. Trophies are going to be inside, and here's Saturn with the Sparrow, trying to block off that closet. Kru, the Pred Missile, and Shark and Narks both going to answer the call to assist. So full team effort from Animus, holding this one from the front. You still got Wanted in the back for a quick break.
I don't necessarily hate this play call from Animus. Investing pretty much everything in towards this time. You now do have to deliver, though, because all of your ops are now down. Wanted to have 1 or 2 ready to go. They've actually got a lot more than that, and they're going to invest in to fight back for the back 30 seconds. Shark might well find 2 before being removed. Mute keeping everybody from the fences spawns back towards the hard point, and well, Wanted looking relatively good to get in towards this time. They're going to allow one player to jump up from the water side. That's not particularly enthusing, but yet still, Mute is here with the equals. Will end up going down, and now 1 over 10 seconds left. Will manage to secure that scrap time. So yeah, bit of a weird back and forth there on that hard point, right, Cmoore?
It is.
Animus, they basically invest pretty much everything in towards that time, and even with that, they still lose the back one.
And I don't want to put Animus on as high of a pedestal as I think we have been for too long, because even looking at their matchup versus Exclusive today, like where we kicked off, you and Verdicts, I mean, they were in control of the hard points for maybe 90% of the hard points. So the fact that they walk away losing them to Exclusive really puts some issues in your mind for what this team truly can accomplish. So for Animus, I mean, it's not really just Wanted that need to prove something. I feel like they need to prove something here too.
Yeah, 100%. I think both teams here, showing that they have kind of storylines to deliver on, shall we say for sure. I think for Animus, they looked really good and we were gassing them up. So far, I wouldn't necessarily describe them as perfect here in this one, especially as Wanted are now starting to find kills on the fence's hard point, and they're pushing out as well. I love the play calls here from Wanted with 15 seconds left. Animus now going to have to start to decide whether they actually want to invest in towards this time. With the back spawn, they might as well send a couple of bodies at it just for the contest. We've already seen that can be effective, but still, it's towards the next one. That's the big rotation, and here begins the foot race for it.
A foot race to P4. 2 players from Animus will be the first ones in, but do they raid Mute on the flank? No, and Mute's just going to force them inside. They stay alive. They come back out, and it's still going to be a battle here for the time. Guthila trying to dance around. Nice shots on Axis. Will pepper him down for Kru to finish up these kills. Still in the contesting boat is going to be Mute, but it's now operators for Wanted to see if they can break back in from the less preferred side.
Yep, we'll see if they get it done. Saucy now with the War Machine, not going to land anything. There was also a Sparrow invested in that flurry as well from Wanted, so not going well whatsoever. And now Animus starting to cycle back in towards theirs. They've got the equals out. Shark, again, finding 3, getting down. That feels like a pretty consistent thing for him so far. Kru's not going to deliver anything either, but Gafilla has been a monster with this Death Machine. He's the biggest threat that Wanted have to face.
And they just go over the wall, so Gafilla not really going to get as much done with the Death Machine as you would have hoped to, but it does get everybody else into position, and Narcs goes crazy with the claw. Lead change for Animus into the 4th hill of our 2nd rotation as we get ready for the 3rd. This game tied up 158 to 156. So everybody going to get ready for this one. Both teams have been pretty good for trading time off this 1st hill. My question is who's going to be the difference in this P2, because this next P2 might change the course of the entire game.
100%. P1 last time around, Wanted managed to get a ton of time away, and that's the thing that Animus will want to prevent. Last time they kind of had Kru roaming the zone top side, keeping an eye on Wanted, making sure they don't get numbers in towards the time. I suspect the same kind of case will try to be pulled through here by Animus. Kru already started his reign of terror with a couple of kills, and Saturn following up. Again, it's the exact same strat core here. Kru is the one creating space. The rest of the Animus team happy to fill it.
Animus starting to pull away. Worrisome look for Wanted right now as you need to step up in the slaying, and there you get the answer for go down. Narc's going to keep you out of the hill. But you look at the race over to New, and you actually get caught there if you're Mute, and that is going to be tough because it's just Champy alone. And he needs to find 1, maybe 2 kills to make this comfortable, and he doesn't get any.
Oh man, that is unfortunate. Sometimes you call somebody out, you need to see them getting kills, and they don't do it. And it leaves Wanted high and dry. Yep, those spawns are going to flip. But again, that's kind of readable. Animus will know about those spawns, so it's not necessarily the end of the world. What is the end of the world is if you don't find the kills. Axis doesn't find anything with the Death Machine. Knocks out through the other side. Animus still holding on to this time for now. And now they're really starting to push deep in towards those spawns as well. It's a complete stack from Animus.
Saturn and Kru are having a generational map right now for Animus. 30-point lead and counting. And here comes the equalizer for Shark. 3 kills in for the operator. Saucy gets nothing done. Kru to the assistance. Champion out for the hipfire. It lands. Just contesting, throwing bodies as much as you can. Just stay alive in this map. 22 seconds. And this would be a great blunder if Animus could toss this one away. For Wanted, they desperately need this time, but they are getting nothing out of it. Not even kills.
Animus very happy with the amount of time they've stolen away from this hard point. Wanted, I will say, I'm a bit unimpressed by the different looks that Wanted usually throw at P2. Didn't really get much else from them there apart from let's just try and hit the driveway and hope for the best. And they could not brute force their way through. Punished for it because now we see Animus with the biggest lead they've had in a fair while now. As we go in towards the next hard point, they've got a claw ready. Wanted though, pushing in from the other side, they don't read that.
Here comes Narks. Looking to call game. 23 seconds. This is desperation. Wanted on the back spawns. All 5 players here. They don't have any operators. They don't have any strings. It's just got to be the guns, Brody, but I don't know if that's enough.
I don't think it's enough. Not with the way that Animus are playing. They're reading everything perfectly in the moment they're slaying out. They've really started to step things up over Wanted, and Wanted have not had an ample response. There is some kills in the feed now. Saturn comes through, the only SMG to get in towards the time, but that's not enough. So Wanted looking to extend things here towards the next hard point. They will be able to do so, and they will still fight for the scrap time tooth and nail. This 10 seconds is still important to them, and they will find the kills for it as well. Animus with those close spawns here, Cmoore. That's actually going to get Wanted the first look at next hard point as well.
187 though for Wanted. I mean, this is going to be everything for them now on the setup. And that's a huge clearance for the inside of the map. As you have Hall's control, you just need to win your fights in the front line, and they do that. Saturn's coming up with the Sparrow again. No Pred missiles to worry about. Trophies are going to be important right now for Wanted.
And one will cross the 200-point barrier here. They're going to be the team in. One player away from the rest of the action will be Saturn. He has to punish at the correct time, but it's not going to matter. Mute brings out his Predator missile, removes him. There is still a player on the spawn out as well, so Animus will get another shake at it, but Wanted, they are quickly accumulating time.
This has been a solid 20 seconds where Animus hasn't even had a kill. And they're getting shut out. Finally, Kairo's going to finish this one, but you got EMP, you got operators now. Wanted, suddenly this is doable.
Double option coming through though. Saturn comes through for 2. Cairo also there, and that's now Animus breaking through. They can win. Wanted, they need to contest force a P1.
Cairo on the front line. Here comes the contest. We will be going to a new set of rotations. But Brody, Animus in full form right now. You're coming up on operators, and you got hunter-killer drones. So for Wanted, how good will your setup be? You need to pop the EMP.
There it is. They can't use their ops anymore. EMP out. That means Animus cannot use them moving forward. But Kairu, he is himself an operator. Big two-piece coming through for Saucy. Get towards the time. You've got to contest somebody. They do remove Shark from the hill.
Yeah, they're going to get in. Guthilo, though. Big double kill. Mute finds 2 of his own. Still holding on for Wanted, grinding their way through. Shark of the Equalizers looking to cut them off, and there's nothing equal about this. Animus clear the hill. And although you get pressured to the end, it's a 15-point game. It's Animus opening up the series.
Goodness gracious, what a start to this best of 5 as Animus do take the Hacienda hard point away. And it did feel like it was those final few hard points where they pulled away from Wanted, because up until maybe the P2 on the second set, everything was pretty much even. We saw a relatively close game. We hit that P2 on the second set, and that's where Animus really started to kind of pull the strings in that game. They get the majority of time on that P2 on that final set. Then of course I think they get the majority of time on the Fences hard point as well. The Rock is a little better for Wanted. It keeps them in the conversation, but honestly for me, Cmoore, damage is done by that point.
Damage was certainly done, and I mean, you got to give a lot of respect for Wanted for what they were able to do on that P4. We asked them to play perfect, and I think they played 90% perfect in that hill. It was just the last 10% that shook them off the edge. The EMP nearly gave you a chance at the rotation, but because of the grace period on a lot of these rotation the hills, Brody, I think it just gives a lot of time for Animus to, get rid of that EMP, shake it off like it never was there. And the Equalizers, man, the Equalizers of Shark, of course. That's the one to call game. You go into Coastal now. The search and destroy. We saw this just before the series started with Wanted taking a game 5 against Saints on this map mode combo. And realistically, there was nothing that the Saints could have done to stop Wanted from taking this map. So I'm excited to see what Wanted can do against Animus here.
Yeah, for sure. And I do feel a lot more confident about Wanted's chances on this map for sure, especially comparatively to what we've seen from them in Search and Destroy in the past. I think the big thing for me is that Coastal offers, I think, a few less opportunities for Shark to do what he was doing versus them on Meltdown, Search and Destroy previously, right? Where he was kind of that roaming sub player. Even, earlier on today, like Animus seemed to kind of have a little less effect on Fine Range. Search and Destroy with Shark, albeit that was against an exclusive roster that was kind of just running straight at them. Coastal is just not a map that plays like that whatsoever. So I think, you know, they will not have to deal with that as much. And then on the other side, you've kind of got this Wanted roster that do seem legitimately good at Search and Destroy. They know what they need to do, you know, in terms of being in the right places. Like, fundamentally speaking, their Search and Destroy is pretty solid. It's just, you know, when we talk about them versus Animus, the last time we saw them play, they simply got outpaced in terms of who was the one setting the pace every single round. It was Animus. I don't think they're going to be able to do that here versus Wanted.
I agree. And I think the big thing that worries me for Wanted is going to be that Combine hardpoint in the 4th slot. Like, you lose this Hacienda, and now that puts so much pressure on Wanted, in my mind, to win Coastal and Raid if this is going to go all the way to a 5th map in firing range. Firing range is a question mark for me. I don't know what to expect when we do get there, but for Wanted, it's just getting there is a step in its own, and I think that's going to come off the back of this Coastal and Raid. I don't really believe that if we get to that Combine, Wanted want to be down 2-1 at that point. They need to be leading into that map.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's difficult to imagine a situation in which they win the hard points in this series for sure. Animus, they seem pretty set, especially with the way that Keiru and Saturn are playing right now, dude. Those guys are on one for sure. And Saturn will need to be on one here again. The shotgun players, even though it's not an R9 world anymore, are still pretty important here on Coastal Search and Destroy, as are the sniper rifle players. And we look at a player like Mute. This is where we need to see Mute step things up. He is the guy in Search and Destroy. He's put up insane numbers before. And he's probably the person that Animus will be avoiding. I mean, look at the presence already at the beginning of this round. Not a single person is challenging out mid because they know that Mute's watching it.
Oh, bomb's still down. Mute. Does he get spotted by Keiru in the jump shell? Keiru's actually going to back off of mid, so there is an opening now for Wanted to get into B if they want to. Just Mute is dancing with the idea that there's still somebody here, and he's not all that confident that he even wants to try that for round 1. It is just too much of a gamble, it seems.
The issue for Wanted, I would say, is they've got to start playing aggressors here. Mute is the guy, checks that corner, nicely done. Oh, has seen Saturn. And that's actually a bit of an awkward challenge to take, because Saturn's probably the one player that you do not want in that position. Mute is whiffing. This is so unlike Mute to not be hitting these shots. He has to be more successful.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly you're looking at a little bit of a panic with 40 seconds left on the clock. And you've given a chance for the rotation. Now there's 3 players on B instead of 2, so this is going to be even harder to break if you're Wanted.
Oh, Mute just keeps on being in bad positions. He would have sat there. He would have seen Shark make the cross. Now Shark is going to find 2 kills. Shark's going to find 3 kills. And how about that for a butterfly effect? Mute doesn't get Shark. Shark finds 3. Mute down for the count. And it's all down to Saucy here at a 1v4 when that rock is down on site. This round is donezo. Saucy not on your Nelly, mate. And yeah, I mean, Mute needs to be the arbiter of these rounds. When he doesn't perform, Wanted aren't going to win him.
That was our conversation just against Saints, is how much Mute's success on this team really determines the outcome of these maps. And whiffing all those shots, you're right, Brody. That is tough, especially considering it could have been Shark on the end of that barrel going down so early into this game. Champy's the one to lead. It's going to be a full-blown hit over towards this B site. 1 for 1. Lucky finds a second one. Keiru still giving the team a chance for a retake 3-on-3.
Oh, man, no, you've got to stick to that play, Mute. You can't just be sitting towards the back of the site. He'll preserve his life. Yep, and that's why Narx is now able to get through, take Lucky down. Re-wrap from Champy is not necessarily terrible here. Yeah, Champy might have just saved this round. Well played to Champy. Mute down for the count, though. Shot through the wall. It's going to bring us down to a 1 versus 1. And Keiru, he knows where Champy is.
Well, Champy's got the reposition. It's just going to be laying prone close. The SKS not going to hit the head of Champy, taking 3 down to put that round on the board for Wanted. Tying things back up in the second round, not letting Animus come out to a quick start.
Defend the objective.
A big round there coming through from Champy. Nice little redirection in the late play. Those kind of heads-up play calls that will win you Search and Destroys versus Animus. What won't win you Search and Destroys, though, is if your sniper rifle doesn't get any kills. Which so far is the case. Mute has not been affected through really both rounds now. That's a good start. Saturn down for the count. They know that's the shotgun out of the play. And they're also making a fair bit of stink over by A. They don't have the rock to actually follow through on this one, and a good call on towards Shark there to take Axis down.
Enemy has the bomb.
This felt like a really advantageous position for being for Wanted, and even with Mute taking out Narcs, it doesn't really feel like it, because you don't have full site control just yet.
This is a quick play from Shark. Saucy's going to be completely unaware of this. And it's a little too late. Here comes the play. Patience on the trigger. And he gets his. Can he get away? No! Champy locks it down on the wall bang. Bomb still has yet to go down. You're getting a long flank coming out from Kru. Gothila just needs to play his timing off of Kru's contact.
That's Kru. Finds that kill versus Champy, brings us down to a 2 versus 2. Defense of the site here. Actually, probably the players I would want in this situation. You've got an SMG and a sniper rifle, but once again, Mute is losing his fights. That nade was going to be good for some clearance here, but they will get the reset and play this 2 versus 1. Why wouldn't they? They've got time.
Lucky, though. It's the information that there's going to be a group back up, and there's the information on the players. You find one that gives you a chance, 15 seconds. Animus have to work this one fast. And you get the player on the defuse, but unfortunately, there's still enough time, lots of time for Kru off that trade. You needed to take down Kru, but instead you go for the bomb planter, and Animus are going to be happy to win this one. A big, big round from Kru.
Oh, man, I don't want to keep on ragging on him, but it just feels like Mute is so ineffective at the moment for these first 3 rounds.
And you know,
He stays up in that 2v2. That is absolutely a winnable situation.
it's a situation, too, where it's like, yeah, maybe Mute underperforms. But if Mute's going to underperform, somebody has to answer the call. And somebody has to be a weapon for this Wanted team to maybe change that narrative.
Just don't know if Wanted have that in them. Saucy certainly doesn't. He's already down for the count. And Wanted, generally speaking, have shown that they're not very proficient in these situations where they're at a disadvantage. Really only Champy's found any value out of those situations so far in this search and destroy. Wanted are stuck. If they do throw the shootle through, it might actually connect. There's nobody with trophy systems on the other side. It makes one player weak in Shark, but doesn't do any more than that. And that's a nice little stun coming through from Shark as well to get them out. So Wanted are making slow, steady progress in towards B, but Animus are so reactive. I mean, they've already covered their bases.
There it is. Kru ripped off by Mute. Bomb now getting collected. It looks like there's going to be a play over towards A. 2 players split on both sides. You do have a player mid that's going to be Shark, so he will be available for a quick rotation to A if needed, and he needs to get here with pace.
Stops are nice. Oh, God. Narcs is putting on a clip show right now. Saturn on the other side is definitely not someone you want to face down on the entry in towards the B site. Again, Animus have all their players in the right position. Completely different play, by the way, from where Saturn's is. We'll talk about that here in just a second. But Wanted now for the 2v4. They're playing it correctly. They're trying to isolate these players. It's not happening. And Axis, unfortunately, you don't have the 899 anymore. Narcs, an absolute demon in that round with a sniper rifle. And he's in the right position as well. You know, previously he's been kind of positioned in the middle of the map, sometimes over towards B. And they've had Saturns on that A site. That's not the way you should be playing a shotgun sniper kind of dynamic. You need your shotgun in B and your sniper by A. They switch it up for that round. It works way better.
Well, here's a fast hit through mid. Saucy in the smoke. Prize fighters looking for the player just laying down. And Saturn was there. He's moved back over to see if he can find anything before these players enter the B sites. And with that shotgun blast, it's going to put some doubt in the minds of Wanted on whether or not they actually want to go here. Instead, they're rotating right to Gothila.
This could be everything. Oh, Gothila, can he find anything? Oh, Mute, no! He doesn't find a thing! And you'll take that 2-for-1 all day long if you're Animus. Gothila in the perfect positioning. And now Wanted have to make the play call that maybe someone from Animus is going to get over aggressive. Saturn has done exactly that. Saturn, do not peek this. You have no reason to peek this. Champy almost gets a freebie. Saturn's just going to get away. And that's fine. I was going to say fine for Saturn, but he does not get all the way away. Champy's able to track him. Brings it down to Kru for the 1v3.
I like this, though. I don't think Lucky saw him. Unfortunately, though, Kru figured he'd take a shot anyways. Wondered if he was seen or not. And Wanted are going to be happy for that round. That could have gone so far out the window with Gothila's play through mid. But instead, Wanted double down. They play a little bit more patient, and they allow Animus to make some big mistakes in that. So, see what happens on this attack, because it is going to be a bomb in the hands already for Axis, and it does look like there's going to be a quick hit to A.
I like this play from Animus as well. They're going to use all their utility to try and slow this up. Opening nade from Saturn is pretty damn good. And he's just going to keep on shouldering. If anybody tries to chow Saturn out here, this is going to be difficult. Worth saying as well, Animus have once again got their shotgun player over towards B. This is not necessarily, or A, excuse me, not necessarily the worst play in the world. What might be, though, is if you lose your sniper rifle player, Narc's not going to lose it. He's going to win that fight versus Axis, and options now really starting to feel a little bit thin for Wanted here, because you've got 60 seconds or so on the clock. You've got to make a decision now, and that's getting taken away from you, because look what Animus are doing.
Yeah, just no space on the map to move. Shark. Tough one there. But right away, Cathila is going to be making some plays, and another double kill in the transition for Cathila, limiting Wanted's choices even more. His bomb is down in mid now. Champy's got to make a play within the next 45 seconds. Lucky that the submachine gun 2 and the switchblade hits the trade, but it's just too much, Brody. There's just too much to do right now.
Man. Animus is so reactive. Like, so damn reactive, right? I mean, like, they make perfect play call. You've got Saturn on towards the A site instead of the B this time around. That works out perfectly. Narcs draws that first blood, and immediately they recognize, all right, well, there's only really one way for those wanted players to go, so they're going to wrap back towards B. They take that space almost immediately. Gifilla did it in the previous round as well. Like, the play calls right now are exemplary. Wanted having none of it, they're going to full send it.
Impede out. Shark. Good nade. That's going to force everybody to pump the brakes a little bit into the spam damage that Animus is giving. Kru finds a second one on the entry, and Wanted are completely thwarted on this attack. And look at the space from Narcs on the other side. If he hits that, it's round over. Mute gives him a chance.
Man, it's crazy how ineffective Mute has been hit. Maybe Coastal just isn't his map. I don't know. It was, what, Tunisia was the 30 bomb, I think, that we saw from Mute? We are a far cry from that, aren't we? He's got to do something special here. He has to take out Saturn. That is the only way you win this one. And honestly, at the close quarter range, he has got to get the snapper going. Unless they don't take that route. Unless instead they go through the middle of the map. Then it's all down to whether or not Kru sees them.
And he doesn't. Not throwing util. They're not doing anything. Kru takes down Champy, though, and that's the bomb, Brody. So everything that Wanted was trying to get done in this round, immediately you have to backpedal if you're saucy and hit some unbelievable shots. It's just not going to happen. Mute on the other side. Sniper ×2. See what they can get done.
Now just down to Mute. And he's going to get beamed as well. Shark for the double up to close things out. And yeah, I mean, you managed to surreptitiously get 2 players in towards the A site. That's all well and good. If one of those players isn't the bomb carrier, well, then it's all for naught anyway. And they learned that the hard way. Wanted. Oh, they are very much down in the dumps at the moment on their final offensive effort. And honestly, very few of the looks that they've actually tried have worked. They've tried that barrel in towards B. It's not worked. They've tried to take out the shotgun or the sniper rifle by A. They're not winning those fights. Just something. I don't even know if you've got any tricks left in the hat, any rabbits left to pull. I don't know at this point, because it feels like the strategy book is relatively shallow.
It doesn't really seem like they have too many more pages to dig into. Animus have shut you out from this map so far. Last round of the half. See where you can finish this one off. First blood will go crazy. Saturn yet to find a kill. He's going to be first contact, and there's Mute sliding right into his line of sight. Lucky breaking the sight open. And unfortunately, Axis will go down trying to re-clear space, but you do get the bomb and you do have numbers.
And this is something good for Wanted for once here. Now it's all about reading the players. Oh, goodness gracious. Kru's just shot Lucky through the wall. And now Wanted have to be prepared to take these fights from multiple angles. Shark has been the guy to deal with these players before. Can he do it again? He is going to get caught out, and now everything coming from one side.
Everything's just going to funnel in. What a round this would be for Wanted. Surely they don't throw it away. The slide out. There's Mute taking down Gothila. Everybody else just going to follow in suit. Saucy finishes things 3-5 for Wanted, swapping sides on the half. Animus leading by a good margin. Should feel good about going on to attack now.
Objectives.
Animus. I wonder how their attack's going to look here. Saturn is the point of any contact would be incredible. And Narcs immediately searches out Mute and takes him down. Isolates one player on B. They know that it's unlikely to stack more than, what, 3 players on towards B? So as long as Narcs is keeping an eye on the crosshair, they should be able to get that bomb in towards B. This is a very peculiar look, though, because everybody's still by A here for Animus. That bomb is hanging about B. Like, are we trying to get the bomb down, or are we just literally playing Search and Destroy for the kills?
I think we're playing Search and Destroy for the kills right now. Skithio's going to be in a huge 1 versus 1. Has a little bit of assistance, but needs to be the one to make the play for the site. Lucky standing tall. 2 versus 2. And Lucky's just going to post himself up into the corner. He is in such a good spot right now.
Enemy.
Last one. Complete the mission.
Just comes out to the 1v1. On the other side, Saturn. That might have been heard again. Every little slide, jump, reloads. It's all audio cues that Champion might well take advantage of. And that little bomb plant, that's one that's going to draw him in.
Good shots out for Champy. And he's just looking to dance. He's got to make a play for the bomb. And you're going to know that if you're Champy. So you just let him. Play for the retake. Play for the time. Give yourself a chance to just create a little bit of doubt in the mind of Saturn.
Jump shots over the top. Very little of it going to connect. Tables have turned now. Champion needs to be the aggressor here. Being thrown shoulders. Time starting to run out. You've got to take the fight sooner rather than later. And it's Champy that gets the headshot for the dub. A big round there for Champion. An even bigger one for Wanted. Considering the way in which Animus were
Lost that round, but it's not over
really
yet.
swirling around them like shark-infested waters. The fact that Wanted are able to win that round, that's a bloody miracle.
Miracle indeed for Wanted. And that brings things back to a 1-round difference. Champy, unbelievable plays here. And I asked, who's going to be the weapons of this team when Mute's maybe a little quieter than usual. So far, Lucky and Champy have been answering that call. Champy for another first blood. It does get traded, but still could be numbers. And unfortunately for Axis, Saturn had just the gun for the task there. B site is wide open.
Yep, and that continues to be a fight that Animus are winning. This time around, they're actually following through with it, even if they are in the 3 versus 3. That decision is one that they didn't take last round, and I don't think they're going to make the same mistake again. Can Wanted get the kills through the bookshelf before that rock goes down? I don't think they're going to. Maybe post-plant kills. That would be nice as well. A lot of utility being sent in here. It's going to weaken up Shark, and a nice follow-up nade as well. Stuns will slow things, as is the snipe from Narcs. That brings it down to a 2v2.
Can they do it again, Brody? For the retake this time, over to B. That could be easy. Some players to go big, but you've allowed Lucky into the lion's den. And here comes Saturn with the shotgun. Just dancing around.
What?
Narcs isn't going to trade it. Instead, he's just waiting with the L-car. Allowing this time to bleed out. 10 seconds. Narcs goes down. The race back to the bomb. And he's got so much time.
Why is Narcs not helping? Like, we're in a 2v1. Like, just double tell him. Like, I know that you've got the L-car, you've got your sniper rifle as your primary, but, like, just help. You being there in a 2v1, that is, again, that's what we talk about when we talk about European Search and Destroy being piss poor. Like, the fundamentals, man. Sometimes they're there, and sometimes they're about as far away as humanly possible. That's a big round from Animus. They'll take that all day long. Now, same thing once again. Wanted to ever so slightly change tact here on the defense. They've doubled up on the B site this time around, ready for any kind of point of contact. And Animus going to have to go there forward towards A. That's not the end of the world, though.
No. Saucy. Having to double his way back and take care of things, but will lose his life for it. 4 versus 3. Lucky's posting up in a corner. He knows this is where the traffic's coming from. So if he can find one, He's going to do his job. Give his team a chance for the retake. If he finds 2, that is unbelievable.
Last one. Complete the mission.
There's Animus winning those fights. And they know where Axis has been, because Saturn has killed him enough in this search and destroy. He's won that fight twice now, which, by the way, I've just kind of had a little bit of a mind-blowing moment. For how effective it feels like Saturn has been in this search and destroy, he's only on 3 kills. It's kind of funny how little contact he's actually had with these players. Axis, though, for the 1v4. At the very least, he's got a barrel and a sniper rifle. Would be nice if he could put up a clip. He's not going to, though. And Animus, yet another round. This time, they're able to win the fights effectively on site.
You know what, Brody? I mean,
Defend the
for
objectives.
Animus' sake there, yeah, Saturn feels like he's not really doing much in this game, but for his impact in the hard point, I think that's what makes it feel like he's been doing so much for his team. And he's just in the right place whenever you need him. This time, he won't be there. He's going to go down fast and wanted off these initial engagements. That is more than you can ask for.
Now, this is a big round from Wanted. You've really drawn those first bloods, and Animus now have no choice but to commit towards this side to try and even the odds. That's a beautiful start. Bro, they are so scared right now. Like, look at how quickly Axis ran away towards bottom side. They are hoping and praying that Lucky stays on site, and Axis goes back now. He's got the numbers to work with. It's all down to Shark. 1 versus 4. He is the guy that in Search and Destroy has been monstrous for Animus. Needs to deliver on that now for a 1v4.
Shark. Looming in the water. Does he smell blood, though? It's going to be the question. 1v4 would be incredible. And he's going to find the first one. Drop the smoke. 44 seconds. For all they know, he's long gone. He's going to go back into this one, Brody, and fortunately enough for him, Mute and Lucky, they didn't really bat an eye at it. They know exactly what he needed to get done and where he needed to go. Keep us even 6-6 here on Coastal. Wanted putting up one hell of a fight.
Brother, it's the moment. It's like the little tiny micro moment you're thinking, Shark could do this. You know, it's the fact that we even have that thought that's kind of scary. But no, only finds the 1 kill. Animus throwing a variety of different looks at Wanted so far through this offensive effort. And it looks like it's going to be at least an attempt at B to begin with. None of the util connects by A, so yeah, this kind of has to be a B at this point. And again, nobody from Wanted here in the middle of the map. Mute is the only player. He is kind of creating a lot of dual presence by both B and through mid. And there's an opportunity, a window of opportunity for some timing here for Animus. We have to definitely grasp it with both hands.
Oh, Mute! No way! A triple? You gotta be kidding me!
We've been asking Mute to go off. Now is the time for him to do it. Shark left up, and he's not going to do anything in the 1v5. How about that for Mute? He's been so quiet through this search and destroy. Has had a couple of snipes. He's been consistently there in the background. And a 3-piece to blow up round 15. Or round 13, excuse me. Absolutely incredible.
Of all the things to happen, Brody.
That's what we want.
That is ridiculous. I mean, the stars align for Mute, and now Wanted really need to capitalize off this. They have the lead. They have the defense. Fortunately, they don't have the read on this round. It looks like this is going to be a play to be.
I'm kind of curious as to why Animus haven't been as consistent towards these B pushes as they should be. Maybe it's because San isn't finding that much success with the shotgun. I don't know. Mute's over here, though. In a different spot. It is enough to throw Animus on this offense. They cannot push it at the same time because they will get pieced again. It has to be a delayed push, and I don't know if you've got any util. That stun's going to go past the smoke to cover the back line, to try and cover where Mute is. That's not where he is, though, and Mute tries to escape. He's not going to escape. Animus have done it. They've got into the site. Now it's about the hold.
Shark's going to find a little bit of security for the round, too. 5v3. Shark looking for a little bit more. It's going to be a double swing, and Saucy to the rescue. Fortunately, won't be met by much more than Saturn to answer into a 4 versus 2. Kru in the flank. This should be the game. Nobody's going to have the read on it at all, and Axis is forced into such a rough position. Animus keeps things tied back and forth. This affair will not end. 7-7 on Coastal. Animus are keeping us on our toes.
Defend the objective.
Big round out of Animus. And again, I'm surprised they haven't tried to push into B more often. Force the adaptations out of Wanted. Now they will try A once again. It's a 4-stack on towards A. Wanted have perfectly called this one. They have to leave one player separated out. The good news is it's not Mute. So your sniper rifle is over here and covering A long.
Axis and Lucky. Mute as well. And it's another round where Animus just seem to lose it before it even begins. Narc with the collateral, but doesn't matter at all. Wanted for these engagements. When the going gets tough, they pick up the pace, and Animus just do not see it coming. You run into a brick wall, and now you're facing the need to go to overtime on this map just for a chance to win it.
Just stop going A. I don't get it. I really don't understand. Finally, nice from Narcs. Good prediction. Saucy's done that a lot of times. Great adaptations. Wanted are expecting a B push this time. Animus, right now, just assessing their options. Shark, do not get overzealous here. You have no reason to get overzealous.
Just sit and wait.
Back. Yeah, literally just sit here.
Pretty sure they know you're there, but I mean, all you need to do is create a little bit of a distraction for your teammates to execute over towards this A site in time. Not able to find any kills, and you've made no progress on the map if you're Animus off of this one. I don't know what the point of that was, if not for an execution on A.
You've got to execute now. Just down to Lucky. He actually narrowly misses those stuns. I have no idea. Absolutely zero idea how Lucky has not been stunned there. Either way, it's enough. 3v2. Now as Axis tries to go through, I'm not a fan of that aggressive shout from Axis. Like, I know the shotgun's pretty good. It's not the R9. We're well past that now. It's not going to do the same thing.
A little bit of theatrics there for Axis, and he was feeling himself on the play. Neither one of our shotgun players truly has been on their game for this one. And because of that, Animus get a chance at overtime on Coastal. It's still a chance to go up 2-0 in this series. Wanted are taking the distance. Brody, if they want to tie up this series, they still got a little bit more of distance to run. This doesn't surprise me either, because when they did meet up in week 2 and Wanted did beat them, it was overtime S&Ds that got the job done. It wasn't clean at all.
Just feels like the decision-making from both teams has been somewhat wacky through this search and destroy. Nice double shout. Narcs tries to split the difference between a couple of players and gets beamed. Axis is also stunned up. There's no way. Yeah, I was going to say, there's absolutely no way that Axis is going to find kills there with the HSO. So, good trade-ups coming through here. Saucy being effective. Nicely done. And it is trade at the moment through this search and destroy. Wanted, now they've kind of thinned the herd a little bit on the defense, can start to play more pointedly, and that is going to be the play call. It's all going to be down what feels like to either Gafilla on site or some potential good timing from Kru to stop this A hit.
Enough time has passed that this isn't guaranteed an A hit. So wouldn't be surprised if Saturn goes and re-clears B, but the more time they waste, better this is for Wanted. Now with numbers 3 versus 2 for the site, Kru's going to have to get here, and he has to get here fast to help out.
It's all going to be on Kru again, and Gafilla. First up to bat, Gafilla. They've checked the corner. They have no idea. They have zero idea. Mute's gone for the check, and this time he does get the kill. I thought that they'd cleared that out. Never mind, Gafilla down for the count. Kru now just going to try and take some shots through the wall. It's not going to happen. Saturn has switched towards the Switchblade. No shotgun, and that might be enough here to throw Wanted off.
Still need Kru, who is yet to make himself known. He's got the crossbow. Saturn is desperately looking for somebody to overpeak. 21 seconds, you gotta go. And now for everybody on Wanted, they're laying prone on their positions. Lucky, 1 versus 1. Looking for the regen. Looking to stay alive, but it's a wall bang for K-Roo. Puts it away. You ask for him to show up. Here he is.
Nice work.
Big plays from K-Roo. He is the guy that was performing incredibly well in the hard point. Saturn does make somewhat of a play there by playing almost kind of distraction, right? For K-Roo to find those kills. 18, by the way, for K-Roo. I know we're getting into overtime now, and so that becomes a less staggering number, but still, it's a pretty impressive performance out of K-Roo, who's definitely had performance of the series so far for anybody across the 10 players in this lobby. Animus, this is a different look. Look how far pushed up Shark is. Oh, he's not checking. Oh, I thought he might still deliver on the kill, but Mute beams him. And that was a different look thrown from Animus. I like the play call, but it doesn't deliver anything.
Won't. Instead, all it's going to do is slow you down. I like this double commit outside B. Mute's going to find Narcs as well, so it's definitely not going to be a play out B. And with that, this actually might work out in Animus's favor if they're quick enough at this A exempt, but no, it's going to be a wrap back over. And they haven't budged. It's still Champion Axis on a high-low.
Shotgun player forward. Nicely done. Oh, they line up. That's so unfortunate. It's down to K-Roo for the 1v5. Look, mate, he did something spectacular in the last round. A 1v5 when the rock's down in towards B connector. Yeah, I don't know.
Looks like we're going to another set of overtime. Who's going to get to 11 first? Maybe it's 12. Who knows? Wanted are not going to back down without a fight. Animus struggling on the attacking side. Wanted also struggling on their attacks.
Defend the objectives.
Who's going to be the first one to figure it out, crack the code, and lead from that end? See if they can put it away on the defense. It's going to be fast hit out to A.
It's going to be super fast here. You know what to expect about it. You know where these players are. It's all this well, and you can take Nels down, and he misses on open snipe.
Narcs finding nothing. I mean, that is disappointing. K-Roo through the wall bang will take one down, but it's still going to be a 4 versus 2 on this retake at A. Bomb planted. I mean, this might be the map, Brody, with how decisive this is from Wanted. You needed to take an offensive round. You swap over to defense. You are really asking Animus' hand here.
Saturn's just taking a lot of pot shots right now, trying to draw them towards K-Roo. And he has to go out. Makes Champion weak. K-Roo should be able to deliver on that, but doesn't cleanly get Champion instead. Gets Waff a Saucy in the face. And Wanted will take that all day long. Again, it feels like that round falls apart by way of the fact that Narcs is on the site and he's not able to secure anything on the opening. If he finds even one kill, that is a significantly easier round for Animus to win. Big play call from Wanted. Now potentially an even bigger play call from Animus. As Wanted to 3-stack the B site on defense. They know that's where Animus have found more success, generally speaking. That's the play call. Instead, they're reliant on Saucy and Lucky by A. Can they find more value than Narcs did in the last round?
Lucky finds nothing. Underneath the map here, Axis trying to make a quick rotation. You do have a long angle being watched from K-Roo on the flank. He might get a timing to shut down Axis in total. And he does. Axis not going to be able to get anything done. Saucy through the wall will give you a chance here, but it's going to be a 3-on-4 for the retake. Animus in a good position to force another overtime.
Yeah, and K-Roo's just go out and mute in the middle of the map as well. So all of this now coming from one angle. Animus, no, they can just stack up now in the 4 versus 2. Just don't line up. That's not a good start. They've got time, 15 seconds to try and force this one out in the 2v3.
Doesn't gonna matter. Animus keep things alive in the overtime. 10-10 we go. First to 12 now. As it was defenses in the first overtime, it's offenses in the second overtime, and it's A hits both times that crack it to give them 10. Looks like Wanted are going to go back to a standard that we've seen from them quite often. Leave the bomb, try to play for these opening picks, and see where it can take us.
Good starts coming through from Animus on the defense. They're warding Wanted off. I don't necessarily hate this play, especially with the positioning of Gafilla, but you've got to be careful you don't overchout with the pressure that's coming your way. And it works. Wanted last time around. They worked off the back of that aggression. This time they're getting nada, and Wanted lose their sniper. And how do you get out of this hole? If they lose access as well, this might be the round.
Wanted 4v5. Axis. Couple jump shells there from Saturn. He's got the crossbow in his hand. And he hasn't been able to find anything with it. Switchblade to the back pocket. Looks like Wanted, they want to push into B, but no, A site's wide open, and Saucy's going to recognize that. The only difference is, look at Cathila's positioning. He is just missing everything.
You got the numbers if you're Animus. Just don't push this if you don't need to.
Cathila's going to help.
Now they've got the kills. Yeah, this is going to be difficult now. Wanted in a 3v5. They have to hold this.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's possible, Brody. Lucky for the 1v5, everybody lines up, but too many bodies to get through. Animus going to take another defense in overtime. They'll be on match point on the coastline. Wanted are going to have to answer back on their defense. And Brody, I think I'm already going to call it. I think this is going to be pretty aggressive from Wanted. I think this is one of those rounds where Wanted are going to want to be in the face of Animus fast.
Yeah, it's the 50-50 play call, right? Wanted, generally speaking, prefer to put players in towards B, and it's straight down the mid. Animus, they're split the difference, all down to Saucy.
Oh, this is such a good call. K-Ro for the first blood. Axis, the only one in this site. He's got the striker. Is this the weapon that you need to? Finds one, looking for two. Not gonna happen. Shark trades it out. Numbers and sight. Plants coming through. 3v4 to keep this game alive.
You've got the numbers, and you've got K-Ro in an off angle as well. He's going to wrap behind. He could be the playmaker to blow this entire thing up, and they're going to get horrendous timing.
K-Ro won't get nervous. Said he's just going to stay alive here. Mute and Lucky. Can they dismantle this one? You're going to need some ungodly shots from Mute. Lucky can find the entry. Mute finds nothing with the sniper. With 15 seconds left, a 1 versus 2. Will it work out? Lucky just getting finessed, and Animus, as long as they want, they can draw overtime against Wanted to take a second map in the series. A 2-0 lead. Another heartbreaker for Wanted.
And it has to be said just how one note it felt like Wanted were in Search and Destroy at times. As, multiple times in that one, I think, particularly in the penultimate round, Wanted just couldn't do anything, right? They chose to kind of fast hit towards the site, and they got decimated. As soon as they didn't get those first initial kills, Cmoore, they didn't really have much of a plan, and I feel that was the case over and over again with Wanted as we look towards the stats at the end of that game. K-Root, 25 and 16. It isn't quite a 30 bomb Cmoore, but it is pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, 25 is incredible. 30 is a lot to ask for against a team like Wanted. And I mean, I think that for Animus, you really got to respect what they delivered in that first offensive win that they got in the overtime. That hit over towards A is just such a good call to pick up the pace, do something different, and leave no questions out. You have the trophies, you have the numbers, just bang a site, get that bomb, you go to the defensive side, and both times at B, you just silence Wanted. And a big player, I'd say, that you should get a point is going to be Gathila throughout this Search and Destroy. I mean, how many times did Gathila get game or round winning transitional kills through the middle of the map when they were on defense? I mean, constantly looking for space, constantly looking for a way behind Wanted, and so many times it turned out to be value.
Yeah, 100%. K-Root's phenomenal at Search and Destroy, and he is phenomenal across this series so far. Absolutely player of the game back in game number 1, and player of the game here in game number 2 as well. It, by the way, has to be said how incredible Animus are without really much of a shotgun presence on that map. Like, Saturn 6 and 14, and I don't mean to disparage him by any stretch of the imagination, because he was there multiple times. It's just that that Saturn 6 and 14, not particularly great. And the fact that they win that game is absolutely phenomenal. So I guess shout out to Saturn for sure, for just still being in the game at 6 and 14. Cmoore Animus managed to win that one. Absolutely incredible.
So not really sure where to go for here for Wanted. I mean, you lose the hard point, the search and destroy, and all of our narratives that kind of lined up to go to a map 3 raid tied up, see if you can wing that swing map mode combo and head to a map 5, take this the distance versus Animus. It's the same story that we've been talking about for the past couple of matchups between these two, and it's just Animus consistently, man, sit there and shut you down. I mean, they can take it as close as you want, but it's finishing the job for Wanted. They just can't get it done at the last seconds, and Animus are okay to be drawn close because they can close out.
Yeah, 100%. Well, shout out to Animus. They are now 2-0 up in the series, guys. We're having a couple of production problems, so we'll go back to the 2-0 in a sec, but just imagine as we go in towards Control on Raid, that is 2-0. We're going to update it when we can. We are going to jump straight into Raid Control, though, and let's have that discussion about Control. Animus are a phenomenal Control team. Cmoore, it's the one map that they managed to take away versus Exclusive. They took it away confidently versus Wanted yesterday on Crossroads Strike. The question is, are they a good Crossroads Strike team, or are they a good Control team? That's a question we're going to have answered here.
It's a big question. And for Wanted, I don't know, man. If you lose map 1 and 2 the way that Wanted did, you'd be so down in the dumps going into this Control. And I think Animus know that because they are high-spirited, rushing it down, trying to look for space on the defensive side and giving up nothing to the attackers here. So Wanted are going to have to break out of the spawn trap now if they want to take a shot at any of these zones. And they desperately want to get to the ring, but there's no way in.
Wanted finding a load of kills already at the beginning of this one. Nicely done. One player deep in towards spawn is going to be Keiru, and again, this is a really weird situation for players to be in, right? Because if you're going to play for a spawn trap, you need to get the kills to get players in towards the spawn trap. So Keiru effectively is leading his team in a 4 versus 5 on the point in the hopes that they do find the kills. Cmoore, that isn't happening at the moment. He's going to need to get more involved. He cannot just sit there.
No, he can't. Instead, for Champy, over to B, leading the charge. 2 quick kills, opens it. That's the capture. Animus gonna have to respond in kind, and they've done just that. They got 2 players in the perfect position to spawn trap these kills that are gonna come through for Wanted, but in order for these 2 players in the spawn of Wanted to have impact, Animus needs to find some kills on the back end here.
Have it. Animus doing exactly that. Nice double from Gefilla. That's going to slow things up. Here we go. Spawn trap is good to go. Animus now looking for a way forward. Or Wanted, excuse me, looking for a way forward. You've got to kill Keiru, and you've got to kill Shark, and you've got to do it now. They are going to turn around to try and take these players down. And finally, Keiru gets shut out. But, yeah, this is absolutely insane. The fact that Animus are able to hold a spawn trap for that, like, that's not something that really happens anymore. Like, it hasn't happened for at least a year and a half just yet. So, shout out to those players for doing that for a little bit.
11v10. Animus have quieted the books here. Still thing is, they got an advantage in numbers. Keiru quickly going to bring things back, though. 8v9, and it looks like Animus going to have to deal with pressure now through the middle of the map as Wanted want to get into the kitchen for this hit over to A.
5v6 now, 15 seconds left. You've got to go quickly if you're Wanted. And they are going to put some pressure on through the front, so they will stop the clock. Tulsi's going to invest that War Machine in towards this round and mute with a sniper rifle. They're feeling pretty confident now. Cmoore, this might well be their offense.
War Machine for Saucy. Wanted. Desperately want to get this one done. No way back in. You're going to be watching with the sniper. 3rd segment coming through. Nice shot there from Gefila, but it's only going to be Gefila now. And as soon as he jumps out, that's going to be Wanted kicking things off with an offense on the raid Control. A huge answer after losing this search the way that they did.
And look at Animus. They might well have lost that round, but they do have 3 ops at the start of this one. If there's one thing I know about Animus in Control, it's that they are phenomenal with operators. And they're going to invest straight off the rip here. Can they deliver on it is the question for me. Good start for Good Filler. I feel like he's been the most consistent player across the board for Animus on operators with the Death Machine. He's now looking for more kills and does get shut down. So that's a double investment at the start of the round for Animus. And they don't really get much for it. That's not particularly great.
Saturn and Shark holding things down to the kitchen, and that's going to be progress over towards A being worked on now. And you're forcing these spawns back laundry. If I'm wanted in this position, you just give up A, but they get gifted a spawn. Fortunately, though, it's going to be red. And nothing comes through it. So, yeah, you just give up A here and put all your eggs into the basket of B.
Second tick already threw on towards A, so yeah, I mean, A is gone. That's so abnormal, by the way, for A to go pretty much right off the rip hit. Animus, not necessarily dominating this round, but I think pretty convincing, and that's going to force Mute to pull out the Annihilator for the players to come off spawn. He wants to even the odds here in terms of lives. Has to be careful because there is a Hunter-Killer drone in the air, so we'll need to back up off the back of that play call. That Hunter-Killer drone is stopped by a trophy system, so big trophy coming down from Lucky. Keeps him in the game, and now Mute is finding value as well. Can go back to try and get kills with that Annihilator. It does keep Wanted station here. That one Annihilator pull, not the worst thing in the world.
That's only a 3 life lead now. So, Wanted to have their chance. Here's the Pred Missile going to be called in now from Shark. Lucky goes down. They want to hit over towards B, and they want to get a touch onto this zone. 3 go down, and this could be it. 13v7. What does Wanted have?
I don't know if there's anything you could redo here, to be honest with you. I wouldn't want to see Wanted do anything either. Like, there's no point investing anything in towards this play. If you can try and get some kills, that's great. The bigger issue for me is that in an 11v4, I don't know if Animus are going to play for the objective. They're still on it, and they do actually do so. And that's a really interesting play call, because, yes, being on the objective is the only thing drawing Wanted to you. But I'm also equally surprised that Animus didn't just try to take down a couple of players and then play for whatever XV1 situation where you cycle back into a drop, because now you're behind.
Smoke out.
Only behind if you lose the break off here. And they have completely misread it. 4 players out to B. They stack on A. Gathil is the only one that can do damage.
Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
He is the one furthest push forward here. He has to try and stop this one. Saturn is on the way. Kills for the most part going in favor of Wanted here. This is a very quick offensive round, and if they can do this without pulling out any ops, that's everything for a Wanted. Stun will connect on towards Champy, trying to play his life, and, well, will do so for the kill. Nice little team shots coming through. Towards the point, though, Animus are now starting to burn through them, and they do stop A going through. Shard brings out the Predator Missile to ensure that that doesn't happen, and that is a clutch Predator Missile if I've ever seen one.
You still got a player in your spawn, too, to worry about. That Shark. Axis is going to be caught by this one. Shark, a chance for 2, and that's exactly what he gets. Saturn's going to invest the Sparrow. 4 dead in the feed, and suddenly the lives are a question here. With 53 seconds, 16 lives left for Wanted. And Narc is still in your spawn. Another set of spawn kills for Animus. 15v22. Seems like the only place you can go to is B. But as soon as you do, the Pred Missile is going to make it impossible. Mutant Champy both get caught up here. Is Saturn or Shark with the Tempest. And it's not going to chain right away, but that is a lot going down here for a Wanted. Half the lives of Animus now.
I can't believe that Wanted have lost this round. I also can't believe that Wanted have still got these operators. The Saucy, Axis, and Lucky have had these operators forever, and they haven't used them. They've allowed Animus to cycle in towards ops that will equal what they have on side. And again, now we are absolutely in a position where Animus can cycle in towards 5 ops at the end of this round with 12 seconds left. Wanted will just sit back. This is not good at all. Mute, don't jump on the point. Don't, like, there is no reason to be doing anything here, but just letting that timer go. They're still going to try it. I'm particularly surprised that they are trying for it. Saucy and Lucky will jump towards the point, and they will go down. And, yeah, a bit of a confuddling situation, I'll say, there for Wanted towards the end. I know you kind of have to try to win, but at the same time, don't give Animus ops.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a knee-jerk right there. Animus invest everything to stop the play at A. And after that, it's just constant pressure onto those spawns. Bleed out those lives. And here's the difference. When you put yourself into a winning position, you use your operators to try to put that winning position in the win column for this series. 2-1. Back on the attack. You already got the War Machine getting you onto that B zone.
Good start from Animus. Good filler. When you need him to come out with that consistent Death Machine play, he's unable to do so. So Animus, regardless of that, are still 5 lives up here in this one. I don't necessarily like that overextension from Narcs. Like, just focus on the objective. Even in towards money window is probably a more fine place to be. If you're Narcs in that situation, regardless, it hasn't really knocked them that much. That 5-up advantage still remains intact, and we are going to see an extra 60 seconds on them. Don't have Cmoore is here.
Equalizer for Axis, and he just pushes it down. And it's only going to find those 2 kills, 11v14. Annihilator still ready for Narcs if he decides to use it. The big thing here for Wanted is the fact that they only have 8 lives, Brody.
Yeah, it's not good. It feels like it might be over here for Wanted. It's over. It doesn't feel like anything. It is absolutely over. Narcs is pulling it out with the Annihilator towards the end. And now Wanted left up in the 2 versus 10. Axis trying to close this one out. He is looking to perform a miracle, and he has to stop them both killing him and capturing A. It is not to be. Animus into the grand finals once again, as they will once more 3-0 Wanted.
It's a big win there for Animus just to do it yet again. It's quite literally stepping up when we had so many doubts for this Animus roster after week number 2. They 3-0 Wanted to move into the grand finals for that week. They do it again this one. They do it twice this one. And, I mean, you go into this grand finals again versus exclusive. You see if you could do it yet again, Brody. I think that this Animus team, I'll say it again, I think that they look better than they did last week. I think that they look more composed when it comes to the end games for a lot of these modes, a lot of these maps that we're watching.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, can they bring it to exclusive? That's always the thing. And I think that right now for Animus, I don't even want to be thinking about this. I just want to praise what Animus has done every single week, and it's just gotten themselves to the grand finals yet again.
Yeah, they've gotten better, for sure. And I think making those incremental improvements has been everything for Animus, right? They just look like a really well-rounded squad. I can kind of point out a couple of different areas where maybe they do want to make some improvements. I think, you know, particularly in those search and destroyers, even though they're winning the search and destroy right now, they need to get better at it because, you know, again, we do kind of have to talk about it in the context of exclusive and that grand finals that are coming up. We'll deep dive to that after a break. But, you know, exclusive are a team that are going to win the hard points. Like, I don't see them losing hard points, so you have to win in a 2v5. And the search and destroy right now for Animus, I think it needs cleaning up from what we saw.
I definitely agree in that case. But if they could play the hard points the way that they did versus this Wanted team, they can play the control the way that they did against exclusive. I think that this Animus team has what it takes to beat exclusive. It's just getting the performance on the day. And we look at this bracket. It's our final qualifier for Europe before we head into the summer major. And I think that everything is kind of laying out the way that we expected it to. Wanted solidify themselves as the number 3 team. This week, we get a surprise in the Saints. Empire, a little bit of a misperformance, I'd say, than we would have expected them to have this week, and that's okay. You know, you can have bad weeks for sure. I think Empire are one of our middle-of-the-pack teams, but today, it was Saints that really stepped up, wanted to deal with them. We got our solidified top 3 of Europe.
Yep, absolutely. Well, Wanted might well be 3rd place in the final qualifier of the summer split, but that does mean we are down to our final 2 teams. As, would you believe it, exclusive are once again taking on Animus for the right to become 3-time champions in the summer split of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship qualifiers for 2026 in Europe. We have one more match of the day. It is the grand finals, and we're going to see you on the other side of the break for the banger. got a magic trick for you folks. I'm not muted at the beginning of the broadcast. How amazing is that? Welcome here to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2026. This is the European qualifiers, and for one last time this split, we bring you the grand finals. Now, I'm going to give you two chances. Two guesses, I guess, at teams that you think are in this grand final verdicts. Go. Who do you think's in it?
Man, it's been consistent across these past 6 weeks for pretty much every region outside of Japan. It's exclusive. It's Animus. There's no question about it. They have bought themselves tickets to the show. And of course, they're here to play. Exclusive, taking the upper bracket finals advantage. They've got the one map lead already going into this series. Animus fighting their way tooth and nail in the lower bracket finals. They find themselves, yet again, another date with Exclusive in the grand finals.
Honest to God, for a second there, I thought you were going to say Bobby Bucket's Dino Nuggets, and I would have been
missed opportunity. Missed opportunity.
Well, they couldn't get into a grand final because they never get that far into a bracket anyway. Speaking of a bracket, here we are. This is the bracket leading us to our grand finals. Exclusive, they beat Animus 3-1 in that upper bracket final. They sent Animus to the lower bracket where they had to go through Wanted, and go through Wanted they did. I think Animus have proved themselves as the number 2 team here in Europe. Now, they got to prove that number 1 Europe squad exclusive, that whole storyline means nothing.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at the spread here in the best of 7. Obviously, I mentioned that that map advantage in favor of Exclusive. They take the lead. We roll into it. Hacienda hardpoint. And Brody, we saw this matchup first of the series of our night. It started with a banger Hacienda. We get it again. It was a 250 to 238 finish. Obvious Exclusive came through and shut down Animus on what could have been a great way to start that finals out. Fortunately, they fall short. We followed up with a slums and a standoff too. So when we get past the map 4 today, I have high expectations for this Animus roster.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it is just Animus, I think, looking to extend this series as deeply as they could possibly go. As is always the case, folks, with these best of 7 grand finals. You can see it there to the right of this best of 7. There is a map advantage for Exclusive, owing to the fact that they come from the best, or from the upper bracket, so they already go into this best of 7 with a 1-0 start. I mean, look, starting off this series on a Hacienda hardpoint, I mean, we literally saw what earlier on today we were able to get for the Hacienda hardpoint in the winners bracket final, right? So we know that this is going to be a banger. And honestly, I think there is a chance, just like there was back in that last matchup, for Animus to take this one. Like, I think it's difficult here for Animus to win the hardpoint. If they're going to win one, it's going to be on Hacienda.
It's got to be on Hacienda. They got to start off on the strong foot. We've got our grand finals, Brody. First time in 6 weeks, we get to be on the call with each other. Let's make the most of it. Let's see these two teams duke it out. You know it's Hacienda. You know it's going to be a banger. Let's see who delivers.
Alrighty, folks, grand finals time for the last time this summer split. Exclusive taking on Animus, and we go straight towards P1, the mixiest hardpoint of them all. It's going to be smokes galore. And Exclusive already starting to look for some of these opening engagements. It is Sawo and Lighty kicking things off as the SMG duo for Exclusive. They're right in the mixer towards the front of the hardpoint.
That freshman sophomore combo wombo is an absolutely lethal one. Saturns and Shark, how will you respond? Obviously, it was a slow start at the end of the hard points in that takeoff that we saw at the final of the upper bracket finals. Will that not be the case here in this instance? We can see already P1. Exclusive getting their fair share. 20 seconds left to go through the smoke. Sawo gonna leak on out. Wait for anybody to push on forward. Is gonna get some help from Veer. Over the top, it's Kru. We know he is lethal in those positions.
Saturn is the guy here. He's so much better with an SMG than a shotgun, by the way. Like, it's actually hilarious how much better he is at times. Like, you know, I put him on the Switchblade, and obviously I know it's a Switchblade world at the moment, and he is going to be an effective player to be concerned about here in the series. Animus keeping him alive here for the moment. He does get shot down momentarily as Exclusive looks to be the first to touch in towards the next hard point, and Animus looks to break through checks.
Veer holding and gunning. Here comes the Sparrow, not finding anything. Saturn's going to be forced to back down. Here comes the Cavalry, though. 2 players to deal with on the end point, and 1 coming through for reinforcements. It is a clean sweep. Cathella getting mixy, finds 1. Spawn's now coming through the front side, and, well, they're just going to go back into the funnel of death. Neil holding it off. Kru able to find the nade. A little bit of ingress here for Cathella and crew. Animus barking on a break here.
Yep, absolutely. Animus looking to going to try and find their way through. It's Lighty for 3 in towards the hard point now. One player on the other side, that was Lighty, who does get shut down, and it's Shark for the double. Veer trying to play his life here inside of the time. Manages to slide past a couple of players, but is not long for this world. Exclusive know how important this time is. They're going to see Lighty invest a claw this early on, and I don't hate the investment, but if you are going to invest it, you do at the very least need to get that back 5 seconds, and that means you're not going to have a claw for the next hard point.
That's tough. Salvo, he's going to open up with a Tempest. Could be everything here, looking for the players. Gathilla sneaks him. Neil trying to get that trade, but the damage is done. Gathilla going to be able to find another one. And just like that, what was looking like a solid start here for Animus, not going to be able to clear the gates here on towards this fence site. They got topside control, but they are not being as effective as you would like. Off the respawn they go. Veer waiting for the players off the respawn as well. Neil putting things in his own hands. Veer now forced to play the objective.
Well played here right now from Veer as he looks to go towards the objective. This is a lot of time going Exclusive's way, by the way. Like, they have pushed Animus so deeply in towards their spawn. This is not looking like the same kind of game, especially off the back of what was it, a 3-0 for Animus in that losers bracket final. Like, I was very surprised right now that Animus haven't come into this grand final with more vigor, because Exclusive are totally running through them. They get basically every single second possible off the fence's hard point. Like, if you're Animus, you got to get something going now. You've got 3 ops to do it, but they got to come out now.
Yeah, they do. They've got to come out now. They got to make themselves know. They got to get out of spawn first. 2 players there on this rock side rotation. Salvo's going to be able to find the first. Hey, he's going to find a second, too, and it's all up to Gathilla. You said pull the ops, but you really don't have anybody covered out of office, too, so you got to be leery of that, as well as this push up through. Is Neil's up top. Salvo here in the contesting position. He's going to be able to find one Gathilla. And will it be enough for the break? It's looking like it's going to be no. Narc says absolutely hell yeah.
Yeah, this is exactly what you wanted to see. 2 kills with the claw. It's going to give Animus another shot at this hard point, but they immediately follow back with all of their util. It's 2 Predator missiles coming down from Exclusive and a flurry of kills by way of the Switchblade. Animus, they get 1 look at the hard point and they immediately get thrown out of it. Exclusive are in full control over this game, and even if Animus gets us back 20 seconds, this is not a good look going in towards the next hard point, and they're not even going to, because Lighty is lighting things up with the claw. He finds 4. Animus are getting done in.
Exclusive, man, they had 2 hours to kind of cool off, brother. They came in hot and sweaty here in map number 1. Not a great way for Animus to lead through the first set of hills. 127 to 43, a chance to redeem themselves here, but they are getting griefed yet again. Veer finds a 2-piece. Neil up top. You get stunned. You still have someone overlooking. Salvo and Say's there in numbers. And we're in the second set, Brody. They are not looking much better than they did throughout the entirety of that first.
Man, this is so different. Like, so incredibly different between these 2 teams. I mean, just look at the slaying disparity between them as well. Narcs at 9 kills, Kru 14, Shark 13. I mean, everybody else really. Nobody above 16 kills on Animus, I think is the best way to kind of phrase this one. Say's is the only player below that on Exclusive at 14, and he is now starting to pick things up as well. And Lighty is on 37 gosh darn kills. These guys are being absolutely beamed at the moment. And look at the amount of time they get on a P1 as well. Everybody is finding kills here.
Yeah, they're getting slobber knocked, Brody. This is ugly. Grand Finals Exclusive needs to be studied, brother. They have only lost 1 map through the entirety of this journey, and it doesn't look like it's going to start here either. 165 to 47. Rotate anew. Chance for Animus to strike. Trophies down. Saturn's going to be forced to push out. Neil going to be threaded. Doesn't find one. Will not be a major factor. Saturn's does get some shots to kind of hold the push, but brother, they are coming in numbers. Here comes Exclusive. They are knocking on the door.
Exclusive looking pretty hard at the moment here. They are right back in towards the time, and they are investing their operators as well. Animus, they might well make the same mistake that Wanted did previously, in which they're only really trying to get up the driveway by way of smokes, and they're getting beamed as well. If it's not the death machine, it's the equalizers from Neil, who will find an easy 3. Saturn might well get past him, but he has the backstop of the rest of his teammates to deal with those players. Exclusive, they are finding kill after kill after kill. They are finding so much value with their ops as well.
Yeah, back 15 is being scrapped for, continuously hitting it through the front. You see the driveway, what might have been a mistake, and it's the funnel of death again. Salvo and Say's combined for 4. Lighty getting involved. He's always got to get some. He's got 46. Make it an absolute masterclass out of him. On the transition to new, you got 3 there for Animus. You can only tuck your tails and head for new for so much and it not pay off. Chance for them to strike gold yet again. Will they deliver?
Hardpoint locked down.
I just can't believe the scoreline we're looking at here. This is absolutely phenomenal. Exclusive. They got a 460 last time around, and Sawo is ensuring they're going to get a 460 once again. They are the first team to touch on towards this time. Animus, they're relying on getting kills. Gefiller needs to do something here with a death machine. He's the only one to find any value whatsoever, as there are just more kills coming through for Exclusive. When even that doesn't work, what on earth will?
Jolt of Lightning will help there for the break back in. You shut down the death machine player, but Animus still here in numbers. Through the smoke. Contest is going to be prevalent. Gathilla, last man standing. He goes out guns blazing, but he goes out nonetheless. 15 seconds here left on this fence site. Smoke's butchered. Narcs, desperate to get a foot on this hill. Brody, they've got him in a chokehold.
Brother, this is the grand finals of the 3rd qualifier this season in Europe. Like, how on earth is the skill gap this big between Exclusive and Animus? It is honestly insane, and it doesn't feel like anything fundamentally is particularly insane for Exclusive right now. They're just getting outslayed. Like, straight up. Like, Lighty at 48 kills, Sour at 39.
Oh my
the
God, you can't
SMGs
even
are going
hide.
wild, and yeah, there is no hiding from these guys at the moment. Animus at this point, just hoping you don't get 100-point club.
I mean, get on the point, brother. P4, now's a good time than ever. Waste of the War Machine nonetheless. Animus still not able to capitalize. Insert Death Machine here. 50 piece there for Lighty. Sawo with 41 saves, mowing you down. Saturn's getting up close and personal. Still a little bit of a fight. 30 seconds to scrap for, and we could end it here. Sawo, Tempest yet again. It feels like he cycled through this at least 10 times here on this map alone. And nothing has changed. Exclusive are here. They snag map number 1 in a landslide, Brody.
Back in week 1 was the most indomitable scoreline we saw between Animus and Exclusive in Hardpoint, and specifically it was on a Hacienda Hardpoint. That was a 250 to 124 score in favor of Exclusive. They just beat that by whatever on earth score that was. It was 74 points, I think is might maybe where they finished, something to that effect. Like, Christ.
Cue the stats, Chad. Cue the stats.
71.
They didn't even get 74, brother. Oof.
Oh my goodness. Not a single player on Animus has gone positive. How rare is that? Like, how rare is for every player on the squad to not go positive? Like, that never happens ever. And that just shows you how dominant Exclusive were. Lighty at 52 and 27, a 2 KD, 1 minute 13 in the hardpoint. Sawo, 45 and 23, 1 minute 24 in the hardpoint. Neil, 33 and 22, 1 minute 18 in the hardpoint. Like, not only are these guys slaying, they're in the hardpoint slaying. Like, that makes such a massive difference.
No, it does. And usually when maps like this get mixy and they are tossed and turned and they're back and forth, you see your ARs clicking. They just didn't have to do a thing. They literally just had to sit back and let the SMGs roam freely. When Lighty's able to do things like that on a map like Hacienda, and then you've got Sawo and Neil not far behind, it is treacherous. A brutal way to start this Grand Finals out, Brody. And I know we were excited about jumping in this series. Animus, they get absolutely burnt on map 1. Can they bounce back here, though? That's a big question that needs to be answered here early in the search and destroy.
100%. I mean, like, you expect a team coming from the losers bracket to benefit from doing so. That's where Animus have benefited in the past, where they have started off strong in these grand finals, and then they kind of peter out. Maybe. For that to happen is absolutely wild. We go towards the slum, search and destroy, and honestly, I'm not confident here. Like, Exclusive definitely weakest in search and destroy. I feel pretty strongly about that. I feel like their search and destroy strategies are relatively one note. They're just be aggressive as hell at the beginning of the search and destroy rounds, and then kind of hope that you are able to win the gunfights. That worked at the start of the fine range search and destroy. I don't think it's going to work on slum search and destroy, because this is a very one-dimensional map, right? Like, if you're on the defense, you just got to stop the offensive side, from getting through these very small, close quarter engagement places. Like, they are the smallest choke points imaginable. And so I don't think Exclusive on either offense nor defense are just going to run at their opposition. Like, there's no reason to do so. And so I do wonder how much that is going to change things here for Exclusive in this grand finals. But honestly, again, Animus themselves, I mean, their search and destroy in that last series did not look good.
No, it didn't. Well, we're going to get to do it on a map like Slums. First time I've got to see this today. You expect it to be bang outs on bang outs towards this B site. But you said it, the choke points here on this map can be lethal and treacherous. We'll find out who gets the better of the trades we hop into it. Map number 2. And through the first 8 rounds, you've got Animus, who have got to brace himself for impact. M1 Garand coming out. I think that is a meta we've seen in China be evolved. Is an aggressive playstyle for some SKS usage. But, oh my god, Lighty finding 2 off the bat. His gun's still continuing to thrive.
Brilliant start coming through. M1 Garand from Say. This is hilarious, by the way. The M1 Garand. People break into better.
Zai's used it in CDM, so I mean it's viable, but I don't know how viable it is on defense. That's my only, like, when you're getting aggressive, you see how fast that rapid fire is.
Yeah. And also, I mean, Zai and Says are 2 wildly different.
Okay, fair. That's fair.
I mean, no disrespect for Says whatsoever, but Zai, I think you could put like a pea shooter in the hand of Zai and he'd be able to destroy with it, so whatever. Deal and Sawo hit in the 2 for 2. They do technically have a way through this round. Animus, I will say, I'm surprised that they've been allowed this much space. Shark could well be the player to blow this up.
He's got to go huge. Oh, Shark, you said he's going to blow it up. Brother delivers. You take down the 2 Nemesis on the flip side of things who caused so much chaos. Made it look like light work, too. So, 4 kills on board for Shark. The only thing on his mind is eat. And, brother, did he?
Frag. Smoke out.
No, Animus going to play aggressive here at the start of this round. They know that's the way to win the offenses on Slum, Search and Destroy. This shouldn't happen. They're already finding 3 kills. Saves with the M1 Garand. Told you, he's not Zai. Gets shut down. And Sawo goes very quickly as well. Animus, 2 rounds in the bounce on offense on Slum, Search and Destroy. That ain't bad.
Not ain't bad either. Tip your hat to you. First 2 rounds, we're fishing for information. You find absolute success off of it. And on top of that, you get Shark going early. And when he is lethal in the Search and Destroy, you can almost guarantee victory. See if he can continue to sustain this level of play. Sawo's on the back lines on the flip. They haven't really been able to shut down this well-oiled machine. And the offensive pushes here for Animus. Everyone kind of at a standstill. Lighty. Down 2 rounds or kills in the first round have been silent since. Chance to strike. Veer calls out. Yeah. Narc shut down.
Good start. Now you're really chasing these gunfights. Lighty really wants his last kill. Yeah, Saturn desperately trying to get away. And that's going to be incredibly difficult here for fella. No, don't line up. Oh my goodness, guys. We got to chill a little bit. I feel like Exclusive are playing super aggressive right now. And Animus, they're reading it. However, they didn't win the fight in that round.
Could have been. Stacks look crazy. Sight was there. Battle 27 could have delivered. Not the case. The aggression paid off this time. Exclusive. Another play up their sleeve here. Neil over the top. The value from these lethals coming through early. So don't need it with a sniper. And just like that, Gathilla gonna push out. Whoa, he wins that.
Bro, I have no idea how on earth the tables have turned here in favor of Animus. Exclusive are just not playing angles correctly whatsoever here. You need to have more than one player, and Saze is left alone. Like, why are we so deep set? Like, we have no reason to be so deep set here. We've given up the entirety of the middle of the map if we're Exclusive. Search and Destroy is a little bit duty right now if we're Exclusive, if we're being honest with ourselves. Viet has to try and save this one, as does Sour, the PKM. These are not terrible weapons to have in this situation.
No, a lot of ammo there for that PKM, but he's only got 55. He's going to have to reload at some point. Here comes the ingress. Veer looking for the opening blood. Going to get shut down. It's going to be a PKM and a dream. It's a pipe one. Another round in favor of Animus. And you said it. I mean, they're allowing a lot of space to be taken up in the middle of the map, and they're just kind of being forced back. Animus able to strike there yet again. And again, the tide's starting to turn here for this Animus roster. You love to see it because you want it to be a competitive grand finals. Let's see if they can continue this level of play.
This is more of what I'm going to see from Exclusive, right? Push up the map, get in Animus' face, and they will get that first blood off the back of it. Now, how do Animus respond? Just don't give anything away for free. Like that's the last thing I want to see, because that's what Exclusive have done in these situations, and they are not doing it. It feels like Verdict, they might have actually learned from their mistakes.
could be the case. I mean, Lighty right here in the middle of the map, he's been electric. Shark, he's definitely the responsive player you need in this time. But Veer able to find another. Lighty slides through, eats his own words. Shark able to win that gunfight. Would have liked to seen that one go through a little earlier, but now it's better than ever. Narcs, 1 kill on board, spots 1. He's tagged. He's bagged. It's all down to Shark 1v4.
Shark's not a bad player to have in this situation, and that is the time to get aggressive if you're exclusive. Yeah, they're starting to play a little bit more like they're playing Slums S&D and not just exclusive S&D at the moment, which is much better from them. Again, you have to say, Animus taking 3 offensive rounds on Slum Search and Destroy is an anomaly, and it will come back to bite exclusive later on when they are on the offense. But for now, they're starting to stabilize a little bit. Look at that util on the map, by the way. Like, so many nades over the top because getting a first blood is everything. Animus know they can't get boxed in. They're pushing deep out towards the middle of the map.
Neil's just been able to lurk through. Say's able to get the overlook too. Neil now activated. Not going to find anything. Shark shuts him down, and just like that, we got a quick round. You get a lot of pressure through the middle of the map and on your opponent's side of things. You can cause a lot of chaos, and that one's over in the blink of an eye, Brody.
Yeah, Animus just playing this aggressive is the only way to win these rounds. They know it as well. If exclusive aren't going to give them anything for free, they're going to need to work to get something. This time, Animus now pushed back because the opening util doesn't connect. Lighty, like what?
Oh, wow.
What are we doing? We don't need to be pushing. Just sit still. That's not how Slums S&D is played.
And now you're kind of questioning, like, Lighty's out of the equation. Maybe you can brute force it down the middle of the pipe. Neil's there. He hadn't really... Well, yeah, he has. Actually does have 5. Never mind. Maybe that is not the play. Cathilla trying to strike through on blue. And now you're kind of just left twiddling your thumbs in spawn. You still got a lot of time to deal with, so it's not that big, but you don't have the util. Veer able to reel it back in with a shot and to Cathilla. Saturn's going to be forced to push out. He whiffs. This one's dead in the waters.
Yeah, nicely played. Exclusive are lucky. Really, really lucky they won that round, because Lighty almost threw that away at the start. I got to call him out for that. What are we doing? We got to chill a little bit. Just bring it back. Just bring it down a couple of notches, right? Like, we don't need to play playing overly aggressive. Exclusive are very lucky they're able to bounce back. Animus have had more success, though, when they have pushed aggressive at the start of the rounds. Same look once again. This time, Exclusive are playing somewhat passively here. And considering the amount of trophies on site, nades aren't going to stop this rock from going down. So Exclusive are now going to have to play retake.
I feel your frustration, Brody. It's there. You'll see it. It's a miracle if they are able to pull it off. Clean for the 5v5. Wrong. Keru opens up with the first blood. That's not good. Your sniper's out of the equation. Opening picks out the window. Sawu. Knows someone's in blue. They're going to double chow it. Here comes the hit. Oh, Shark eats them alive. And they're going to continue to push on through. Last 2 standing. They have no shot in hell. A clean round. Not a great way to end the first 8 in a flip. You called it. You don't like it when they are hands off. You allow all that space. They make you pay.
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna go deep diving into this Slums S&D after this, because man, it's exclusive. It's not good. Exclusive trying to play aggro straight through the middle of the map. They're trying to do what Animus was doing to them previously, and it is successful to begin with. You'll take those trades. You're very happy, but you've got to remove those players around bricks.
Yeah, Shark is an absolute monster. Says, I don't know if you want to test that, Neil. He's been able to wrap through the backside. Shark's going to be dealt with, and they know it's a 2v1. Great double chow. The swing comes through in perfect connection, and just like that, you're able to close that gap. And they do exactly, they take a call out of the playbook from Animus. You know, it's executed perfectly. Animus not really knowing what to do with it.
Bomb acquired.
Animus now down. Here, a couple of players at the beginning of this round. They are now being pushed out. And I will say, Exclusive, in a very mirror kind of setup, they are pushing aggressively and winning these opening fights. They're doing exactly what Animus were doing to them when Animus were the ones kind of setting pace on the round. Please don't be over-aggressive here. Like, you have site control. Just get the bomb down. You don't need to be doing anything else. There's one remaining player here towards the backline, and they will at the least get rid of Kru, but Gefilla got a couple of 3Bs through dubs.
Oh, he almost got another. Lighty.
Frag out.
Gonna be forced back. You know what's up for grabs. Nade's gonna hit, but it's not gonna be enough for the kill. Lighty slides on through.
Next round.
And man, he's elusive, hard to keep track of on the map. You saw him cross, brother. He covered so much ground on the flip side of things. Gatella slow to move. And we've got back-to-back rounds on the offense. What are we watching here in Slums? When did this become an offensive dominant force? Like, what are we doing to you?
I mean, the idea being that you kind of throw your nades to begin with to keep the defensive side back and towards their spawn. If you don't win the fights, though, the entire round is going to fall apart. And that hasn't happened at the start of this round. Kru's done his job by finding the first blood. Shark now following up for another one. You're fine with the trade. Well, I'm saying, Sao hasn't activated, and when he does, he catches Kru off guard. Exclusive very quickly turned the tide back in their favor, and Via with the perfect read as well. Verdict. This is everything you can want and more, but it's Narcs on the other side now for the 1v3.
Yeah, Veer's not going to peek that angle. Last known location right in front of that mid-side approach. Narc's going to be able to spot one. That's Sawo. He's SMG. Veer at a distance. He's laid down. He's got PKM shots all over. Cover fire. And that thing is hard to shut down whenever it is a go-in. You get a hit marker too. Feels bad. The 1v3 shut down. 3 rounds in a row, Exclusive have just bullied their way on site, allowing that those kills to come through, as well as the lethals and tacticals to come in over the top. Animus not really having an answer for it just yet.
Oh,
there it
beautiful
is.
nades. There it is. No trophy systems off the start of this round. That's what you wanted. And now this feels like a certified round. All Animus have to do here, and listen, this is a really good strat call. Don't peek when you don't need to. Like, don't be giving anything away to Veer with a sniper rifle or Saves with the M1. Literally, just sit on a heady and wait for Exclusive to push you, because that's all they can do.
Yeah, that's all they can do. We'll see if they can follow through. So far, so good. Plenty of time to make something shake, though. Animus. Shark. I mean, you can just see it. He wants to push.
No.
He wants to be aggressive. Be a good boy. Shark, back down. Hold the lines. You had a lead. You sold it. This is the opportunity for you to tie it back up.
It's a buyer's market. We don't need to be doing any selling right now. All right? Just chill. That's it. See? It's perfect, isn't it? Veer pushes out into the open. You have the heady. You can take him down. It's exactly how Slums S&D should work. Says, we'll be looking for the first blood here. That's the information. That might be the play call, actually, for Shark to go through. But that equally, I was going to see if it say, that might equally be something where they're trying to pull Shark in. I don't think Shark particularly cares when you go for 1-for-1.
No, yeah, I mean, at this point, you can play off trades. Now Sawo, 30 seconds. No map control. He's covered on all fronts. Through mid, through his spawn site, on towards this B side of things. Saturn slides through, gets the kill. And perfectly timed aggression. I give it the Shark. He waited for the perfect opportune time. The call-outs were there. He comes through, he collects, he gets his body, and then he's, dealt with. Obviously, it's a 1v3. What could have gone awry? All fronts covered and all hits aside. Payoff round here for Exclusive. They got griefed off that B-side push through bricks. This time around, they have chosen the unorthodox, and they are getting away for it for free. Hello.
Brilliant start. Whoa, what is that? Via pushing deep, brother. Hello. A push coming out now. And Exclusive have a lot of different angles to be concerned about now that they know players are coming on the flank.
Ooh. Pressure being dealt with. Down to a 3v2. Kru. Narcs. Finishing touches on this one. It saves. It's the M1 Garand. We were waiting for its debut here in EU. Well, it ain't shaking things up much here. Bomb's going to be defused. Go crazy, Chad. It's your time. Well, I won't, but you will. If you know, you know. They know.
They know. Exclusive still have to win one more offensive round.
Destroy the
2,
objective.
technically,
We got the bomb.
to stop Animus
Smoke out.
and win this one. Let's see if they can get it done here. As Lighty drawing the first blood out into towards the middle of the map. Not the flurry of nades that we see at the beginning of the rounds, generally speaking. Shark, though, able to double up. Completely flips the map. And now they're going to have to go on a hunt for him. Shark knows his biggest weapon here is the fact they don't know exactly where he is.
Oh, they're going to already bag him up. And he's forced to back down. Still a 1v2 doable situation. Bomb certainly down. They're going to be pushing him 2x2, and that is exactly what you got to do. When there's a demon on the lobby on the loose, you can't play your ones, you can't stack up, you got to full send it, hold hands, and that is exactly how you deal with that threat. We're tied up 7-7, And finally, a round back on board here for exclusive. They started off shining with a 3-round advantage. Take the lead, tie us up. Now we're back again, yet tied. Through the walls, Animus spraying and praying. Do find 2, make it 3. Down the Veer and Says here, last 2 alive.
It doesn't really matter too much that you don't have the numbers in this situation. We know that Shark is capable of getting over aggressive, and that might be the play call here in the 2v3 for exclusive. The issue is that bomb is down right in front of Blue, and Narcs and Shark will be keeping an eye on it. So you got to get that bomb, you got to transition it in towards B. I will say, Animus are actually given a lot of respect to exclusive right now. Like, a lot of it. They are expecting this push in towards A, because given the fact they've already got kills in this direction, they probably know that bomb is going to be down, and that's the only path that exclusive can take.
Well, they know as soon as it's picked up, though, Veer. He sees it. He's just like you. He's like, dude, they're giving us so much space. Let's take it. You're up there for our
Got the bomb.
what seemed to be an eternity. Bomb's going to be collected. Veer looking to do the unthinkable. Says on the redirect back through. Veer looking to be the tip of the spear. K-Root throwing a shoulder. It's going to be forced to back down. You peek this angle. Veer rips your head off of it. And surely enough, Veer. Oh my God. K-Root's not able to collect. And that one could come back to haunt him.
They get the bomb down. But Veer's leaving it. So that bomb's going to go down. There's no way Says is able to escape here, and it's all down to Veer for the sniper rifle. He finds one, but runs straight out towards the second player. And yeah, I don't necessarily respect the separation from Veer there in the play. No real reason to do so. Another round goes the way of Animus. They are just 1 round away from tying, or from, I was going to say tie up a series, but it's not tying up a series, from taking a map here in this best of 7 grand finals.
And that's the best they've done so far in this grand finals through this 3-event qualifier. Only 1 map to show. That was a hard point Hacienda, as we mentioned before. Will it be a search and destroy slums? Neil opening up with the first blood. They create a lot of space here on towards this brick side. And K-Roo in the middle of the map with Saturns. Trying to get something rolling as far as frags go. No trades. Well, never mind. There was a trade. I just missed it.
You've got side control. That's the main thing here, right? With 35 seconds left, is that the Animus have to play aggressors, and they're already starting to lose men here. They can't get through Blue because Veer is watching it like a hawk. They have to get through bricks, and they are starting to do that. Oh, no.
Can he collect? Salvo's just going to be back on the back lines. Their own bomb. Here comes a swing. It's met with equal force. They are going to defuse with plenty of time. And map number 2. Gonna go in favor of Animus. They steal this search and destroy away. What was looking like a promising round for exclusive just completely blown out of the water.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive shout out to Animus there towards those rounds. Although, it has to be said, it did feel a little bit like exclusive are kind of throwing so many of those rounds to begin with. Like, yeah, I mean, they'll watch back that search and destroy, the first half of that S&D, and be like, yeah, we probably shouldn't have peaked in the way that they did on multiple occasions. We probably should have played that just more fundamentally, like Slums S&D should be played. Although, I will say, just on the whole, that was probably one of the weirdest Slums S&Ds I think I've ever casted.
That's fair. Yeah, traditionally when you bang out on a map like that, it's usually the hot gunny that wins. And brother, it was Shark 9 times out of 10, 24-11. I mean, just so elusive. He was literally the last man standing in many cases, many rounds. But the well-disciplined push through the middle of the map on the flip side of things, just he's always going to be a presence that you have to be alert of. If he goes unaccounted for, he can cause damage, and you saw it. He racked up plenty of kills to go along with that. So 9-7, you see how hard they had to sweat for that map, though, too. I mean, I know it was a very great start. 5-3 going into the half.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how does that game turn, completely around in an offensive, angle? And then when it mattered the most, you stepped up defensively. Just a great approach from Animus.
Yeah, I'll say this much. I think exclusive, they are best in search and destroy when they're just full sending it, right? Like we saw that at the beginning of some search and destroy on the defense, where on the offense, where they were just basically like full sending it, util over the top, try and win some of those opening gunfights. As soon as that doesn't go wrong, I think the strategy and gameplay is not particularly great, and ultimately it's never going to be. It's Slums S&D on the offense. The only real way to play Sums S&D on the offense is to kind of beat out the opposition team to the middle of the map. Again, it is literally just them on the defense through those first few rounds where it's just like, we are giving away rounds for free. Like, you can't afford to go down like that. It is not a good position whatsoever. So, yeah. We go 2-1 to exclusive again, looking towards that map advantage they got from coming from the upper bracket, and now we see them going into a standoff control, a control map that is so abnormal to see. Raid control was the ban, or standoff control was one of our picks, I should say, which is absolutely a curveball in towards this grand finals.
Yeah, it is. Usually, you know, you see a raid off this. Actually, no, they banned raids, so standoff is absolutely where you want to be at if you're exclusive. However, their standoff or their control as a whole hasn't looked phenomenal by any means. So this is definitely a chance for Animus to strike back. And obviously, if you look at it in that regard too, if they are able to tie this one up, we got a guaranteed crossroads strike, which they were flawless on earlier. They only gave up one round. And even when you think that, you know, exclusive, we're going to be able to get some momentum going in it, they immediately shut that down. So now all of a sudden, you get your slums map pick to go your way. You got a chance to do something here in the standoff control. You brace yourself for impact on takeoff at hard point, brother. Because, I mean, let's just be real. Exclusive ain't losing no hard points. You've got, I mean, guaranteed games 5 in your pocket, rolling into a firing range search and destroy to close it out.
Yeah, for sure. There is, you got to win the standoff control. Like, for me, no doubt about it. I think, you know, you win the standoff control, you actually have an advantage in the series, because as you said, I think we're both expecting them to win the crossroads strike control. This feels like a big map in this best of 7 grand finals. Whether or not exclusive can win it, or Animus can win it, excuse me, is a different story entirely. They've already shown up in that search and destroy. Now they've got to show up in the control. And one player that's been showing up pretty consistently for Animus is actually Keiru. We talked about him being kind of MVP of their last series versus Wanted. Him with the SKS. Scary prospects here on standoff for sure.
Oh, yeah, Veer, he's playing his life too. Lighty, lighting it up yet again. Won't be denied here on this B side. They're going to find floodgates on through. Unorthodox pushes come in numbers, and they're not trying to hide anything. They're collecting some time there on towards the A site. A little bit of double, but it is going to be shut down. One tick of progress collected on both. Veer just completely going unaccounted for. And then Neil and all of the rest of Exclusive are just picking you apart. A great start here for Exclusive off the rip.
Yeah, this has actually been phenomenal from Exclusive on the whole. They're going to get some progress on towards A, and I think they might actually get the capture there. I think Saturn is stopping this one. Yeah, A is gone. Exclusive now with a massive 9 life advantage. Animus on the back foot. They're trying to hold on towards B, and they're just not holding on to any power positions at the moment. Even through green side, Animus, just no gunfights being won at the moment, and they have to try and fight these battles on various sides of the map. They will clear 2 out, but as far as clearing out space across the bed of the map, that hasn't happened just yet.
No, not yet at all. The red's still looming. Gothilla, 1 kill to his name. Finally going to be able to find his second. Pops on out. Everyone has already cleared through ground. They're on your back lines, and you are trying to put them in a little bit of a blender. You're doing great holding off this lane of traffic. If you can get these kills on the backside, you might be able to set up this spawn trap, but it's Lighty and Says lighting up the feed yet again. Lighty hardly denied here. 15-5 is the life count. We are down to the last 10 already. Minute and 23 on the clock. Not even a factor.
Yeah, this is done. The only question at this point is how many ops will Exclusive have going into round number 2? Because you can bet your bottom dollar they're not going to play overly aggressive here. They're going to get these last 2 kills, and then they are going to leave the last remaining player alive. Yep, and here we go. They're actually getting on the point. What? They're stacking the point, brother. They don't care. They are BMing so badly right now. They do not care an iota about the operators. They will not get that second tick through, but I don't think I've ever seen a 5 stack from a team. Like, that is hilarious.
Bro, they look like 5 roaches trying to scramble to get away with their lives after funneling through that door. Lucky Saturn doesn't get the collateral damage, and multiple shots on in. Sawo gonna hop out. Sawo gonna die. Saturn damage gonna be kept to a minimum. He's on a 3 spree with the gunny, but right now he's only on pace to get this hunter killer. We'll see if the guns come up here for Exclusive. They're just gonna continue to let him do his thing. 25 seconds on the clock. They'll deal with the damage when they want to.
Yep. Just Says and Neil left up to get their ops, and this one we're done. I will say they do actually have to get on the point now. like 10 seconds left. You don't want to be risking Saturn's forgetting the kills. And now, yeah, okay, Neil gets those ops, and it's done. Operators are not necessarily a guarantee. We've seen teams use them for 1 or 2 kills and then immediately get done in. So it isn't necessarily a guarantee of a round victory for Exclusive, but they do have all 5 now actually going into round number 2. So you can kind of bet your bottom dollar that they will absolutely bring at least 1 or 2 out at the start of this round. And Sao, well, he's going to start that party.
Oh, yeah. Saturn's there for a quick 2-piece, though. In the middle of the map, it's Lighty and Neil. They're lighting it up again. Full court press now activated. Narcs, 1 kill to his name through the first round. Brother, it is a sea of yellow. And Shark finally able to end that. He's going to be a part of the 3-piece. That is Sawo. And Brody, this is taking a turn for the worst. Even smokes can't save you here in this instance. Death Machine's out. You got the back line shut down. You got the operators in full effect. Buckle up. This one's about to get ugly.
Yep, this one is not good whatsoever. Animus now down by 6 lives. 5 life disadvantage is not something that is insurmountable to come back from. Kafilla proving that right now of how deep up pushed up the map he is. Exclusive are very much preoccupied at the moment with making sure that nobody comes behind them and does damage. That's allowing Animus to getting through on the other side, and now Kafilla is going to invest the Death Machine. For the investments that Exclusive have made in towards this round, this isn't actually looking like an Exclusive round just yet.
No, it's not. As a matter of fact, they're able to let him get out of the spawn. They're able to connect the dots here onto the B side, and you got a Death Machine you got to deal with. It's finally dealt pressure towards this side. They're going to be able to get the second tick of progress, and, well, it looks like they've taken a play out of your book and a rather unorthodox slip on through. They're just going to let Godzilla continue to rack up, and, well, that is probably not the best case. We got another minute out on the clock, and it's a 10v11. This is very doable for Animus.
This is absolutely doable for Animus. First tick already through. Take the trades. Double investment coming out from the ops as well. This might well be the deciding factor in this round. This would be very frustrating for Exclusive to win this, considering the investments that they've made. And all they have to do, Animus, is triple stack on towards a point. Exclusive, they are very far away, and they are not going to stop the capture coming through with a double stack. The kills are being made. Somehow Shark now needs to go big.
What we do? Oh, he's still with no response. Any response? Neil, shut down. I'm not going to question the operator pull. The vision was there. Maybe a little bit of a panic pop, but it is instantly dealt with. He took shots too, so that one is completely off the tables. Huge investment for Exclusive. All 5 ops completely gone.
Yeah, that is such a big round for Animus. Not just because now you're going to have some ops of your own, but because you dealt with a round where the odds were stacked against you from frame 1. I said it going into the round. It isn't a guarantee when a team gets operators that they are going to win that round, and Animus just proved right there why that is the case. So, all even Stevens here going in towards round number 3. Animus might well have found their groove now. And that is bearing out in the results. Like, Exclusive are not having the same kind of kill disparity that they saw back in round number 1. Like, they are having a fight for this at the moment.
Yeah, Sawo. Oh, he's sniffed out. Doesn't matter. That's the absolute snapper. Oh, not good for the second. Godzilla, part of that duo up top, who was able to miss the shots and get away. Shark, the initial entry, is shut down, but not a lot of damage there for the ops that were on the table there for the side of Exclusive. They're kind of digging themselves out of the trenches. 4 life deficit is Veer and crew able to find a couple there. Neil going to be contested on the point. Sawo to fill the space. Saturn gets a hit marker. That feels bad. Godzilla left to clean up the pieces. 17v12 rather. And again, a very optimistic attacking side. Let's see if they can continue to put pressure on this side.
Yeah. I like this play from Animus at the moment. Just really trying to separate out their forces here on the defense, making sure they're watching all the different points of ingress. Lighty's the only player to get past, and he's going to be a problem sooner rather than later. They did have Neil towards the point. Now Lighty needs to go huge. They're in a 5v13 here, Exclusive. Lighty has to procure some gunfights. He's gotten one player out, but he can't win his fight towards the point, mate. Shark is on a tear at the moment. He's on a 5 spree, and he's about to get his equals again.
How do you account for a guy like that? On top of that, Saturn just popping. Sawo, last man standing. They're not going to let this one loom. They're going to go ahead and put the finishing touches. We've got map point, Brody. We talked about win conditions here for this series. We mentioned at the beginning of this control, this is where you need to take a map in order to extend the series, because you're going into the takeoff hard point with hopes of winning, but, you know, Explosive have been hardly denied in hard points at all.
Yeah, it's crazy right now that what's happening. Animus looking so good in control.
Be advised. Hostile
Exclusive need to have a better round number 4 here. Lighty, he's not finding anything with this death machine. He's just gone straight through the middle of the map. Gotten so many bullets sent out in towards the wilderness, and not a single one has even caught a stray. That is wild to not get anything for the death machine. And now Animus starting to get the offense going once again. They've been much better at it. Narcs is on the cross, but he has to get the kills, and he does so against Sawo. This is an issue for those players because Shark's now pushed forward towards your base. Yes, you deal with him, but you've still got that Anai to deal with on the other side.
Sawo does have a Tempest at the ready if he wants to pop it. You can't save it for next round if you don't win this one. 23v20 is the life count. Sawo in your spawn. Looking to cause some damage, or in his spawn, rather, looking to cause some damage off of this objective. He's going to be forced to retreat back and deal with the pressure in your spawn. Now we've got a little bit more of an even situation. There's that Tempest I mentioned. Sawo's been the answer for the flip side of things. Shark has been cramming it down your throat. Can Sawo do the same?
16-15 in favor of exclusive hit. Defense looking pretty good. You've got to play the likes of Neil and Sawo pushed up in towards your face. There's not really much you can do about that when they're there. You've got to deal with them before making the move forward. They might be hoping that the road push from Gifilla alleviates some pressure through the middle of the map, because as these kills go against you, Gifilla's now going to have to come back. He really needs to be a nuisance here to try and give some space for his teammates, because as it currently stands, they are getting bullied in towards their spawn.
Yeah, they are. Got to find a way, a leeway out. He's got to be getting active in here. The damage has been done. Veer's going to be crossed on through. Sawo pieced. 4v11. What was looking like a doable situation has left us wide open for a round 5. A promising finish here for Animus, potentially. Not able to close it out. Exclusive fight tooth and nail. And Neil's got operators and streaks to go along with it. This could be upset.
Yeah, and the timing of this EMP is everything for Neil. Bring that out when Animus on the precipice of getting their operators. An exclusive might well have it in the bag. There goes the opening util off the start, and San brings out his Sparrow, immediately finds 2. That's the opening that Animus needed here on the defense. They can now start to apply that exact same pressure that Exclusive had previously, but when Neil finds 2 and alleviates a bit of that pressure, that's not particularly great. Exclusive can now find some kills for themselves.
Oh, and Kru's on an island right here. Does he have a trophy? No, he doesn't. He doesn't pick it up. And that is the pressure that could have been. Saturn able to put you back in a little bit of a chokehold. He's got 30 on this map. He's on the hunt for more. Got to be denied. Neil, the counterpart. Here comes Veer. Hitting some shots. Not getting any kills. The damage just not putting in the work. And while operators burned off the tables, you got Shark who's doing God's work on the inside of the map. He's got operators to pop as well. Neil now with an answer back here, but a chance to go big. Equalizers at the top side of Brown.
14v20. Animus now. Kills here in this situation, and well, they're looking to find it, but it's not looking good at the moment. Exclusive now really starting to get the pressure through here. Lighty with the opening blood, a 6 life advantage, extra 60 seconds on the board. And Animus's big play is to send Gafilla and Shark behind enemy lines to find some frags and get the players in a blender of a spawn trap.
I mean, that could be the call, but you got to get the kills. 2 do come through. Here comes the operator. Shark goes big for a 2-piece, or Githilla rather, but is traded out. Says gonna get taken down by Narcs on the back lines. They have yet to deal with Shark, and he is all the way deep. He's gonna be able to find 1, make it 2, a 3rd. A multi-kill, the reel it back in. Exclusive have lost the life lead, and Animus are striking quick.
Exclusive now in trouble. The gambit from it. Animus was there. Get players behind. And Shark to do it with 30 kills. He has been EMP, but is it too little too late? Because Exclusive are pinned back in towards their spawn. Now, Kru does have the Tempest out as well. Lighty with the Death Machine has to find more value because he's been pretty damn terrible with it so far.
You got 55 seconds in a Dream. Sawo able to keep 1. Dream still alive. Predator has been burned. No streaks on the table. No operators on the left-hand side of your screen. Lighty needs to find a massive return on this investment. He is shut down. We're down to 2. Animus with a chance to shut down this Exclusive roster and tie us up in the series. It's down to 1. It's done, Brody. The 3-2 comes through. And we've got ourselves a series.
Man, shout out to Shark for that massive play towards the end. You could see Animus positing for it. They got Shark and Gefilla behind through the back alley. They needed to make sure that kills came through, and albeit Gefilla couldn't deliver, Shark, with his equalizers, has done that time and time again, and he does it again here in game number 4 of this best of 7 grand finals to close out a round 5 control. Animus continue to be absolute demons in control, and it's worth saying as well, I don't think that Exclusive played that control badly whatsoever.
They didn't.
I think Animus just put on a masterclass.
I don't think you can account for Shark and Saturn in that situation. You called it perfectly. When the play call was going through, you hit the back alley and you just pray for the best. Gathilla gets 2 and he's taken out, and Shark is left alone to fend for himself. And what does he do? He goes ham with his equalizers. Couldn't have pictured it perfect for him. All that damage that he did to as well, he only ends up with a 30 and 32 stat line. That'll just tell you it's high risk, high reward in situations like that. He just got paid and was better in that scenario. An overall great map for him, but Saturn's ran that map crazy, completely uncounted for.
Yep, 100%. And what a bounce back for Saturn, because in Search and Destroy, Saturn is sometimes kind of an on-island. He isn't that useful. In Control, however, Saturn is just a totally different beast. This guy is insane in Control, and he is the reason that he's on the roster. So that leaves us now 2-2. In this best of 7, this is now officially the most competitive matchup we've had between these two teams this season thus far. And, you know, big picture here, talking about Animus, where they've been at, making improvements on their roster time and time again. This is kind of the precipice of that, where it's just like, ultimately, this is Animus improving their roster so that they can take maps off of Exclusive in this grand finals.
Absolutely. What a better way, the best way to go out, rather. You haven't had a chance to cast a grand finals yet and through this 6-week spread, and you're getting delivered a masterpiece, one that is being fought all the way down to the wire, with the exception of that Aussie and the hardpoint. We're just going to brush that one under the rug. This series so far has been delivering banger after banger. Animus have certainly improved. We were talking about how they matched up against this exclusive roster, and they have just been getting griefed time in and time out every time they step in the ring. Finally, they're starting to swing full in. Let's see if they can make the most of it. They tied us up, Brody. Can they hold off what is arguably one of the best hardpoint teams here in EU and possibly the world? I mean, they've looked downright undeniable.
Yep, 100%. Exclusive are so strong in hardpoint. It is crazy how good hardpoint they are compared to Search and Destroy and Control. It's actually kind of like a joke at the moment, isn't it? It's just like Exclusive going to hardpoint and they look like a totally different team. However, this has been a pretty good start from Animus. Yes, it's a yellow feed, but Animus are the first team to touch in towards the time. So fair play to them for that. Animus now, though, need to follow up with some more kills and some more time. And so far, so good.
Yep. Let's take a look at the stats of what happened in that first best of 5 that we watched. It ended right here on a takeoff, 250 to 155. So the bar's not set very high here for this Animus roster. If they can deliver, we'll be excited. First hill down, 15 seconds left to go here on it. Animus have grabbed their share of it. Done a lot of contesting to go along with it. They cleared off the threats too as well. So far, so good. They're looking scrappy here in this matchup.
Yep, Animus fighting tooth and nail here for the moment. But it's that P2. This is where it's really going to kind of split the difference between these two teams as we get in towards P2. This is where I ask the question, can Animus hang? Because Exclusive, generally speaking, a pretty good hardpoint team on this hill. I like the play call to have Saturn be that roaming sub at the moment and be a nuisance trying to deal with the players coming off the spawn. He is doing that very well. Nicely played for a Saturn. Fundamentally speaking, everything perfect for Animus so far.
No, absolutely. This is about as good as it's going to get, but can you sustain this level of play? Neil, through the window, finds a 2-piece. The War Machine for Cmoore is going to be able to provide a little bit of damage. They're going to be able to take him down. Cmoore and crew now looking to itch on back onto the objective. Saturn, that free roam player, now being a loose cannon to go along with it on the objective. Says his one shot, Says dealt with. Here comes the claw from Nargs. Could be some big time as the investments need to pay off.
And so far, so good. Shark once again starting to piece up Narcs with the claw, one of the most deadly operators you can have in this hard point because it can just ricochet from wall to wall in a very narrow corridor. It works out perfectly as Narcs will find more value off the back of that claw. So Animus in a great spot here will bring the Predator missile down. That should be the call that they hate. There's 3 players towards the control center, but also there's a couple of players that you will need to deal with towards the backside, and they weren't focusing properly on the rotation, so you'll bring the Pred down, great. You'll make the call, great, but the follow-up kills are not there, and Exclusive are in.
Well, they got the numbers here too as well. Sawo, big guns out with a Tempest. Rogue shot there. Here comes Shark. Whoa, so I started blasting. He comes through. Completely levels your Tempest player as well. And a break here, opportune time here for Animus to stop the bleeding. It's all down the Veer to hold this site. Animus coming through with an arguably best hardpoint performance we've seen out of them so far.
Yeah, 100%. This is so much more competitive from Animus, and just their breaks and team play at the moment is on point. Shark with the positioning. Where is the play call? How on earth is Sauer just run straight through Shark with no turnaround whatsoever? Shark on the beaming, and he continues to beam as well. 5 in a row now for Shark. He's starting to streak out here in this game. That should be scrap time down to Animus, and they are going to bring the Predator missile down to try and catch some of the players on that rotation. That will soften things up. It'll allow them through towards the old kill. But everything past that point, Animus are still going to be the first to touch regardless of what happens.
Yeah, they do take down Shark, who was streaking. That could have been massive. So Predator to take down a potential Predator. He's the Predator of this lobby. Him and Saturn's going massive. Narc's up top. He's got 19. We failed to mention him. He's gone massive. Saturn's and crew right back onto it. Sawo's up top. He's finally starting to get the gunny rolling. Does have topside control. Waiting for the cavalry to come through. Shark's dealt with. Here comes the claw. Lighty. Absent so far in this hard point. Going to be able to play his life, and of course he's going to be able to find some kills to go along with. It is a much needed time and a much needed answer for Exclusive if they strike back here on the connect dots to the P4 site.
Exclusive now licking hold through the smoke here. Says with the death machine out. Not going to get anything. That's immediate 3 down, and Animus will now be in for the scrap times. How about this? Comparatively to what we saw on the Hacienda hardpoint, Animus now in the lead here in this game. They are running off a lot of momentum from their last 2 game victories, and it is showing right now. You look at the stat lines across the board, and everyone showing up, maybe apart from Gafilla, but honestly, do you need him when you got your SMGs running right like this?
Yeah, when your SMGs are providing that much damage, it is just so hard to get in these power positions to shut down people. They are up close and in your face. But how much longer can they sustain this play? That's the question. They really haven't rose up to the occasion in the hard points here as of late. Right now, they are doing everything they can to keep this lead. And Gathilla's starting to get things rolling with the death machine. He's going to be able to chop him down here off the spawn. Neil going to be able to swiftly shut him down. And up top, Saturn's that lurker going to be activated and put in your face, too, to go along with it. So a very scrappy P1. We're midway through it. Setups for P2, and you can already see Gathilla is already making notions towards it.
It's just staggering how good Animus are playing right now. Even though Exclusive are still hot on their heels, the fact that Animus have the lead here in this game, absolutely stunning. Selection of kills coming in favor of Exclusive. We'll give them potentially the first look at this next hard point. The issue last time around for them was the fact that Animus managed to push their subs out of the hard point. It was a nuisance on those respawning players. That can't happen again. Animus need to be dealt with pretty quickly. Exclusive needs to be much more wary of that.
Yeah, here comes the operators too. Shark, he's not going to be denied. Neil, shut down. Gets the trophies down, it don't matter. Solo's just going to let you slide on through. Oh my god, the 4-piece. Shark, unstoppable. He's got the Hunter Killer to go along with it. He is yet to be stopped. Finally, it's a claw, but it's claw for claw. Veer pulls out the big guns in the war machine and settles things down. Break right back through. Exclusive back on the objective.
Alrighty, Exclusive now in for this time. Again, watch out for those roaming subs. They've been dealt with this time around. Good reads coming through from Exclusive. That is a much better look from them. Now they've just got to brace for the impact through the front of the hard point, and they are doing that in spades. This is not a good look for Animus whatsoever. Yes, one rogue spawner comes through, but it is immediately red, and now we look towards the rotation. There is a serious opportunity for Exclusive to get in the driver's seat here in this game.
Yeah, it's just so, even with whatever kind of lead Animus have had or how well they've played it, they've allowed Exclusive just to find ways to get back in and time out. Right now, it's only a 21-point lead. Shark's going to be able to find the players on the outskirts. You still got 3 to deal with. The calls are there, and it's just going to be a blindside hit. Saturn taking advantage of 1. You've got close side spawns, but you do not have this hill.
Yeah, man, this is crazy right now. Exclusive, ever so slightly down by in this game. Neil looking to hold on. Back spawns. Not the spawns you generally speaking want, but the way that Animus are playing somewhat passively at the moment is going to enable Exclusive to get in towards the time. Sour and Fear will triple up. It is kills for Exclusive galore, and now those spawns will flip. Are Exclusive going to read them in time because they've still got pressure on the front of the hardpoint to contend with as well?
Brody, they're fumbling right now. This is a stumble if I've ever seen it. They've gotten this far in this hardpoint. They played so damn well, but now they're getting picked apart. Are they made to make this work? Connection over the P4 is being made. No, it's shut down. Stays here for the exits. Able to find another. You've spent so much time in these spawns. You've lost him. You didn't get any time off of this P3 site. And now it is neck and neck. Exclusive looking to take the lead.
Exclusive. Just 2 points away. They are now in control. They've been a lot better at holding hard points in the back half of this game for sure, and they will now take the lead. How on earth has this happened given the slaying prowess? Gefilla not going to find anything with the death machine either. It feels like all the get out of jail free cards for Animus are being burned right in front of our very eyes. And now Exclusive are really starting to garner a lot of momentum. They've got so much utility on side. Every time they get a streaker operator, it immediately comes out. They want breathing room right now versus Animus.
They are just playing this second set of hills to a T. Oh my God, anything that will happen. Veer catches you off the roadie. You can't even make it out of spawn. Pops Preddy almost instantly finds Narcs. It's a sea of yellow. They're continuing to grief you the last 10 seconds. Scrap 4 theirs to take. Trophies working overtime. Neil shutting it down. Second set of hills done. You're down by 50.
How would this happen? It's like you blink and Animus have not only lost control of this game, but they're down by such a significant amount. Exclusive looking so good now. They have got their mojo back. They are feeling a lot more confident, and they're in control of the hard point as well. Whitey with the reads. This is not okay if you're Animus. Exclusive now getting a plethora of time off of P1, and their only hope is that the roaming subs might be able to distract.
Hell, the only hope that you have is all 5 of these players on the right-hand screen just magically disconnect from the lobby. They're clicking, Brody. We're not discounting Animus just yet, but, bro, they had a lead. They sold it. Fumbled the bag there in the P3 site. Chance for them to strike back here in this P1. 20 seconds to close it out, and you're just giving away a lot of time for free. Through the smoke, Neil's able to capture. Finally, a contest is going to come through. It's dealt with. An Exclusive. Oh, my God. Even Neil's hitting at a distance. This is a problem.
Yeah, this is...
They can't
insane.
buy a kill, Brody.
This is insane. Yeah, this is total dominance now from Exclusive here. They're just 9 points away from winning, and that is something I never thought I would have said when Animus were up by as much as they were. They were as dominant as they were here in this game. Animus have to hold on. They've got to be perfect, and they've got to deal with pressure on both sides of the hard point.
Veer at a distance, looking to end their misery. Here comes Shark. Timing on these operators have been perfect. He has gone massive when needed. He's going to step up to the occasion as well. Clears out Sawo. That is a 3 wipe. Now looking to breach out. Lighty going to be able to shut him down. Moment of truth. 9 seconds left here for Exclusive. If you're Animus, find a way to shut him down. Exclusive, get this break.
Animus, they're in towards the time. They're going to invest their ops to make sure that they win the hard point as well. If Gefilla could get this EMP, it might be everything. It might well give them an opportunity for the rotation. As Animus now will hold on. They will force the next hill, and we look towards those back spawns where Exclusive are currently spawning. They should be the first team to touch on New as well. Don't push too deep in towards control center, because if you do, you might force a spawn out around the back, and that's not what you want at the moment.
Gefilla got the pred. Perfect timing. He's going to catch one straggler. Spawns on the backside. It's big. Narcs goes big. They've solidified spawns. They had it the last go-around, but they couldn't capitalize this time. Will they fumble the bag? Sawo! One-man wrecking crew. Gonna get shut down. Narcs puts you in the blender, too. Animus are here.
Animus are in. Just 8 seconds, all that Exclusive need now. Kru doubling up, Kru tripling up. There's the EMP coming out from Gefilla, and that means anything that Exclusive get now, they will not be able to bring out in towards this game. They have to do this just purely by the gunny, and they're going to try and do it by the stairs.
Oh, Gatilla not moving, brother. He has got a heady and a dream. Comeback is real. 20 seconds. Now the win condition for Animus. Exclusive starting to panic. Can they make this hit happen? They have a chance to do it here and get it done. The same could be said about the opposite there. They've held on for dear life. Kru gonna fill the gaps. Here comes the claw here for Lighty. It's shut down. Last hit chance. Exclusive.
Might have to go new. You might have to go new. Contest comes through from Neil. Do they need? No, they don't. Animus come back in a game. They were down by 90, and they play perfectly towards the end of the hard point. They will now go up in our grand finals.
Brody, they couldn't buy a kill on P1. They were down 220 to, what was that, like 150? I mean, I'd have to take a look at that breakdown. That was an absolute masterclass. You get absolutely bodied on that second set of hills. And what a way to spark some life here in this Animus roster. Brody, they've taken the lead.
Yeah, I cannot believe it. For the first time in a really, really long time, Exclusive here. I mean, Exclusive are down in a grand finals. Honestly, I cannot believe it. This hasn't happened in so long. Exclusive, I mean, they looked good towards the end of the game. They just fully took control, and then Animus come out, and they literally do everything perfectly. They manipulate spawns perfectly. Obviously, they find the kills. All their ops work perfectly. Total breakdown, and I cannot wait to watch back the end of that game.
I drew a blank at the end. I was just dumbfounded. I was impressed, as well as like, what are we doing? You're panicking. You goes back to the P2 site. Shark provides tremendous amount of pressure with his equalizers. Did a damn good job. Pretty much every chance he got to on that staircase. So the fact that you keep it alive there is ridiculous. We get into P3. They fumble it the second time around. And boy, do they make the most of it and close it out here a third time. Animus with the lead. They sold it. They get it back. I've never had this much roller coaster of emotion right now. And we head to what could be the last map here in this grand finals, Brody, with a potential upset on the line. Animus got their best map and Mo combo coming up.
Yep, absolutely they do. Crossroads Strike Control, guys. We got that coming up here in just a moment. I'm going to take a quick break, literally 2 minutes. Everyone needs a breather here in this best of 7. Honestly, I need a pee. So I'm going to go do that. We're back in 2 minutes with more action from our grand finals. Welcome back right here to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2026. This is the grand finals of the summer split qualifiers for Europe. And boy, this has been an incredible grand final so far. We are 5 maps deep into this best of 7 grand finals. And believe it or not, Exclusive, who has been on top of the world for the entirety of the split so far, now have their backs up against the wall. Because not only have Animus won a hard point, they've won a hard point just before they play, I mean, arguably, at least from our perspective, their best map mode combination that we've ever seen them play.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this series in, after the slums. You're like, hey, you know what? What you got to do is find the standoff because you know you're going to lose the takeoff. Well, you've won the takeoff. It's a chance for you to steal the series. Crossroads Strikes could very well be the opportunity for us to crown a new champion in EU, and we're not even going to waste any time. We're going to hop back into the action. Animus, can you get the job done? Exclusive, can you get us to a map 7? Let's jump in and find out.
All right, let's see how they get on here. Exclusive have to pull off what feels like an upset on Crossroads Strike Control. Animus are not only the strongest control team in Europe, but Crossroads Strike is their home ground. And they have looked damn good on it. Big reason for that is their ability to push through, and then obviously the teammates follow up with some actual control off the back of those initial gunfights. And that's what you're seeing right here. Look at player number 2, pushed up towards that top left side. That's going to be Saturn, while Shark and Gafilla get something going on the point itself. This is looking like a great start for Animus.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of hyper-fixating on this objective off the rip. You see the wombo combo of the subs. Saturn's pushes. Shark plays objective, breaches out. You always have an extension over towards this objective to go along with it. So it's a good push-pull combination. Saturn's now the next man up. They're stacking it 2 holds. Smoke's going to come through. It's an 11v20 here for the defense. They're down, but it's not certainly over. Last second contest going to come through for Neo. Lighty, they clean house.
Well, I mean, Exclusive, they clean house momentarily, but it's already done. This round is already over. Animus, they're in a 17v7. They've got a massive life advantage. They're pushing up the map towards B as well. I mean, they've literally already got the more difficult point done and dusted. They do lose a player up top, and that maybe provides an opportunity, an opening for Exclusive to stop the bleeding by B. But, I mean, they are not being very fast in reacting here.
Shark going to be able to find one. The last stand here for the defense. Says piece into the middle of the map. We got 2 minutes, and they're collecting time for free. Predator's going to be earned for Says. I don't know how much of an impact it's going to have, but Operator's at the ready for Gathilla into the next round. He's got 11 on board. He has been downright electric. Neil, last man standing, 1v7. Shuts down the objective player. Maybe he'll get some streaks. Maybe he doesn't. He's got an eternity to last. Obviously, they're just playing with their food at this point. It is hiding, seek, here in control, Crossroads Strike. And they've got the last zombie left standing on the map. All of a chance of just racking up some free money and maybe getting a go at the mystery machine. A mystery box.
Yeah, you're just looking for your ops at this point, isn't it? Don't you just love the end of these control rounds where teams can play for their ops? So fun, isn't it? Neil is just looking for the Predator missile and the EMP, but he knows it's futile to win. I hope one day, I'm pulling for Neil here, I hope one day that a situation like this actually ends up in a team on the other side of it actually winning the round. I think that would be hilarious.
I think that would definitely stop the dragged out situations. Obviously, that's not going to be the case here. You're already getting tagged up. They don't want him to streak up. They don't want him to get ops. I think he's already done, a little bit of damage. Equals are earned for Neil, but he didn't get that Predator missile. It could go to Say. So they able to mitigate that damage, and they take that first round convincingly. I don't know if anybody else does it better here than Animus, brother. They always seem to strike perfectly on the offensive approach, and they're always there to start off the round. So let's see if Exclusive can dig their way back in.
See if they can do it. Oh, nice. I was going to say, great hunter killer drone from there from Neil. Good start from Veer on the point as well. Can they cleanly take out Shark? Yes, they can. Okay, this is not a terrible start from Exclusive at all. They're getting the players in the right positions. They need the follow-up kills, though, and they need to start focusing on the objective. Veer going unnoticed might well be their secret weapon at the moment, but even he can only last for one gunfight.
Yeah, Saw's going to pop there. He's going to be able to clear out 2. It is instantly met with a Sparrow from Saturn's. Narc's getting involved too as well. Lighty looking to take up space, dealt with. So what kind of map control you had early on these waves? Going to be sent back to spawn. Veer finds one, is done. It's all on Asawo. He's the last man here. They're trying to get another leeway on towards this fire site, and Lighty might have just opened the floodgates. Lighty! Oh my god,
Oh,
brother, a
wow.
four-piece!
Lighty wants Exclusive to stay in this game. God, we've been here before, but it was the table's turn, wasn't it? Exclusive going to dump in towards this round to ensure that they win it. They do have a tentative life advantage at now 6, now 5. Exclusive want to also match the ticks that Animus got in that previous round. If they could capture A, that would be great. And it looks like they're going to... I don't think anybody from Animus is exactly going to stop them. They should probably stack onto the point if they want to get A, if I'm honest. At the moment, they're not exactly doing that. And now they will do so to get that stack through. Here comes the extra 60 seconds.
Uh-oh.
And now you've matched the energy from Animus back in round number 1.
There it is. All right, 3v9. Got ops for Keiru and Narcs. I'd be pretty upset if they did invest here. So no damage to be found, even if Narcs is able to stay alive and find some kills. What is probably just going to be a hunter killer. As you can see, they're playing Ring Around the Rosie at this point. On the ice we go. 1v7 skating around him. A minute on the clock. Solo trying to escape, and Narcs is going to be able to find another in his feed. He's got 4 working on that hunter killer, and time is of the essence here in trying to take him down. They're just going to continue to rack up whatever kind of operator value they can get.
Yeah. Although at this point, let's be perfectly honest, verdict, I don't know if it means anything, because Animus also went into round number 2
Fair.
with operator advantage, and they squandered it. So, yeah, this is normal, and yeah, I'm not surprised they're doing it, but I don't think it's necessarily a guarantee of a win. Yeah, Veer's going to shut down Narc, so 3 will not get their operators at the end of round number 2. Still, regardless, it's a big one for Exclusive, considering how much you got dominated in round number 1. To answer in kind like that in round number 2 is everything you could possibly have wanted. The problem is, because Animus dumped at the start of round number 2, and that round went on for so long, they are now cycling back in towards their operators at the start of this round. So Exclusive, they've got their ops, they need to use them to really put a dent in the lives, probably at the beginning of this round, and it has to be sustained.
Well, right now, they're not doing a great job of it. Say he's able to find 1. They've invested 3. They cleared out through. Trying to lead the way on into this objective. And Veer, Death Machine's going to expire. Something to keep note of, too, as well as we progress through this one. If it does go to around 5, a 2-tick progress was collected more in favor of Animus on their opening offensive push. So if we do get to that round 5, we might be seeing some switch-ups on who's going to be taking that advantage of having the offense or defense. I don't know which side. So far, it's been offensive victory, so I'm assuming that's what they want.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, isn't it? Like, at this point, it feels like the offense is the right way to go. Narc's now getting aggressive, the Annihilator. Pushing moving towards the spawns. And I'll be fair, it's been a while since Crossroad Strike Control has been in the rotation, like prior to 2026, but I've been waiting for a team to take advantage of the offensive side for a really long time. Like, the spawn trap is so easy to pull off on the offense that, like,
yes,
I'm surprised that it wasn't used way more often back when it was first in the rotation the first time around. Either way, 14v17, this is still plausible here for Exclusive here in this round. They have to hold on, though, and they can't let plays like that happen, as now Animus looks to get in towards B.
Yeah, Shark, next man up. He's going to be able to find a 4-piece. When he's doing things like that, of course, you're going to be able to find success here on the offensive approaches. And into fire we go. They're lighting it up. Narcs up top, traded out. Sawo. They've got the player advantage. Can they keep it? Extend this round by another minute. Minute and 34 on the clock. 7v13. Still doable here for the defense. And Sawo getting a turn on, as well as Neil popping. They're investing big here. Let's see if it pays off.
Yeah, this has to go well for Neil because you don't have anything in the way of operators going in towards the next round. So Neil's going to run out of his equals here. He's not going to actually find any more kills for it. So they're going to have to settle for a 6 versus 10. Kafilla on the other side has 1 op ready to go. And Animus are going to force the issue. Kafilla is bringing out the Death Machine to ensure that they win this round. Exclusive pushed very far back while Animus start to get the move on towards the point. They've got to go right now.
Yeah, they do. I love this call out of Gathilla. Obviously, you want to get these operators rolling, get them in and out. As long as you win these rounds, it doesn't matter. Lighty looking to clean up the objective. Keiru at a distance. Veer, last man standing. He's blasted. 2 more ticks of progress to add to it. And we're on match point. Animus striking quickly here on the offensive side. Can they get the job done here on the defense? Let's find out.
And I'm just one round away from taking down a Titan. What an upset this would be. Great start for Exclusive here in towards this one, though. They're getting the move going on towards A, and they want to stack to begin with. And this is the thing about Exclusive. I don't want to call it just yet, because obviously there's still a ways to go here in this round, especially with Cthulhu playing like that.
What?
For a double. But Exclusive can just try and full send it whenever they want. Like, when they want to, when they want to play as a team, when they want to stack on the point, that is when they're scariest. They tried it there, and luckily for Animus, Cthulhu was there to stop.
Yeah, 3-piece is massive. You can put this one away if you continue to do stuff like that. Saturn's up top. Able to get some shots in the land, but Zveer with the util over the top. They've got 2 players stacking the objective. Waiting for Stays to clean out the outskirts. Well, Veer's holding on for dear life here. Sawol's got your overlook. He's activated too. Narcs shutting you down in 1. But it's still another player here left to deal with. They've got tremendous map pressure and control. Can they get the job done?
5 life advantage here for Exclusive, now 6. Surely starting to feel something that isn't losable. They have to be a little bit more objective orientated is my one issue right now, because even though you've got a life disadvantage, if you don't do anything, Animus are just going to sit there, and they will be very happy to take that, especially with Keiru having the Tempest out. Exclusive not getting past the 50-yard line at the moment, and that is not going to help them, but with Fear now investing the Death Machine, now this starts to feel a little bit more significant.
It's shut down. 13v7, 30 seconds on the clock. Narcs tagged, forced to back. Neil now on the approach. Gonna wait for the cavalry to go through. Don't want to waste these lives. You've got to make everything count. Saturn's last-ditch effort. They could very well so end this map here on this round. And just like that, it's going to disappear. Lighty with a 3-piece. Sawol's going to be able to get the trade on through. It's down to 2. We've got overtime bound.
Indeed, we do. And Exclusive are not the kind of roster to play for their ops. They've done it twice now as well, by the way. I mean, like, I think Veer's earlier kill was maybe necessary because he stopped a streak coming through, but stopped them getting 3 ops. This time, Exclusive are now once again behind in the operator lives. Cthulhu's going to invest almost immediately, and Exclusive, they are the ones on the offense. That's more or less where you want to be, and they're finding the majority of the kills off the start. This is a brilliant start coming through from Exclusive.
Cthulhu's got to get these operators rolling. Death Machine's out. It's done. Says, Pistia, looking for that spawn trap, and this is what we were talking about. It's so easy to connect the dots and get pressure here on this side of the map. Exclusive, looking to extend this series. Predator earned there for Says. He is yet to be accounted for. Finally dealt with. Lighty gonna drop the ball there, and what could have been a blender of death is now questionable. Predator's out. This round's over. It's a 25v11. There's no way in hell they come back from this.
You come for the king, you better not miss. And Animus, they have missed. Exclusive in a 22v7. And you look at numbers like that, it feels like the decision has already been made. Game 7 bound. It is only an inevitability at this point. Animus hanging on by their fingertips, and they're being greased up.
Licking their chops. We got game 7 bound, ladies and gentlemen. Are you not entertained? 17v1, Shark pulling out the equalizers. Even if he gets a full wipe and then some, there ain't no hope. We've got a search and destroy firing range separating these 2 teams from greatness here in EU. Animus, a chance to put away the champs. Can't get the job done.
Boy, am I glad I went for a wee now.
Right?
Oh, goodness gracious. I honestly expected that series to be done and dusted. When they go 2-1 down, I expect that series to be done. What a phenomenal final round from Exclusive. They absolutely slay out. I honestly don't have that much. Are you good?
I got a wasp in the room, brother. I've been on alert for the past, like, 5 rounds. It leaked in, and as soon as I saw it, I was like, damn, dude, I got to keep eyes on that.
Okay. Oh, goodness.
We got a pee break and a wasp break coming up, Chad. Just wait. I'm kidding. We're gonna power through.
Hey,
we're gonna thug it out.
If you got to deal with it, brother.
I've lost it. Oh, I've got eyes on it. We're good. He's fine. No damage done so far.
Alrighty. There are no hit points on that wasp just yet.
Oh yeah.
Exclusive do look good in that control, but I gotta say they had to work for that. And again, I'm a little surprised they didn't play more for ops in at the end of round number 2 and round number 3 on their round victories there. They are very fortunate that Animus don't do anything with their ops in that final round, because both rounds that Exclusive won, Animus actually started with more ops. And that leads us to this moment here. Firing range, search and destroy to close things out. Honestly, I have no idea how this is going to go. Just because the last time Fire Range Search and Destroy was played out between Exclusive and Animus, Exclusive, like, they literally ran at Animus from the first 4 or 5 rounds, and that worked. I don't know if that's going to work again.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see if they can accommodate. It's all about adapting on the fly here. We've seen crazy things so far in EU. A hardpoint loss there for Exclusive. I mean, it was a banger. You're going to have to go back and rewatch that. Animus had a lead. They lost it. They were down massively. They come back. They claw their way back into it. They take the lead. They go into what has arguably been their best map and mode throughout the entirety of this open qualifier, and they just get outclassed. Exclusive. Big-time players in big-time games make big-time plays. They extend this series. But what's the verdict here coming into this map 7? A firing range that we saw earlier in the upper bracket finals. It was a beatdown. You mentioned it. They took advantage of a lot of space in the middle. They made Animus pay almost instantly. Will they be able to get away with things like that rolling into this one? I don't think it's going to be that easy.
No, I don't either. Man, it feels weird because of how one note the search and destroy was the last time these guys faced each other on firing range. I feel like this is just going to play so totally different. Like, absolutely different. For me, it's going to be a question of just, like, how important your subs going to be. Like, for me, Animus and Exclusive, the strongest players they have on the roster at times do feel like the subs. And I know that's currently just the meta that we're in, right? The Switchblade being as strong as it is. Firing range is not, generally speaking, a map that allows you to play your subs, as I think both Exclusive and Animus enjoy doing. Like, you know, we talk a lot about Shark being that guy going down the middle of the map and being a nuisance with the sub, like trying to get behind enemy lines. Lighty feels like that guy for Exclusive at times. Neither of those players are going to be able to play as surreptitiously as they normally do. And that, I think, presents a problem for both teams here going on towards this Game 7. It's just like, your strategy book has to be totally different. I do feel, on the whole, Animus are better at search and destroy, but I never want to count out Exclusive.
You've got to be flexible here in this round. I mean, we're getting into what is arguably the best grand finals we've had to date in either North America or EU, and Animus really rise into the occasion so far. They are denied in that crossroads control. Crossroads strikes. Yeah, that's it. Thank God I didn't say crossfire. We're in firing range here for map 7. Let's get it on, Brody. This is the end of the line here. One team will stand victorious. The other will fall short. And Shark looking to take up a lot of space. First blood going through for Kru.
First blood already down. I remember the last time these guys faced off that once Animus lost the first blood, they really did struggle. Or Exclusive, once they lost first blood, excuse me, they did really struggle to come back from it. Names are flipped, by the way, folks. Throw me off for a second, even though they all have Animus and Exclusive at the start of their names. So, Exclusive. Now looking for a way back through. And Shark is doing what Lighty had been doing previously, right? This one little position at the start of Wood. It's a nuisance because it's not something you can easily check without giving yourself away through the middle of the map. So Shark very safe. Now Exclusive for deciding, hey, we've got the numbers. Let's just try and get something going towards the back of B.
Well, here comes the call out. Savage going to take the first shot. Shark now activated on the backside approach. Saw we're going to be able to clear the front. Says clear Shark. That was massive, and that could have quite literally bought them this round. Kru forced it back. And look at this rewrap. They felt the pressure. Only 2 players left standing. Massive respects here out of this Exclusive roster. They're going to go ahead and double back to A, and, you know, it's going to be not met very well as Kru and Crew got to dig it out deep. They got to deal with Sawo, too. He's a thorn in their side.
Yeah. Sawo and off angles. Yeah, they just don't expect Sawo to be here whatsoever. He's just completely run around him. Knocks to the 1v4, and you got to win the opening snipe. Almost gets the kill with the LCAR, but can't find the kill in the end. Exclusive, what a way to play around that round, by the way. You were down a man at the beginning of that round. You can't get in towards A. You almost immediately kind of fake out a B and go towards A. Just beautifully played. for the exclusive side. A massive shout out to Cmoore for the 3 to begin with. Nox will
my
not
God.
win the opening snipe, though. That is a big head to take if you're Animus.
Yeah, you account for Shark being on the backside, being taken down on that last round, too. Could have blown things up out of proportion. Shark right back in it. Knows what he has to do here on this line. Got to play it patiently as ever. And look at Says. He's got the right idea, but cannot hit the shots there on the Shark, who is ever so elusive. Says up top, Shark waiting to pounce.
Tango down.
Animus doing the same, or exclusive doing the same thing again. Got numbers. Now just going straight towards A, and they're going to full flurry, and Kru has to do everything here.
Oh my God. All right. 2-piece to slow it down, but not enough to get the job done. Almost gets that third, but almost don't count. Saturns picks up the snipes. Gothilla with the PKM in hand. This man is a legend with the LMG. Let's see if he can go big. Saturn spots. Gets the call out. Gothilla sent to collect. Timing couldn't be any worse. Sawo wins the trade. Saturn's left on his own. Round's done. 2 up
It's not over yet.
in favor of exclusive. We'll get the name flips here momentarily, but so far so good for exclusive. Let's see if Animus can figure things out here. They've kind of been picked apart here on the defense so far.
And that first snipe was detrimental to Animus back in round number 1. Back in round number 2, excuse me. This time, they will be the ones winning it. Veer down for the count. Saturn now even more effective as Neil goes down. And Animus now 2 men up here in this round. I don't think exclusive can do what they were doing previously where, you know, they just kind of fake out a bomb plant. I don't know if they're going to get away with that this time because Animus, they've got the numbers to just kind of position themselves on both sides.
Yeah. And you don't even have to have Shark in a position where he's compromised either. You can kind of just fall back and let this play develop. Say's now going to pick up the bomb. Looks like the hit's over towards this jungle site. A minute on the clock. They're going to have to brute force push it. Sawo, tip of the spear. Here comes the engagement. Opens up. Gets some help from Lighty, but Gothilla able to shut him down. Kro able to find another Lighty.
Nice work.
Going to be met there with the wall bangs. Gothilla standing on all 10. Back deep, baby. Around in favor of Animus.
Big round.
Destroy the objective.
Win the first couple of bloods. Exclusive left stranded there. Put a lot of finesse off the first couple. Browns couldn't pull it off in that one. And they are going to play aggressive here at the beginning of this round. Nox, still the biggest problem here as far as getting this bomb down is concerned. And a flanking play as well that has to be dealt with, and it's going so well for Saturn through the wall.
Yeah, they're not able to get away with what they once were. Adaptation's been made. Backlines compromised. Says out of the equation. Veer last man standing. He's got to come active at one point. Saturn's there for the trade. And a swift back-to-back justice in favor of Animus. They've sniffed out this exclusive roster, and they have called them on their bluffs. What will exclusive do in response? They had some strategies coming into the first 2 rounds that paid off, but as the games develop, you can see their adaptations are just quite literally being met and read well here for Animus. Oh my God, Neil? Neil?
Oh my God. Neil! Somebody stop him!
All right.
Thank goodness. Holy. The fact that Neil goes through the middle of the map like that, though, and just immediately finds 2. The second player should have been a little bit more reactive, I think, to that play, for sure. Probably didn't expect Neil to jump straight down towards the top side of the archway as quickly as he did. This round, though, yeah, this is difficult now for Shark and Kru to win because they've just completely given up site control. Good reactions from Kru to get shots in the wall, but
yeah,
you need a clean kill there.
Yeah, you left Shark or Saturn's on an island by himself. He has a shotgun, and he's got 5 players pushing, 4 players rather pushing through that long sight. And Kru, off of that barrel, was not able to provide any kind of cover fire. Saturn's goes down without a trade. That is long gone, though. Inside the trailer, they go. Shark is going to hop this. Kru able to get the shots to land, and Veer can't get there. Animus, even with the player disadvantage, they make it work. What is going on, exclusive?
You cannot be letting that go. That is a 4v2. Like, what are we doing, man? That's going to be one of those rounds where Exclusive are going to be kicking themselves. And that's one of those rounds that Exclusive do very often, where they just throw away situations that they should not be doing so in Search and Destroy. You can't be doing that at Game 7 when all the chips are down. Exclusive just trying to brute force their way in towards A. Got to win the fights over the front and nade over the top. Where's the trophy to stop that?
A lot of uncoordination here from Exclusive. Bomb's going to go down. Not so fast. Saturn season trailer. You haven't done your due diligence. The nade. Massive. Saturn's just as well. Gathilla's there for the reinforcements to go along with it. And, well, they're going to go ahead and grab bomb and get out of dodge. Say's here to extend this over towards the B site. And will it be red? As Veer's going to be able to find the shots to wall bangs to land. That could be the dagger.
Should have a free site here. No reason not to, but, I mean, we literally just came off the round where Exclusive were in a 4v2 and they chuckled it, so I don't think anything's guaranteed here. They're still trying to play a lot of time as well because they don't have the information that no Animus player is over here. They should be able to get the rock down before any shell comes through, and they will. And they've planted it for such a place that, well, they can watch it from either the side door or from the back. Either way, Animus now will need to clear out the back before getting that defuse.
Got to go a little crossfire on the backside. Cathilla. Takes a lot to get that PKM rolling. If you're looking for an entry, I don't think it's there. K-Rool's got to be it. First shot sound. Not hitting. Cathilla taking up space in the middle of the map. A little bit of a diversion. It is read properly. Cathilla. Now the last man standing in no shot. This one not going to get chuckled away. Exclusive. Cover all odds and ends. Great read. Great rotation. Great transitional kill there for Veer 2 to give you the player advantage.
Destroy the objective.
Now the last 2 rounds here on the attack, they've weathered the storm so far. But they got Grief 3 rounds in a row. Can they take another one? Says opens up with the first blood. Quickly met, though.
This is very fast. This round's already over. Exclusive down to their last man. And Exclusive try to be aggressive. They're almost immediately neutered here in this one. Neil's made his position known, and now I fully expect a collapse to come through. Neil doesn't even get that first blood. And how about that one? Animus and Exclusive just butt heads in the map and are very quickly dealt with.
Hey, let's leave the Eagles at the door and just chow right in the middle of the map. I like it. You get a quite easily fast round. I mean, we were arguing for 90-second rounds. These guys are just giving us 30 seconds. That's all they could take. Hey, it is what it is. 4-3. Last time to strike. And lo and behold, we've got the old wait at home and see what happens strategy for the offense. Let's see if it pays off now as Cathilla's got this thing rolling. PKM is lethal at distance. Up close doesn't matter as far as you're hitting through walls.
There's our first blood. Going to Narcs. I think Veer's lost that more often than not so far through the Search and Destroy. And that's going to leave Exclusive high and dry. Says you have to play your life here. Do not be giving anything away for free to K-Root. Bigger issue for Exclusive. They've got to get that bomb down. The abnormal positioning here from Saturn and Shark might be enough to throw things off. Of course, you normally have a player towards the back of the site shooting through the PKM or perhaps having a locust there. Shark being as far forward as he is not something I anticipate Exclusive to expect. If, of course, they even do hit that B site, because there is a high chance here with the way that Says is maneuvering that this might still be an A push.
You got him as an extension, man. This is like you have a player at disadvantage. You're looking for a lifeline, brother. You got to hit those shots. Sniffed out, almost dealt with. Tagged, pushed back. And what was looking like an A-side push now is going to disappear. It's all on if Shark's going to give you a shoulder to peek. And the timing couldn't have been any better for him. Look at that. They're going to be able to swoop on through the back alley side of things. Says has a lifeline here onto this A site, but this play is going to quickly blow up if Shark and player number 5, or player number 2 rather, shut it down. Saturn's right there along with them.
How on earth has Exclusive made this a manageable situation? Sour is very far removed from the play here. That could be both a good thing and a bad thing if Says plays his live, because now you've lost all your presence towards the site. They've actually checked that back bathroom as well. Sour has to pull off a bloody miracle, and he's not going to get back in sight. Certainly not in time for the defuse. Animus are feeling themselves here. The final defensive round will absolutely go their way.
Not exactly what you expected through the first 8 if you're Exclusive. Now we get a flip.
Destroy the objective.
Maybe a chance for you to strike. Lighty, we know what he can do here on this map. Will Animus allow him to strike here and get aggressive? It looks like we're going to buckle up for that B-side hit. Only one player to deal with, and he's going to be completely isolated and no factor. Callouts have been made. Redirect here from Neil. The hits onto the B site, or will they commit? All 5 players kind of just dragging their feet. And Neil, he's in a prime time position to go big.
And Neil can definitely stop this bomb plant from going down. Animus know that. They're well aware that somebody could be through the middle of the map here. Satins is going to try and get this one. Just get the audio cue. Maybe force Neil out. That's always the way to go. But Neil is cold as ice. Will not fall for it just yet. The second one, he might actually give it a shot. No,
yeah.
Peeks out too much. And Keiru very happy to take that.
I mean, what are you to do there? You've got to peek. Second time, they're not going to fake it. Gathilla on the back lines. Going to be naded on out. Gathilla getting some help. Shark there. And they smell blood in the water. 2 left standing on the right-hand side of your screen. It's Veer. It stays. Make it stays. Striker strikes yet again. 6-3. Animus. That much closer to their first Grand Finals victory, Brody. They can smell it in the air.
Destroy the objective.
Just 3 rounds. And they steal away this Grand Finals. They prevent Exclusive from making history with a 3-peat in the first ever Summer Split. Util going out early on in this round. Look at player number 5. It's going to be Lighty for Exclusive. He has absolutely gotten behind. He makes his position known. And Lighty has just made the play, but he gets dealt with. There's no help. And Lighty, how many times has that happened? Where he's the one being the playmaker and he just has 0 backup.
That's tough. I mean, you're on an island. Shark's going to be sniffed out, but he wins that gunny. And it's all down the Sawo. Rocks down 40 seconds. PKM with 75 bullets left in the chamber. Ain't going to matter. Brody, 7-3. They see the finish line. They're getting there, brother. Is it a chance for an upset? Exclusive. You got to strike back.
Defend the objective. They have the bomb.
Just 2 rounds now for Animus to make history. Util sent down 8. None of it will connect, only to the trophy system. Exclusive actually delayed theirs, so it's going to be a while. But Narks has drawn that first blood, and that should give them the onus here to move across towards B. You have lost players towards Via, and now they're not so sure about it. They would have made a very quick call there, verdict that they were just going to hit B. Now they have to think about this one, especially as trades are still going down in the middle of the map.
Big kill there for Says to even us up. And you can see now it's a little uncertainty on the flip side of things. You got player number 3 all the way up, pushed forward. Gathilla with a bow. He's up in the tower site. He's going to be completely unchecked. And if he just finds one, that could be the floodgates to the round ending. Says, I believe he's heard them. So Gathilla going to be neutralized for the time being. We'll keep track of that engagement. They've got pretty much all fronts covered. One on A, one right in the middle of the map. And Gathilla yet to make a move as of yet. And you've got one in the back alley to go along with it. So here comes the hit. They're going to bully him 2 for 1. Gathilla going to be the swingman. Oh.
Yeah. Oh my goodness me. Veer gets beamed. And that's the entire site now opened up here. Players have no choice but to transition. They know that they're going to have somebody lurking around the middle of the map. And that little peek is all the information they needed here. Narc has seen it.
Nade?
What a nade over the top, though. That was beautiful.
Could that be the opening? You still have not dealt with Gathilla. He is there. And he is going to be a thorn in your side. I'm sure he has sight over bomb. Saturns wins another gunfight. All down the Says. 1v2 for the round. Gathilla's hopped out of the tower. Gotten active. He collects.
Nice work.
You can taste victory, Animus. 8-3, we're on match point.
When Exclusive cannot run at you, when they have to add more depth to their strategy,
Objectives.
they find things are much more shallow than they expected. Animus have shown them what dimensionality looks like. And they just have one more round. It's starting well. You take the trades off. Animus are taking their sweet time here. Exclusive are full committed on towards A. And they will now need to spread themselves a little bit more thinly here on the defense, as Animus will now start to consider their options.
How poetic would it be to do exactly what your opponents did to you in the first meeting here in the third qualifier? You're looking for a 9-3. That was a scoreline that Exclusive put on you. Veer gets ear hold, complete tunnel vision. It's a meltdown. Last three standing on the right-hand side of your screen. They're the back-to-back champions here in EU. Will they be denied a three-peat? This round will be telling.
3 versus 4. Not going to happen. Now they're down to the 2 versus 3. These players are split up as well. Sawo, he needs to get away. He does his plays life perfectly, but he doesn't get in a good safe position. He's not going to be able to hit the regen in time. How on earth is Sawo not dead yet? He has played his life to perfection, and he manages to get away.
That's everything. They're not gonna chase. Narx is gonna get shut down on the backside. And the call's here. This is the last stand. 2v2, mano y mano. A chance for Exclusive to extend this search. And an opportunity for Animus to claim victory. Here comes the hit. Sawo, the player that got away. Will he make you pay? Nate's over the top. It hits. Kru's weak. Here comes the strike.
There's one player watching the cross though. They're going to try and get it done by the audio cue. Kru just needs to watch. He just needs to watch. He finds the kill. Now just down to 1. Sawo is weak for it. Animus, they came at the Titan. They wanted to stop the 3P, and they do exactly that. Animus making history here in Europe as they will win our final qualifier before the points major.
Very typical performance there. We look back at that upper bracket finals and we took a look at the spread. You were able to take 2 of those maps that you got bodied on and convert them to W's. Animus, you have earned yourself a championship. I look back at that spread. It was 250 to 155 in the takeoff. We had a nail-biter finish here at the grand finals. A 9-3 there in the search and destroy on firing range. They do the exact same thing. Exclusive fall shy. Animus are your Summer Open qualifiers, split number 3 champions. Brody, this was great. I mean, the chance to be on the call with you two was everything, brother. This is everything coming in the fold. This needs to be studied.
Yeah, absolutely. What a phenomenal way to win the final qualifier. Let's take a look at Animus's path to victory then, because it looked shaky to begin with, right? We go back all the way towards winner bracket quarterfinals, and Animus barely get past Saints. They had to pull off a reverse sweep back in winners quarterfinals. Then, of course, we go to the winners semifinals. They get that all-important 3-0 versus Wanted, and I think that was the match where you and I realized, okay, they mean business now. Like, this is
Absolutely.
a totally different Animus roster. And then, of course, we look at Exclusive versus Animus in that upper bracket final. And, Exclusive, they beat them, but Animus, they managed to make a comeback here in the grand finals.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Animus. You've done the impossible. This was looking like another dominant case to where we said, maybe the checks have just been signed out to Exclusive for the first 2 events. We get into the third, and for sure we thought after that hardpoint victory, which I can't quite recall what that stat line was in the Hacienda, but you don't start off hot, even coming out of the loser bracket finals on an absolute fire rampage. You get shut down, and what do? You take the next 3 maps. Maybe it was the next 2. I don't know. I have to take a look at it. But you take a lot of maps in a row, and ones that you are not even accounted for, right? So there's an opportunity for you to find blood. You jump into a takeoff, what we, considered to be, a map that you weren't going to find. You snagged that one. And then it was a control that you lost that had been your best move. We've seen everything in this series.
100%. I just want to take a look at the best of 7 maps set here in just a second as well to show you guys the path to victory in that final bracket if we can here in just a moment. We do have an interview coming up here with Shark before we do so. I believe, I don't know what order we're doing. I don't know if we're interviewing the best of 7. I don't know. Either way, I do want to say, I think, looking back towards that best of 7 map set leading in towards that grand finals, it was Animus 3 in a row between that Slum Search and Destroy, the Standoff Control, and the Takeoff Hardpoint Verdict. I think those 3 maps, absolutely phenomenal for exclusive. And here it is. Here is that final map set for Animus again. Search and Destroy just looks so great at the moment, and their control, even though they lost that Crossroad Strike control, I think their control right now, they are the best control team in the world.
Yeah, they are. Even though the Crossroad Strike didn't swing your way, here in EU, I get what you're saying. In EU,
yeah,
that's certainly the case. Yeah. But you got to go back and look at that map too with a little bit of a microscope too. You saw how Exclusive played it. They didn't get the ticks of progress, which led to them having the offensive round 5, and that was the keys to their success in that one. So if there's anything that you can take away from this series, if you're Exclusive, is you can beat Animus in Crossroad Strike. You can beat them, certainly, and take off Hardpoint as well. Had every right to take that map, but Animus denies you. They just fought tooth and nail, and even with the map advantage, Animus able to do the absolute necessary work. And I do see we do have the interview ready. Let's go ahead and hop on in. I think we are getting set up for what looks like to be a Shark interview, Brody.
Oh, we're jumping around Discord calls right now.
We
trying to
love
figure
that.
out where everybody is. All right, we're gonna be interviewing with the Sec with Shark. Just have him in so we can talk about it. Obviously, you guys can then hear Shark as well. But just a massive moment here to take while we wait for our interview to get underway. Massive thank you to everybody for watching today's broadcast. We really appreciate all of you. The support for the European side of things, I think in particular, has been amazing. I think there's been a lot more love for Europe over the course of the last few months. I think particularly when you look at the likes of Exclusive and Animus, who obviously have been the stalwart European teams, but at least in isolation, it feels like there is more talent in Europe than ever, and that's showing out when we look at these qualifiers.
Yeah, you can see the skill gap is not that far ahead. I mean, when we started off the open qualifiers, it was Exclusive by a landslide. Event number 2, Exclusive by a landslide. Only one map had been won off of, Exclusive in the grand finals. They hit different. They started strong here in this one, and obviously they weren't able to get the job done, but this was not one of those series that you can look at and be ashamed of. Obviously, you got outclassed in that firing range. I mean, that happens over the pace of this best of 7. If you're not prepared to go into that map, you're obviously going to get exposed, and that's what happened. A lot of time had passed since we saw that firing range, and, the things that you were getting away with off the rip, you weren't able to do. You start off on the defensive side of things, or the offensive side of things too. So you can't dictate the pace. You don't really have a strategy in making these pushes happen on either side. I mean, Animus just capitalized on pretty much everything.
100%. I believe our interview is ready to go. I don't want to make presumptions. I'm waiting for we've got Shark in the call. I don't know if we actually have the interview ready to go. We do have the interview ready to go. Verdict, I'll let you take the first question, because I'm nice like that. I feel like that's the right way to go.
Oh, hey, I'll take it. Hey, Shark, are you there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, man, I just want to say congratulations. Obviously, you guys put on a masterclass of a show. I'm super glad to have you here with us.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm glad for my team too.
Man, speaking of your team, brother, you guys put up a hard-fought, valued fight. Obviously, taking the championship. Tell me, what was the game-changing moment in that hard point that really clicked for you guys in the takeoff in order for y'all to spring a comeback?
The war machine of Keryu make us holding the pitch good after we got the rotation, and we make full point. So that was the most important, I think. And we control the limit spawn. So
yeah, 100%. That was a phenomenal comeback for you guys in Hardpoint. I want to talk about a different mode, if that's okay. I want to talk about control, because you guys, obviously you lost the control in the series. You lost the Crossroad Strike control to Exclusive 3-2. But outside of that, I think Verdict and I have been talking about you guys as the #1 control team in Europe right now. What sets you apart from other teams in that mode?
yeah, for sure. We improve a lot since the start, On control, we're really good. I feel really proud of my team, because on raid, even on control standoff, it was our worst map, and we won against them. So the last week we made some change on Scream, and that's make the difference today. So yeah, I think we are probably the best team in control.
100%. And that is 100% how it looks for us here as well on broadcast. I want to talk about Search and Destroy then, I think is the final question from me at least, is that for you guys in Search and Destroy, I think looking towards that Fire and Range Search and Destroy in particular for that Game 7. Last time you guys played Fire and Range versus Exclusive, you lost it relatively by a lot. This one, totally different. You guys look so different. I mean, what did you change about that Fire and Range Search and Destroy going from one match in towards that final grand final?
I think what make us the difference was on CT. I play B and I let Gitchlia wallbang the middle with the Olger, and of course Kiryu get a lot of kill with the SKS, so that's the game change, I think.
Cool.
Hey, one last question. We'll let you go and celebrate with the team. You mentioned a lot of work and a lot of changes that have been put in the background here over these past 2 weeks. Kind of let us know what all has changed, what all strategies have you guys implemented, what work or what are y'all focusing on in the weeks coming up to this? Because y'all look like a completely different team rolling into this grand finals.
All right, so for me, since the start, we almost every year we were the best team in SNG, but this year we struggle a lot, and today we did really good in SNG, but all of the series before, I feel like we need to be better on SNG because it's our mod. Like, it's been 5 years. We are the best team in Europe in SNG. So for me, the BO5 gonna play on this every next week.
Awesome, man. I'm glad to hear that. Congratulations yet again. Before we let you go, is there anybody that you want to shout out in particular? Any teammates, any coaches?
Just my team, Chilt, and that's it. And thanks for the support. Thanks for you to be here, because without you, we will be nothing. And that's it. Huh?
That means a lot, brother. We appreciate you. Everyone give a shout out for Shark, man. You guys played absolutely incredible. You've well earned that position as the champs here in EU. And Brody, that brings us to an end of a journey here in the open qualifiers. It's been a hell of a last 6 weeks. It has been a blast. Your first ever grand finals. We get tossed into possibly one of the best wins we've got to date.
Yeah, I'm so glad, mate. So glad that we got to cast this grand finals. It was really awesome to be with yourself. Just a quick moment to say massive thank you to everybody who watched us over the last 6 weeks. It's been real fun to sit here and cast these games and to be involved with COD Mobile again. It's been a blast.
Absolutely. That's going to leave us out there. Shark, man, we appreciate it. Congratulations. You guys go home. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy this victory. We can't wait to see you in the points majors this coming this month. It's going to be a blast, brother.
It's going to be the most important. Come on.
That's right, man. We'll see you then.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, Brody. Man, send us home, dude. It's been a blast. Great opportunity for us to see these teams progress, and a complete curveball out of Animus to come through and just spark fire in this COD Mobile community.
100%. And this is exactly what we needed. I'll be honest, I was terrified that we would go into the points major and Exclusive just be by far and away the best team and it'd be so boring. But now there are actually stakes on the line. Exclusive are not the dominant team anymore. They have competition in Europe. And it's not just Animus either. Like, Wanted are in that conversation as well. Like, they could do some damage. Obviously, Empire are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are so many teams in the conversation. That major is going to be fun. But, from my final thing I'll say is just, again, thank you everybody for tuning in for the last 6 weeks. It's been fun to put this broadcast together alongside the talented folks in Mobile Mayhem and Atlas. And without everybody's kind of hard work who they put into this project, absolutely everybody from the talent to producers to observers to our administration team to everybody also at Captic as well. Like, we wouldn't have been able to pull this off as well as we did. And of course, again, to everybody at home, a massive thank you for coming in and supporting these broadcasts, because without you, we wouldn't be doing it. So
that's absolutely right. That's going to conclude it here. If you enjoyed this content, make sure you like and subscribe. Bobby is the man. We'll be moving forward with some watch parties for the CDM. Obviously, I'm going to be taking the week off. I don't want to be a shameless plugger here, but I'm going to be shamelessly plugging. I'm going on vacation, okay? It's been well earned, all right? I've earned my keep. Huge shout out again. Production, much appreciated. Of course, Nims too, the admin. The admin with the mostest. And that's going to conclude it. Obviously, it's been a great 6-week spread. We've overstayed our welcome. We're going to go ahead and send you off. Until the next time, Call of Duty Mobile. You guys keep it up. It's the World Championship 2026 right around the corner. Points major to look forward to. That's going to do it for us. We'll see you next time.